We look forward to having you having an amazing and insightful session. As a quick round of introduction, my name is Itino, and I currently work as an enterprise technology software engineer at Ford Motor Company in the United States. And previously, I'd worked as a data engineer at Amazon within the Amazon core transportation technology organization. So I'm also like the co-director for women in big data in the US. So yeah, that's pretty much about it. And I also lead an organization focused on upskilling early to mid-level career professionals in the field of data analytics and data science. So yeah, I'm pretty much excited to be here, and I look forward to having an amazing and an insightful session. I'm here with everyone. Thank you once again. Thank you, Anoma. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Ituno. And she was also the amazing DJ this morning, getting everyone amped up. So if you're like me and this is really early for you, stand up, go get coffee, go get tea, anything that will keep you awake, because we're going to be having an amazing session today. Now, before we kickstart, I just want to get a feel of where everyone is at. So if we don't mind, I'd love us to drop our location in the chat box, either on YouTube or in Zoom. Just drop like your name, what you currently do, and what location you're currently joining from. So I'll probably start. So Norma, list, London. How are you today?
Yep.
All right, so we have Richard. He's a UX design for AI, and he's joining from Arizona, USA. Hello, Richard. So nice to meet you.
Hi, Norma.
Hello.
Hi, Richard. Good morning.
Mojis, do you mind sharing your name, where you're joining from, and what you currently do?
Yes, I'm also joining from Phoenix, Arizona. That was why I was saying hi to Richard.
I just moved here a few weeks ago, so you have to tell me where to go eat and things to do.
Oh, wow. Wow, you just moved? Where did you move from? Oh, San Francisco. Like, it's not far from here. Just like some hours away. Yeah. I mean, Phoenix is really cool. It's just always very hot during summer. I mean, but you're going to enjoy it though.
Great.
Thank you so much. We have also in the chat box, we have Emmanuel Samuel joining us, who is a mechatronics engineer and an aspiring data scientist. Really cool. We have Whitney, who is an entry data analyst and is joining from Nigeria. We also have Blessing, who is a project manager joining from Nigeria. So please keep putting in the chat box, either on YouTube or Zoom, where you are joining from, who you are, and what you currently do. We want to know. Now, a couple of housekeeping. Please do not unmute if you are not speaking. Also, let's be respectful to everyone that is speaking while they're speaking. Let's try as much as possible not to interrupt. Last but not the least, would love for everyone to share and spread the word about the event. So if we don't mind, go on Twitter and just make a simple tweet, or go on your LinkedIn and post about it, or on Instagram. Do not forget to tag Global Data and AI Community so we can see your post and we can also reshare and repost. Is there anything I am missing, Itunu?
Yeah, I think you're good.
Good, all right. So next on my agenda will be briefly introducing the founder. So we have Majid give his welcome speech. Why don't we introduce him? Do you mind sharing the screen? No worries.
Yeah, give me one moment. Gotcha.
Okay, I have it here. Wow, thank you so much. So I met Majid for the first time, I think, on LinkedIn. So it's amazing having to work with him on this event. He's such an amazing person and also the founder of Data Global Hub. So he has created a comprehensive resource for data science and AI. Please follow him on LinkedIn specifically because that's where he makes most of his posts. He's driven by his passion for numbers and uncovering insights that inform decision making. His impressive career includes roles at KPMG and Deloitte, where he earned his analytics experts. I might not be able to read through every single thing, but let's kindly note that Majid serves as the co-founder rather of Datarango, where he leads initiatives such as workshops and innovative learning, which offers gamified learning experience to develop data skills. His dedication is to community engagement, and this is evident through partnerships aimed at empowering aspiring data professionals across Africa, reflecting his commitment to fostering growth and opportunity in the tech space. Hello, Majid. How are you?
Thank you very much, Anoma.
Before you give your welcome speech, just a quick fire question. Have you had Ghanaian jollof rice?
Yes, I have.
Nigeria or Ghanaian jollof rice?
I always choose Nigerian jollof rice.
Okay. Afrobeat or Amapiano?
That's tough because I also like Amapiano. I would say Afrobeat. Yeah, I'm a Wizkid fan. So yeah, Afrobeat.
All right, thank you so much. Please carry on and give your welcome speech. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anoma, and good morning, everyone. My name is Majid Abisiga. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Data Global Hub, and it's my absolute pleasure to welcome you all to the Global Data and AI Virtual Tech Conference, the Book Authors Edition, organized by Data Global Hub. We also have a lot of partners like Forbes, we have Pact Books, and we have a lot of other partners too that the host will be mentioning. So this is a global event that brings together data professionals, leaders, visionaries, featuring mainly data and AI book authors as speakers. Also, we have here like data and AI leaders in various industries and sectors that are speaking to us. So we are very happy to have each and every one of you, the amazing book authors, the innovators, the researchers, the data professionals, the data enthusiasts, the students, the attendees from different countries, and different continents. We have people that are registered from over 60 countries all around the world. And I want to use this opportunity to thank you all for joining this exceptional gathering. So I came across this post recently, shared by the 9th NASA chief, Dan Goldin, a post that said, doing hard shit voluntarily is the ultimate life hack. And I think this thing means that when you willingly take on hard task, you set yourself apart in a way that people find it difficult to replicate. And I strongly believe that making advancements in deep tech space, such as AI, robotics, quantum computing, among many other fields that are in the deep tech space, is the real hard stuff. And those are the things we should be doing on the earth and beyond. So just as Dan Goldin would say, accelerating the deep tech space is very important, and the future of the universe highly depends on it. So at Data Global Hub, we believe embracing big challenges, sharing knowledge, driving innovation, and these are the keys to shaping brighter future in the data and AI field. We also believe that a lot of people from different parts of the world are making a lot of advancements in the deep tech space without any voice, especially in remote areas. And this brings an urgent need to amplify these big but silent improvements in the deep tech space. I'm sure every one of us can, we can cite an example of, a lot of people doing amazing projects that we probably don't know about because there's no way to amplify it. So we believe that amplifying this amazing work people do or groups or companies do by sharing their progress and news across the globe will not only accelerate the deep tech space, but it will also help to make the consumers or the people in general of these resources in a way that, as it will also help them to make their lives easier, because there are a lot of things, there are a lot of fast and easy ways to get things done due to the recent exponential growth in the development of data and AI space. So I just think that the right thing to do is that people should know about it. They should know about these latest technologies, the latest news. They should learn about data and AI in different ways, in gamified ways, workshops, how to do research. We want to let them hear how to use data and AI to enhance their efficiency, to reduce costs, to do more and more with less and less effort. And they should tap into the transformative power of AI. It is also because of this we are here today for this global conference. Data Global Hub is here to empower people, to let them know about how to make their lives easier with AI. And that's our vision, to help over half of the world's population with everything they need to know about data and AI to make their lives easier. And for those of us who don't know what Data Global Hub is, Data Global Hub is a global media company. We are dedicated to data and AI news, information, and resources. And our goal is to be recognized as the worldwide leading content source for data and AI. We want to be delivering, we want to continue delivering high quality educational content, resources, and trainings that empower individuals and organizations all around the world. We are dedicated to being a one-stop platform for news, education, networking opportunities, and professional growth, and a source for professional growth resources in data and AI. And I believe that by fostering innovation, knowledge sharing, and collaboration, we promote the advancement and professional development of the global data and AI community. Over the course of this conference, we can expect to hear from, we can expect to engage with authors in the session. Our lineup of authors will share a very unique perspective on the hottest topics in data and AI. We have the great authors in front of you, the most brilliant minds, the primus inter pares. We have people like Richard Mille, we have people like Pata, who is the data science lead at Intel. We have Shika, who is the youngest Indian master inventor. We have Kieran, who is principal architect at Google. We have a lot of book authors and very great speakers. We have Jonathan, who leads Zoomit Africa. We have Anoma, who is the head of Women in Data Africa. You have the best of the best here, to hear from, and many other biggest names in the data and AI space. Also, we are looking to learn best practices. We are going to dive into emerging trends, explore practical use cases to drive impact in your industry or organization, or even on your projects as a student or a researcher. Also, this will be a very great opportunity for you to connect with like-minded peers or speakers or industry leaders. Who knows, there might be opportunity for collaboration here, maybe on research, on maybe on conferences, or yes, basically networking helps in so many ways. So in view of this, I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to our incredible team at Data Global Hub. They have been very amazing. Their dedication, their creativity, their passion have been the major driving force behind making this event a reality. I also want to express my gratitude to our remarkable authors and speakers who have come here together to share their breadth of experiences and expertise with us today. It's a great privilege to have you all here. Without each of you, this conference would not be possible. A big thank you to our partners and sponsors. Once again, welcome to the Global Data and AI Virtual Tech Conference. As we embark on this journey, together let's learn, connect, reimagine how data and AI can transform our world. Thank you all for being here. Let's make this event an unforgettable experience. Thank you.
Thank you, Majid. Thank you so much. It's beautiful. We also want to welcome Justin Lewis. We want to welcome you aboard. So as a brief introduction, Justin Lewis is the co-founder and COO of Data Global Hub, a kind of like is so he also leads what's it called? Yeah, he also leads the data. Sorry, give me one moment. Let me go back. Yeah, so Justin is the co-founder and CEO of Data Global Hub, and under his leadership, Data Global Hub has been very instrumental in fostering community engagement through events like Data Fest Africa 2024, which brings professionals together to share, collaborate, and share knowledge on innovative projects. And his work currently at Metropolis Marketing kind of like complements his mission, right? Helping organizations maximize their visibility and also the impact in the digital space. So I'd like to welcome Justin to the call. If he's here.
Good morning.
Let me see. Hi, Justin. Good morning. It's so good to have you here with us. And yeah, we look forward to hearing from you.
Thank you, guys. I really appreciate it. I want to say one thing before I get started. This is very, very close to my heart. Moji is as a CEO of Data Global Hub, is a wealth of information. And I know everyone on the call here knows Moji's deep passion for providing information for the community of data tech and AI. Our goal and our vision is to pretty much provide you all a community where you feel safe to be able to interchange ideas, collaborate with others, and also to increase your own personal knowledge through Data Global Hub. I met Moji at Forbes, and we instantly clicked. I've been in the marketing business for over 10 years now. We started working with a lot of high-profile celebrities as well as athletes. We were very, very fast to grow our company. We did 7 figures within our second year. And when I met Moji, I instantly fell in love with Data Global Hub. I wanted to pour all my resources, all of my connections, everyone I knew into Data Global Hub. This is the first conference, and we will be doing these globally. And I just want you all to know that these conferences will continue to get bigger and bigger and bigger. So you guys are definitely in the right place. I did go ahead and write out a speech. I'm not really the public speaker, but I wanted to make sure that I paid the incredible team that we have on the call today their respects, because this conference would not be able to run without them. In our community, we have over 800 members in the community currently, actively, with over 16,000 reach to some of the top speakers in data tech and AI. And it's an honor to stand before you guys and stand before the brilliant gatherers and innovators and thought leaders on this call, the book authors, the trailblazers throughout the industry. And we come here today to just share our knowledge and to connect with each other. As the co-founder of Data Global Hub, I do want to incentivize why we are here and what we're doing. At the heart of our mission, we do believe that data is the language of progress. Every bit of information holds the potential to solve problems, connect our communities, and to transform lives. The world is increasingly driven by AI, and it's going to continue to be driven by AI in the future. I personally have always had a passion for tech, but I just never had the opportunity to meet someone like Moji in the Data Global Hub community that actually cared about tech in a positive way. Just like with anything in the world, you have a positive and a negative. And what I will say is that if you all are looking for a positive community, Data Global Hub is your source. This conference isn't just an event, it's a movement. It's a place where our conversations will spark collaborations, where innovation meets opportunity, We are here to explore groundbreaking advancements in AI, data tech, and information sharing. And we're also essentially here to build our relationships. Let's start with strengthening the partnerships that will shape the future. Once again, we thank you guys for attending here. Every step that we take in understanding and utilizing data moves us closer to solving humanity's most pressing challenges. Staying connected through this conference and beyond is how we continue to grow together. This is not just an opportunity to learn, but it's an opportunity to innovate and connect. Continue to attend the sessions. Make sure you guys are asking questions, share your insights, and keep the conversations going long after this conference ends. The future of data is here, and it belongs to those who collaborate, adapt, and ultimately dream big. Thank you all for being here. Let's make this conference unforgettable, and let's pave a way for a future where data, technology, and AI drive positive, transformative change in the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Justin. Hanoma, over to you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Itunu, and thank you so much, Justin, for your welcome speech. I really resonated with everything you said, and just to strengthen most of the things you mentioned, let's do well to please pay attention during the sessions, come up with questions, network, have questions. Let's also strengthen those partnerships that we have. Like I mentioned, AI is not the future anymore if it's here already. So if there's one thing you should take away from this entire session is to prepare yourself for the said future that is already here. And the only way you can do that at the moment is to get educated, is to be aware, is to put yourself out there, is to network, is to know people. But yeah, so thank you so much, Justin, for that. We are going to... do you mind sharing your screen? But I can't share my screen if... We're going to be introducing the next speaker. Okay. Can someone kindly confirm that they can see my screen?
Yes,
Yeah, we can.
Alright, thank you so much everyone for confirming. We're going to be having partner next to deliver is XGBoost, advanced techniques for regression and time series forecasting. Let's do a brief introduction on who Peter is. He has over 15 years of experience in AI and machine learning. He practices professionals in innovations across the 7 complex technology and manufacturing sectors. In this session, we are going to be exploring the advanced capabilities of XGBoost for predictive modeling. He's also the co-founder of XGBoost for regression predictive modeling and time series analysis. A recently published book offering practical techniques for applying XGBoost in real-world scenarios. He currently serves as a senior staff engineer at Intel, where he leads teams developing advanced analytics solutions that drive significant cost savings and process optimizations. Hello, Pata.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, how are you?
I'm doing well. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, you can hear you loud and clear. Over to you, please.
Awesome. Awesome. Thank you very much. So, good morning, good afternoon, everyone. Can you guys see me? I am trying to...
Yes, we can see you.
All right. Okay. All right. Good afternoon, good evening, everyone. It's an honor to open the Global Data and AI Virtual Tech Conference, right? A platform that brings together some of the brightest minds in AI and data science to share ideas, inspire innovation, and explore new possibilities. First, I'd like to express my gratitude to all the organizers, for putting together this inspiring event. Special thanks to Mozit, who has given me the opportunity to be the keynote speaker in this conference, right? I believe this conference is very unique because it's not just about exploring trends, right? It's about actionable ideas, right? Practical solutions, and we want to celebrate the remarkable contribution of all the authors shaping the future of AI and the latest trends in AI and data science overall, right? It's a space to learn, connect, and grow. We have an exciting agenda filled with thought-provoking sessions, engaging panel discussions, and of course, interactive workshops. You will hear from the industry leaders, influential authors, sharing their expertise on topics that are transforming the AI landscape. I definitely can't wait for what's in store, right, throughout this conference. I am very excited about the book authors edition, as I'll be one of the speakers in showcasing my book along with my co-author. Because it brings the voices behind impactful AI and data science publications to the forefront. The authors don't just share knowledge, right? They provide a bridge between theory and practice. That's where I come from, right? I come from a background of applying data science in the industrial manufacturing sector for the last over 1 decade, right? At GE, at Intel, at Cisco, right? I'd like to help empower professionals like you to drive innovation, right? Now, what makes this conference even more inspiring is its global reach, right? We are joined by attendees, speakers from all around the world, bringing diverse perspectives on how AI and data science are impacting, revolutionizing, industries like healthcare, finance, manufacturing, logistics, so on and so forth. Right? To expect deep dives into groundbreaking innovations in machine learning, ethical AI, and real-world applications across various sectors. You'll also hear from authors who are redefining how we approach predictive modeling, natural language processing, generative AI, and AI-driven decision making. Right? It's a rich, comprehensive lineup over the course of next 12 hours. Right? And this conference is not just about listening, right? It's about engaging. You will have plenty of opportunities to ask questions, engage with the speakers, connect with experts, spark and trigger discussions that could lead to solutions for your own challenges. So don't hesitate to get involved. Introducing myself, right? I am especially thrilled to be here today, not only as a keynote speaker, but also as a participant eager to learn and share. Over the years, my journey in data science has been an enriching one. Right, I'm excited to draw those experiences, including the book that I co-authored with my co-author, XGBoost for regression, predictive modeling, and time series analysis, where we try to bridge the gap between theoretical data science and applied data science. And I believe this conference is deeply with my personal mission, bridging the gap between theoretical advancements and their practical applications. From creating predictive systems for supply chains to developing cutting-edge AI models, I have always focused on turning ideas into impactful applications that can impact business, that can result in tangible return on investment. I hope my keynote and the sessions ahead will inspire you all to reflect on how AI can create meaningful change in your field. My goal is to equip you with practical insights you can take back to your own work. So, with that, I would urge all of you to make the most of this opportunity, ask questions, connect with your peers, and dive into new ideas. Your engagement is what makes this event, the event like this, valuable and transformative, right? And a successful event. What you learned here today could influence your projects tomorrow. Together, we have the power to shape the future of AI and data science by translating ideas into actions. I'm definitely looking forward to hearing from our incredible lineup of speakers. I hope you leave this conference feeling inspired. I can create meaningful change in your field. My goal is to equip you with practical insights. Once again, thank you very much for being part of the Global Data and AI Virtual Tech Conference. This is your chance to explore, engage, and innovate. Let's make it happen. Let's make this conference an unforgettable experience. I'm excited for the incredible sessions ahead. So let's dive in. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Patar. That was such an amazing speech. Thank you for joining us. Do you mind sharing where you are joining from?
I am in California. I am in Silicon Valley, California. So yeah, it's 10:40 p.m. almost. But I'm so excited for this event. So doesn't matter.
I can tell. But before I let you go, what is the best advice you've received regarding your career?
What advice? It's an interesting question. I would say throughout my last 15 years of experience, I always struggled, right, between theory and applied science, right? Bringing a mindset of problem solving, right? It's very critical, I believe, for a new person who want to get into the field of data science or AI or any problem solving, right? Data science is free. There are so many online platforms and courses that you can learn from, and then involving in community like this, where we can always learn from each other. Bringing that mindset of solving a problem that can, help the community, help the business, right? So, yeah. So be always, open to new ideas. Be always hungry to learn more, and be creative, and be a problem solver. Like data science is just one matter tool, so that's what I can say.
Thank you so much. Last question, just a quick fire round. Winter or summer?
Winter.
Where's your favorite continent to holiday?
Hawaii.
Hawaii. All right. Thank you so much, Patar. I'm looking forward to your session later in the day. I hope you also have an amazing day at the conference. Thank you once again.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
My
All
pleasure.
right. So just a kind reminder that we have a couple of people watching from YouTube. So hi, everyone from YouTube. Thank you so much for joining. We are going to be taking a 5 to 10 minutes icebreaker break right now. Give me a minute to share my screen. Okay. Can someone kindly confirm that they can see my screen?
Yes, I can see your screen.
Yes, all right. Thank you so much, Majid, for confirming. So we are going to be asking everyone a couple of fire runner questions just to see who the participants are on the call. I'm going to be sending a link to to the chat box now. Perfect. The link should work. All right, so the first question that we have is, what is your favorite AI tool? And I want to see diversity. I want to see different things. I want to start using some of these tools. So please share your favorite AI tool and why. Maybe not why, but like just share your favorite AI tool. Okay. This is one more to be shared. Perfect. I want more people to share, please. Let's use the link in the chat box. Mojid, if you don't mind, please share the link to everyone on YouTube. Oh, I think I sent it to Global. Okay, that's my mistake. Yes, we're sharing the link now. Thank you for pointing that out. Okay, so thank you so much, Richard. The last link I shared, which is what is your most used AI tool, should work. That should work perfect now. Can someone please confirm? Roshan said ChatGPT, it's equal to fast. All right, thank you so much for confirming, Richard. So I want everyone to please go on that link and share what is your most used AI tool. All right, so we have ChatGPT for the win, of course. I need to see diversity. What are you guys actually using? ChatGPT, okay. Any more? Okay, we have Kai. Is that pronounced Kai or CAI? I'm not sure. We have Kling AI for correcting my grammatical errors or mistakes, okay? Google Copilot, yes. Cloud AI, okay. Gemini, yes. I think 2.0 should be out now. We have Grammarly, yes. Oh my gosh, Grammarly is so helpful. We have ChatGPT again. We have Idra. I don't know if you guys watch Marvel, but in the series where the CIA is called Idra, or like the enemy. I don't know. Not to geek out or anything. But we have Gemini. We have Kling AI. But I would say isn't ChatGPT is currently winning. Is there anyone here that has used something different from what we have on the screen? I would love to hear why that is their most used AI tool. Gemini, okay? ChatGPT. So ChatGPT has a way. Very curious. So how that works. Okay. All right, Jonathan is up. Hi, Jonathan. Go ahead and speak.
Yeah, in response to why I prefer Gemini, it's really right, and you can prompt as many as you want. I think I find it very insightful, taking up everything I want to use and create content, create a learning curriculum on the platform, and it's just amazing. So I prefer using Gemini.
Do you think Gemini is going to be paid for soon?
Well, I believe it's already paid for. It's already paid for, actually. If you want to use advanced models, or on your Google Sheet, for instance, you have to pay for it. So Google is a master strategist. They give us free, and eventually know how they get their money from it.
Yes. Thank you so much for sharing, Jonathan. Hi, Oluwatosin. You can go ahead and speak.
Yeah. So for me, I think I chose Gemini too because I recently discovered that while using Google Lab for maybe some data science projects, and I got stuck at some points, the Gemini features that is set to the Google Lab makes it easier for me to kind of fix the bug and all that. Yeah. Instead of using the usual, what's it called now? Peter notebook, so the Google Colab is connected to the Gemini, and it makes it easy when you're trying to figure out some things. Yeah.
All right, thank you so much. I'm really curious to who wrote Idra. I really want to know your why, and also Snapchat AI. That is actually very interesting. If we have anybody else that would love to share before we continue with just one more person. Okay, someone shared it in the Snapchat AI for personal and inner chat because it is more conversational than generative AIs, and that's AI for generators. That is actually very interesting. Okay, Llama Index. Again, listen, so this are diversity. You guys give diversity. So thank you so much. We are going to introduce the next speaker. Before we do, let me just confirm one thing. If you are joining and it's really early, this is an opportunity for you to stand up, Google T, reach out for the schedule. Can someone kindly share the schedule to the Zoom chat box? Thank you. All right, Richard, someone is going to share the schedule with you. We sort a couple of things out. I'd love to hear from participants that are in via the Zoom. Does anybody want to share what their expectations are for the session or for the entire event or conference? If you want to share what your expectation is or your expectations are, please raise your hand so that you can speak. All right. Hi, Oluwatosin. Please introduce yourself, what you currently do, and share what your expectation is.
All right. So my name is Oluwatosin Ariwayo. I currently work with an investment as I work as a business IT because I work between IT and the business side. So I'm more on the business and IT because I interact more with the database and all that. So, and recently I've been taking courses around data science apply to, because my background is both engineering. So I apply to finance basically. And so when I saw this post, I think on LinkedIn, I thought to myself, okay, let me come online to see how to get experience from people who are more in the field as to how to really transform the theory to more of a practical view, such that you can apply to your industry, So because I know it has application finance, and also recently, I will be moderating a kind of a webinar for the TF Society here in Lisbon, Portugal, and the title of science application to investments. So I thought it would also be good to get to know what is the current and what's currently happening around the field as opposed to investments, so that we have more kind of a rich wealth of experience in that to that would help also in the webinar that I will be moderating.
Thank you so much for sharing Oluwatosin. And just in time, we're going to introduce our next speaker to this session, who is kindly give me a minute while I pull his if you're on the call.
Yes, I am.
Hi, thank you so much for joining. So Tibar is a lead at Turin and an AI advisor at Alpha Sense. He is a prominent figure in AI and machine learning. This session is titled Unlocking the True Potential of LLMs, Driving Meaningful Impact. And during this session, we are going to explore how LLMs can create value across industries. He currently has over 10,000 LinkedIn followers, so please connect with him on LinkedIn, and is recognized for his thought leadership in the field. He also has a master's degree in informatics and analytics, specialized in machine learning and NLP. His professional journey includes roles as an ML engineer at leading tech companies, where he developed innovative solutions with substantial business impact. Hi, Etibar. Thank you so much. How are you?
Hi, everyone. Thank you. I'm doing well. Good morning, good afternoon, maybe good evening for some people. Thank you for joining this session. I'd like to basically support like LLMs. Basically give some information regarding like what's LLM and how it can be in basically practice. So would I share the slides, or would you will you share the slides? So
you can go ahead and share if you have slides.
All right, sounds great. Just give me 2 minutes, please. So I am not able to share at this point. Would you please give me access to that?
Yes, working on that already. Can you confirm one more time if you can share your screen now? Yes, you should be able to. Perfect. If you're speaking, you are currently on mute.
Sorry, yeah, got it. So, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Awesome. Yeah. In this, basically, I'd like to delve into how LLMs are basically reshaping industries and the practical steps for building, deploying, and governing them. So the first thing we'd like to do is just to, I'd like to basically start by defining LLMs and basically exploring the technologies behind them. Then I'll discuss training, deployment strategies, real-world use cases, ethical situations, and future trends. First, the very first thing we'd like to know is why LLMs matter. As you already know, from personalized customer engagement and advanced data analytics, LLMs unlock entirely new levels of innovation. We'll basically how to use these models responsibly, maximize return on investment, and minimize basically risks. So regarding my background, Anna has already talked about me, but let me give a quick intro about myself. So I am a current ML lead Turing, and basically I'm overseeing rigorous testing and deployments of systems like BERT, GPT, and BART. I also co-founded AI, where we focus on swarm AI systems and adaptive IoT-based tutoring systems. But besides that, I'm also AI advisor at AlphaSense. During these years, I've already acquired some industry experience. Basically, as per my experience, I applied large-scale marketing mix models. Also worked on predictive analytics for manufacturing process and cost optimization. But besides that, I've also worked as a trainer, AI trainer advisor at different companies. I've trained numerous data science led AI-based initiatives in fraud detection and consulted for startups on model deployments. So let's first of all talk about what are LLMs and why do they matter. So LLMs are large neural networks, often with billions or trillions of parameters that's trained on vast amounts of text data. They excel at understanding and generating human-like text, which enable basically tasks such as summarization, Q&A, or creative writing. So most modern LLMs are built on transformer architecture. So it is basically utilizing self-attention to capture relationships between tokens. This approach allows a parallel processing of text faster and more context-aware than previous methods such as current neural network-based methods. And big LLMs reduce the need for massive label dataset. A single pre-trained model can be adapted to multiple tasks. This flexibility actually accelerates all deployment and lowers the cost. Indeed, transforms how we approach NLP challenge. So let's talk about a little bit also the transformer architecture. So the transformer architecture is actually each tokens actually looks at every other token to capture multiple context patterns. We did improve the language understanding, and there is like parallel attention heads that allow the model to focus on different syntax, semantics, or sentiment simultaneously. So transformers basically process tokens in parallel instead of sequentially. Probably I've heard about like position coding. I know that this little bit more of technical side of it, but this kind of positional encoding preserve the word order. So this design actually significantly speeds up the training and inference compared to RNN, or there's also long-term memory architecture, which is called as LSTM as well. So But there's also part of like feed-forward networks. That's basically after attention layers, tokens pass through some sort of networks, dense networks, to refine representation file. So residual connections help retain these valuable signals across deep hooks, which indeed mitigates the vanishing grads. And there is also scale laws. So that's why I just wanted to give like a small brief information regarding the architecture. The performance basically often scales with more parameters and data, but so do computational costs and complexities. So there has been some sort of concern among each people who was basically using LLMs because of the costs associated with that. But at this point, this has been somehow out, but there's still a way. So data pipeline, when we talk about, we are trying to talk about like curated text data sets that generally involve cleaning the application and balancing to reduce the noise. But here, it's also important to remember that data is extremely critical to basically prevent skewed or redundant learning. So this is called garbaging out. Basically, this is more about like the data cloud itself, but like we always call it like garbage in and garbage out. So when we also talk about distributed training, there's like GPU and TPU classes like TensorFlow processing units and graphical processing unit clusters. So these clusters run parallelized training via Megatron, deep speed, or custom solutions. Techniques like pipeline or expert parallelism basically spread computation memory. There's also large-scale training that run into millions of dollars. So here we are talking about return on investment, ROI. This must be fully projected. And the sustainable AI approach focus on more efficient architectures or reusing pre-trained checkpoints, which is obviously decreasing the cost that's associated with that. There is a life cycle maintenance. This is a need actually. So LLMs basically require doing updates with fresh data, bug fixes, and performance optimizations. So regular retraining or fine-tuning in case makes sure that models stay relevant as knowledge evolve. So because every single time new information is, say, in internet, and we like to LLMs to customize our need, then in this case, we have to every single time regularly retrain it or fine-tune this, but in a way that this doesn't really increase costs. So that's also another part of it. So also focus on how from foundation to production can work. So fine-tuning approaches. Okay, so there is like full fine-tuning. What does it mean actually? So full fine-tuning expensive. Can use methods like adapters, LoRa, or prompt-based tuning. There is also human side of it that we call it RLHF, so which is like random forest basically learning from human feedback, which aligns models with ethical and brand guidelines. So there's a human side of it. The human basically checks out the output of LLMs and also judges it if it is correct or not. That's still part of the fine tuning, although it's expensive, as I said, but it can be basically utilized just to mitigate any biases we might have. So inference optimization is also part of like optimization that we call it. There is a quantization that's called 8-bit or 4-bit. This is just basically to compress model weights, so which is like speeding up the inference on standard hardware. And a distillation creates smaller student models that mimic teacher LLM performance with the resource requirement. So we are also talking about like I would like to emphasize the DevOps for LLMs, more precisely CI/CD process that manages new model versions. So there is like A/B testing, rollbacks, basically to check this out. There is a huge need to monitor real-time performance. So this basically monitoring real-time performance and user feedback helps keep models accurate and up to date. There is another tier of this, we call it like security and governance. So containerized basically deployments, API gateways, and encryption keep data and models protected. So access controls and outlogs ensure only authorized teams can modify this or query the LLMs. So, there is one part of it. Generally, everyone really think about besides technicalities how this can drive tangibly. So this is important question like to know. So basically, there's like a similar engagement of it that is so-called AI chats, virtual agents, still inquiries 24/7, boosting user satisfaction and cutting costs. So personal interactions basically enhance sales conversions because everyone feels it's a human-like chat basically, so that like everyone feels like this can be utilized for customer engagement. But if it is about knowledge management and automation, then it is data summarization and search basically can reduce research time, which indeed basically improve decision-making and productivity. Custom Q&A systems support internal teams with immediate accurate responses. So probably there are some software engineers or software Q&A engineers, basically quality assurance engineers can utilize LLM because auto-generated boilerplate and test scripts generally speed up development cycles. So LLMs can perform code reviews, detect bugs. It can introduce a technical depth and the time spent on that. So there's like healthcare and finance. In healthcare, basically LLM assists with clinical note analysis. This can increase the time to be spent on any analysis of clinical note. One note I'd like to, basically emphasize there's supposed to be an expert level actually, which is basically meaning that any output being basically produced by LLMs can be checked expert, specifically in healthcare, because I'll talk about it more actually in depth that sometimes there are some issues, but indeed there's supposed to be another layer by human that needs which requires basically to check the information that's being produced by LLM. And in finance, basically LLMs help detect fraud. This can include compliance and can automate routine reporting. So for instance, let's say there's an insurance company may deploy an LLM to triage claims faster, which reduce processing time from weeks to days. So that's why this can basically the company's basically business. But there are some problems, challenges, or some basically concerns, which is about the risks and ethics of it. So models sometimes actually can inadvertently societal or training data biases, which lead to fair outcomes, right? So that's why we are always talking about like regular audits, data set diversification, and bias mitigation techniques are extremely important here. And sometimes probably you've used different LLMs, Gemini or GPT, and you probably notice that sometimes there is like a hallucination problem. So LLMs sometimes generate plausible but false information, which is like posing your. So this is posing a risk for critical situations. So retrieve augmented approaches of fact check in this case is misinformation. As we already talked about reinforcement learning, human feedback loop, which is basically human trainers sometimes check the output of the LLMs so that there is not such a problem in terms of the bias or hallucination. So retrieval augmented approaches, as we mentioned, can reduce this information. There's also, we can talk about like navigation side, regularity compliance side of it. So laws like GDPR, IJP, or INRA mandate strict data and transparency. So this can basically maintain like audit trials and ensure data privacy is basically, in this case, basically is paramount to avoid any legal pitfalls. So if we would like about security confidentiality part, there's like data leaks or adversarial attacks that can compromise basically confidential business or personal information. So that's the security part of it. But security design, let's say encryption, tokenization, and secure enclaves helps protect sensitive data. Let's also talk about like what are the key trends in this case. So I've actually utilized like LLMs to generate some sort of like images, so you can notice here. But generally, there are some basically key trends at this point. So there is so much basically trend, like there's such a sort of trend that newcomers actually would like to utilize like multimodal integration. What really means? It means that like combining text with images of your structured data creates a richer and more context-aware AI. This basically opens doors to new applications like caption generation. We can talk about like image-based Q&A and voice-enabled interfaces. There's federated LLMs on device LLMs. Shift basically inference, or sometimes we call it like partial training, to a user devices. Basically keeps data local. That can increase privacy. Okay, so the cutting-edge hardware and vision model architecture make on-device AI more feasible. So this can basically improve the privacy. This can make it much more feasible and practical. There is also next-gen AI architectures. Basically, future LLMs aim to handle much longer consequences and perform more sophisticated reasoning. So like architectures like Perceiver, Hyena, and sparse transformers basically push, in this case, boundaries on scalability. And we have also a responsible transparency AI that basically emerging frameworks, sometimes guidelines, we can talk about AI ethics guidelines, will shape how LLMs are governed. So balancing innovation with accountability will be a leading challenge in the upcoming years. I mean, it's already a challenge we are trying to solve, but that will be at some point a challenge in the upcoming years as well. So let's talk about how we can basically drive meaningful impact with LLMs. Generally, there is a strategic differentiator. So integrated LLMs can significantly basically enhance product innovation. Like we can talk about personal and efficiency as well. So early adopters gain a market advantage, as we already see, through basically smarter and data solutions. There is also scalable infrastructure part of it, also return on investment part, ROI. If we can basically plan carefully for training, inference costs, especially at scale, then in case we can align technical decisions with business outcomes. So what we really need is just regularly track performance metrics. We have to check out what's accuracy, the throughput, and what's the most important, because if our accuracy and results are really trustworthy, then in this case, user satisfaction will be higher as well. So this is just to justify further investment, right? So ROI will be increasing automatically as we basically enhance the whole system. So there is another part of it, we have already talked about, like bias, but if we address bias, maintain compliance, and ensure transparency, then in this case, we'll build trust with users and stakeholders. If we thoughtfully implement this, LLMs can fuel transformative change across all industries. So that's the thing. We have to really work on this side, any problems that we might encounter. But this way we'll manage to change this transformative power across industries. Thank you for your attention, and I'm really happy to take any questions you have. I see a couple of questions. Okay.
Yeah, thank you so much.
This meeting is being recorded. This meeting is being recorded.
Language models, and this is also like basically more about people, basically teaching language to basically non-native speakers. But there we utilize mainly SLMs.
LLMs to develop solutions for predictive maintenance of machine failures?
Right. So basically, so as I understood correctly, it's just more about trying to develop some solutions, right, for predictive maintenance. So basically, using LLMs for predictive maintenance can be actually leveraged through their capabilities, I would say. So the main thing would be just to understand what's the objective. So basically, you need to include some sort of data sources. So data sources can be like structured data. So we have seen like different type of actually data sources that can be used, but the main thing is to basically understand and predict any kind of failure you might have. So this is more about like understanding the root causes and also providing some recommended actions. So sensor readings basically is the structural data we would think about in this case. But the main thing is that like you would really like to have structured data that basically can convert basically. I mean, you need to have like some sort of pre-processing in place. So just you would like to basically convert it to usable formats, because like LLMs in this case can extract relevant features. Otherwise, let's say there's supposed to be like keywords, some sentiments, and even some, in our case, I guess, like this more about like failure causes. So you need to align these timestamps basically between sensor data and logs, just to in a way to basically unify the data set. So LLMs can be integrated in this case. So I would think that the feature extraction is a thing. So you need to use like LLMs to analyze unstructured data. This can be like GPT-based models. Basically, to analyze unstructured text for patterns like, let's say, frequently used issues. This can be like recurring failure causes, I would say. So what you really need to know is just like to extract the machine-specific failure terms, and then you need to categorize them. I guess there is you can basically at some point find the anomaly detection here, just so that like you can train basically the LLM at some point to, I would say, like classify the logs, so that like normal operation or any sort of like failure you have. So that's the way I would really go about. I mean, hopefully I understood the question correctly. So what was the first question though?
So they are yet to clarify, but from my understanding, that they'd like to know how LLMs can be applied in, say, agriculture. So soil testing is related to agriculture.
Like so like it's more about like agriculture part of it. Oh, soil testing. Okay.
Yes, soil testing.
So here, I guess like there's supposed to be like soil test data at some point, and yeah, so the idea is to, I believe, get some insight, right? So like that's more about like the reports you have, so that this can be like structured and unstructured data. So that's really up to that. But basically, the nodes or like any sort of like data that's related to agriculture can be utilized there. So still, the whole process will be the same way. So you need to make sure that like you have some issues more related to soil, since you are trying to basically test it. But natural language insights can be utilized here. So you can use like basically LLMs to analyze these reports. So you can you might need to extract some keywords. I guess this is more about like, this can be a fertility related thing. I'm just like this hypothetically, I'm telling that this can be the case. So LLMs here basically can map these keywords to some scientific knowledge, but here you need to customize it as per your needs. So I'm assuming that this there is supposed to be some sort of like data collected from agriculture, so you can obviously customize it as per need. So there is you need to use some fine-tuned LLMs, but as per my knowledge, this will still require huge time on training LLMs because the need can be really different. But yeah, so based on these recommendations, some strategies can be basically made. Yeah, so obviously the LLMs can be a huge tool in this case, but that will really take huge time specifically to make sure that you have data set that's ready to be utilized by LLM itself.
Well, thank you so much for answering that. I think that also applies to, because somebody else asked how we can use LLM to develop models for predictive financial trends in a financial market and investment. This is very specific, Okechukwu. And investment returns at stochastic and at given intervals. I don't know if you said that question in the chat box. Atibar.
Is it okay? Let me just try to see.
I don't mind sending it to you also.
Yeah, for some reason. Okay, I guess now I see. All right. So how can okay, so this is the question, right? How can we use LLM to develop models for predictive financial trends in financial market and investment returns at stochastic at given internals?
Yes, that's correct.
Good question, right? So, well, these financial trends, right? So like this is more about like developing the models for financial case. In this case, as per my experience, different type of like financial instruments can be here, like equities, bonds, or let's say crypto, which is like really famous at this point. So yeah, you need to have like the data, historical data that's been basically fed into LLM. So some data sources can be, I think, like the company balance sheets maybe, or like some sort of like maybe like interest rates. So obviously the main huge problem most of the time, as I see, is not about like structured time series data. Lots of the time I see that like data has been provided is not really as expected most of the time. But yeah, that requires to have some sort of correct frequency. So still in our case, I am expecting it to be like unstructured data. So that can be like let's say like financial news or some company feelings. So fine-tuning or prompting an LLMs can be utilized in this case to just summarize some textual data into some sentiments, I would call. So we can utilize, basically, we can identify some entities based on name entity recognition. Let's say like companies, sectors, or can be like factors itself. But if we would like to, at some point, use like classification sort of thing, we can still classify it. But this is actually requires some sort of like combination of the extracted features with structured market data, basically for the so-called holistic modeling. So, but there's still, you can use like LLMs to generate sentiment scores, or sometimes like you can identify trending topics. So like, for instance, let's say some sort of like company, let's say it's stock sentiment from the past 24 hours. So you can ask like LLM just to give some summarization. In this case, LLMs can give you like, let's say like 24 hours of tweets or sometimes like news articles. And then this can basically convert that summary into a sentiment indicator. So like, let's say in stock market, this is called like, there's like bullish, bearish. So this can basically do that summarization. This can give you like convert it basically. So, but here still the thing is that you have to fine tune an LLM just to classify the text into some categories. But besides, like creating this LLM, that there's also need some sort of like need for training the users, because users most of the time give like really lengthy prompt, but let's say without like giving enough context, so LLMs can suffer in this case. So that's why you have to consider like the setting up whole system, but also training the users, like let's say some stock traders. So yeah, so you need to create dummy variables in this case. So that can be like continuous scores for each event category, so that like you can feed it in your predictive model. There's like contextual embeddings, so you can obtain like text embeddings. This can be like headlines or let's say like some sort of like articles, but you need to, either way, you need to like aggregate those embeddings over some time window just to represent basically textual context. Yeah, so, but based on that, obviously, so you can utilize it. But still, that everything like boils down to the same question. If you have good amount of data, good quality of data, let's call it.
Thank you so much for answering that question, Atibar. Okechike, I hope that has been perfectly answered for you. So I have about 3 questions that I'd love to ask you. The first would be, what's the best advice you've received regarding or concerning your career?
What's the best advice for my career?
What's the best advice you've received concerning your career? Yes.
Good question. Let me think a little bit about that, because so I would say like I've been told most of the time just to find basically to seek out like a role or project that pushes me beyond my comfort zone, because that's basically where the growth happens. So which means like you don't have to basically wait for someone just to hand you like new responsibilities. So you need to just actively look for some new technologies, new skills that basically will make you so competitive in job market. So this can be sometimes challenging, but this is something rewarding, right, at the end. So I've been told like to also embrace like discomfort, because discomfort is something that where the growth happens, as we already said. So if you basically always do what feels easy or comfortable, you will basically, that feel rarely surprise you actually. So, but taking new challenges might feel intimidating at some point, but it will accelerate in the long term. That will help you to build skill and build resilience. So there's also like some risks, as we already say, but being just beyond your comfort zone doesn't mean actually you just jump blindly into something. It means that like knowing you have a solid foundation of skills and then you are just stepping into slightly unfamiliar territory, but where you can grow. That's the thing. Okay, so I guess this is the advice I've been told like a couple of times by executives or by even teammates. So this is something I would really like to reiterate always. Yeah, I guess that's the advice I would love to share with everyone.
Thank you so much for sharing, Etibar. That was such an amazing advice, and your session was also amazing. Thank you for answering all of our questions and for clarifying further. Thank you so much. Where can people find you if they want to connect with you?
So yeah, they can find me.
Yeah,
they can find me on LinkedIn actually. There's also like a small website of myself. There you can also find like a couple of contacts. But yeah, mainly I use actually LinkedIn. So if anyone would like to have like any conversation regarding this or ask some advice, they can reach me out on LinkedIn.
All right. Thank you so much, Etibar. I have you have an amazing rest of your day. Thank you once again.
Thank you.
So next, we're going to have Jonathan, who is going to demo Datarango to us, which is this amazing learning platform. Hi, Jonathan. Are you available?
Hi.
I'm ready. Hello.
Can you hear me?
Do you mind speaking one more time? I could barely hear you before.
Hello.
Hi. Okay, that's great. Are you ready to do the demo?
Yes. I think I should be able to share my screen. So
yes.
Can you kindly drop a link on chat? I'll be dropping the link on the chat now.
All right, so everyone, Jonathan is going to introduce Datarango, and we'll be doing a demo on how to sign up and how to basically use the platform. So please let's pay attention. Let's also sign up and make sure that we use the platform. Thank you, Jonathan.
Okay, so I'll drop a link on the chat. I'll share my screen now. Please confirm my screen is visible.
Yes, yes,
visible.
Yes, so as we already know, we have this event to educate ourselves on AI data and all the happenings around AI. And the organizers of this event partner with Datarango to ensure that while we're here, we learn a lot, and we do that through interactive learning. So I've been asked to demo Datarango. If you're on the platform, you might want to just log in. You can log in with your Google account. I'll be demoing how you can play one game, and subsequent games would be asking you to play, and whatever you score, when you score a point, you're rewarded. So there's a lot of rewards available for whoever, gets a point. We'll check the leaderboard and see who gets a point. And I think from the organizers, we have exclusive content on Forbes, we have book rewards on packed books and certificates of participation, and the list goes on. So let me just go ahead and demo this so we can. I think I have an account already. So I already have an account on Datarango, and I have a max streak of 47 days. Like I've come here 47 days back to back to learn. So we're going to trivia. We'll be spending time on trivia, and I'll be attempting generating creative images with DALL-E as the game I'll be playing. If you're on your mobile, you can also go through the registration process, and I'll be playing this game now. Every game is timed. Every trivial set of questions is timed, and the focus is to help us to understand this certain concept. So this is focused on DALL-E. So here are the following questions. We have 10 questions. I'll be answering them. I hope I score a perfect score so I can earn points. So the first question is, what is the primary focus of generating creative images with DALL-E? Using DALL-E to create AI-generated art. I think that is the focus of DALL-E. According to the text, what is the key difference between AI and generative AI? AI requires coding, but generative AI doesn't. I don't think so. I think we have a lot of generative AI experts on the call. They would disagree with this first option. Generative AI focuses on creating new content. Yeah, I think this is the answer. I'm also an AI developer, so I know all of these questions, just in case you're wondering why. All right, so the next question. What are the roles of textual prompts in DALL-E 3? There is to train AI models. They serve as instruction for the AI-generated images. They serve as instruction for the AI-generated images. That's what we call prompt engineering. Number 4, which company developed DALL-E? Okay, we know it's OpenAI. Number 5, what's the core technology behind DALL-E? So I think our last speaker, Atiba, mentioned ChatGPT, the birds, and I think attention and the architecture of ChatGPT. So DALL-E was created on top of ChatGPT architecture, or GPT architecture rather. So number 6, what's latent space in the context of DALL-E 3? A multi-dimensional space representing compressed data used by AI. That's the correct answer. 7, what is the primary requirement of DALL-E? Advanced coding skill, no. Powerful gaming computer, no. Stable internet connection, yes. All that, so you need to use DALL-E to generate images. What is the typical output size? It's 1024 pixels by 1024 pixels. Number 9, what was the original idea behind the first version of DALL-E 3? To generate diverse and creative visual outputs from text prompts. Is correct. And the last, what's the main benefit of the modular structure of the book? Okay, so let me submit now, and I hope I'm correct. Oh, wonderful. So I had a perfect score. So we're going back to trivia, and I can answer so many other questions here. So for us to know who is participating and who is earning points, I would simply go to the leaderboard and the trivia. I can see that I earned some points, right? So we'll be selecting winners on this platform who participate in the games, and we'll be rewarding them accordingly. So brace up, we'll have a lot of these questions for you as we go, and we hope it's a fun learning experience for you. Thank you very much. I think in case we have any questions, do we have any questions, please?
We have a question in the chat box, Jonathan. What are the steps to follow to develop an AI? What skills are needed to develop an AI, and on which IDE is AI developed on? So this is a 3-in-1 question. The first is, what are the steps to follow to develop an AI? What skills and what IDE is used or can they use to develop an AI?
Okay, I'll start with what are the steps to follow. So first and foremost, if you want to develop an AI on your own, you can choose to build from the scratch, and you can choose to use no-code AI tools. I think ChatGPT has some where you can develop your own AI that answers questions like an agent on your behalf. But if you're talking about, you know, building your own AI customized, I think Atiba mentioned small language models. You have to build that from the scratch and fine tune your models. So you need to learn Python. You have to first understand how to use Python because AI is majorly developed with Python. We have a larger developer group writing Python code to build AI models, and the frameworks TensorFlow, PyTorch, and several others like that are built with Python in mind. Then, so Python, understanding Python. The next question, think, what skills are needed to, what skills are needed to develop? So like I mentioned, you already need AI. So the first step is, do you want to use no code or you want to write the code on your own? It depends on whatever you want. But if you want to write the code on your own, you need AI, Python skills. Then when you learn Python, you need to start learning deep learning, machine learning, deep learning. That deep ChatGPTs, the GPTs we're seeing are built on top of deep learning infrastructures. Then the final question on what IDE or which IDE is AI developed on. So for experimentation, Google has been very wonderful. They built Google Colab. You can build your models, your small experimentations there without having to spend so much looking for how to buy a GPU. You can build and train and your models on Google Colab. You could also use Jupyter Notebook. Jupyter Notebook is embedded in your Visual Studio Code, or you could go directly to jupyternotebook.org and use their platform as well. So these are platforms you can use. You can also use PyCharm as a developer. You could use VS Code or some of these other intelligent IDEs. I hope I answered your question well.
I think you did. Okay, Chiku, I hope he answered your question well. Thank you so much for asking.
Okay, Kristen Chimezi has a question. Says, good demo is, I have, okay, definitely you can reach out to me. You can reach out to me. You can reach out to the organizers of the conference as well in case you can't find, but just search me out, Jonathan. Let me just drop my name. You can search me on LinkedIn and connect. I would respond to you as soon as I get your message. Oh, I think the direct message. Let me send it to everyone on the call, not Anoma alone. Nathan. All right, so that's my name. You can look me out on LinkedIn and send me a message there. I'll be quick to respond. Do we have any more questions?
I was speaking, but I was on mute. If you don't mind answering this question, what are some beginner-friendly AI projects you think beginners can start working on to get their hands dirty?
Okay, so I think this would be a vanilla project. This sentiment analysis. Most everyone does sentiment analysis. The good thing is, with the advent of GPTs, and they've created developer APIs for you to use. So you could use their models to, just call their models, their APIs to, use sentiment analysis on your data, or you could decide to build from scratch to understand how they did this. So you can decide to build your own sentiment analysis from scratch using some kind of algorithms like LSTM, BERT. So those are little projects these are beginner projects you can actually work on. And for maybe computer vision, you could also build maybe a classifier to classify differences between animals, say a cat or a dog or a horse. These are projects that, as beginners, we always look at and build. So you find a couple of notebooks online on Cargo. On Datarango, the plan is to also creates many of these notebooks that are beginner friendly that you can also learn from to help you get started.
All right. Thank you so much for answering, Jonathan. And to the question that I've been asking every speaker so far, what is one advice?
Sorry, can you come again?
One advice that you have received, or you have given concerning your career that you'd love to share?
Yeah, so one thing that I actually won't tell students who come to companies to learn is, starting up, there's something they call initial gragra in Nigeria. It's a pidgin slang. Many of us know the word initial gragra. That's how very enthusiastic people are about starting a new skill, learning a new skill. But once you get through the first week of learning and it starts becoming hard, it's a bait, right? You start learning with ABC, and next week you're already seeing what is syntax, what is structure, all of those things. So the initial gragra, the initial enthusiasm, once you see it starting to get hard, you kind of want to pull back. But that is when you should actually continue. If you do not continue, then you don't have the skill. You just have to forge ahead. And that's what separates so many people from real developers. Many people learned Java in the Python beginning, but they didn't continue because it was difficult. But the real developers are the ones who decided that even though it's difficult, they are going to do it. And we have many of them, actually. So when it gets hard, know that it's getting interesting. Just persevere and you'll be good eventually.
All right. Thank you so much, Jonathan. That was such an amazing demo. Thank you once again. Do we have anyone on the call that has managed to actually sign up to Datarango? Anyone on the call? If you have, you can raise up your hand or just leave Datarango in the chat box. Yes. Okay. Thank you, Adipaji. Anyone else? Yes, you have with me. All right. Thank you so much. So before we go on with the session, I want to give this opportunity to anyone on the call that might be interested in maybe introducing themselves, sharing what they do, and also sharing like their LinkedIn so everyone else can connect with them. This can be a networking opportunity for you. It can also be a way for you to build like your personal brand, your network, and everything in between. So if there's anyone on the call that is bold enough to unmute, please raise up your hand before you unmute. All you have to do is introduce yourself, tell us who you are, what you currently do, what the next phase of your career is, and what you've learned so far at this conference. Anyone? Do we have any takers? We all know how important our personal brand is. Is there anyone that might be interested in maybe building their personal brand by introducing themselves right now? You can also type if you want to, especially people that we have on YouTube. You can also type if you want to share your LinkedIn profile in the chat box, share what your next phase of your career is. We don't have any takers. I'm very inclined to call on someone to actually speak. Very inclined to call on someone to speak. All right. Hi, Emery. Please go ahead.
Okay. So this will be good morning from this side. My name is Henry Makinde. I'm a fourth-year PhD student at University of North Carolina, Greensboro. And I just want to say thank you to the organizers for putting this together. I believe at a time like this is highly needed, and I want to say kudos on Datarango. I believe having to gamify the process and the things to learn is a way to just get into the nitty-gritty of what you need to know in the space. And when you play games, you get to know things a lot, things you don't even know. This is the definition, and they sit with you. So I really appreciate the effort they put into putting Datarango together, and I'm looking forward to exploring it. Possibly that award part, I will get a lot of it. So, and I am also into AI. I'm currently, my research interest is in artificial intelligence and educational assessment. So please follow me. And also I have a YouTube channel where I teach about AI, but maybe not in depth in terms of software engineering. So it's nice to have you. It's nice to meet you all. And thank you all for all the things you've been teaching so far.
Thank you so much for introducing yourself, Henry. Please share your LinkedIn profile in the chat box so everyone can send you a connection and connect with you. Do we have any takers that would love to go ahead? Someone said I should call this Sell Yourself session, which is actually on brand. Sell Yourself session. Anyone else that might be interested in selling themselves, using this opportunity to pitch themselves, what they do, what they are currently working on, or if you just want to talk about your country or your best food. All right, Indu BC, I'm so sorry if I didn't pronounce your name well. Please go ahead and speak.
It's fine. It's okay. My name is Ndu BC. So I want to say thank you to the organizers of this event, Mojid and Justin. This is awesome, really. So I'm a Power BI analyst. I have experience in the construction industry mostly. Working on construction data. And I saw this video that on LinkedIn that Justin had with the CEO of a construction company, and how she's using data to actually, build her business up. And I think that was awesome also. Aside my full-time job, I also am a fitness or a weight loss coach. And so I have a whole weight loss business that I'm pushing. So any of you that wants to lose weight, feel free to reach out to me. I'm going to put in my YouTube channel down on the chat, so you can feel free to reach out to me, connect with me. And also I'm going to put in my LinkedIn profile in the chat also. So for the next phase of my career is trying to build a synergy between data and weight loss and fitness, and how we can actually use this new advancement in AI and generative AI to actually make weight loss easier for people. So that's a project I'm passionate about and I'm working on. So yeah, anybody that wants to collaborate with me on that, please do feel free to reach out to me also. I'm going to put down my LinkedIn in the chat. So once again, thank you to the organizers of this event. Awesome stuff. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much, Ndobisi. That was such an amazing intro. And yeah, thank you for taking the opportunity to pitch yourself. I want to hear from a woman. So are there any women on the call that would love to pitch themselves and just introduce themselves before we move on?
I guess I'm going to jump on it.
Thank you so much.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Adibiju Adenka, and I'm an FMEA expert. FMEA is failure mode effect analysis, and what I do is to utilize predictive models to ensure Caterpillar. I work with Caterpillar, so to ensure Caterpillar's products the risk management side of it are well mitigated to ensure quality and reduce costs, and also data analyst in this regards with the process and tools team. And what I do there is to use Caterpillar's data to derive insights on how these processes are being used in terms of APQP, FMEA, ATQs, and the rest of the processes being used, how the global users are utilizing it to follow compliance and regulations and requirements. And aside of my professional career, I'm a makeup artist, and I love to beautify women and men too, not to be biased. And honestly, thank you so much, guys, for organizing this conference. Like, this is what we need in a time like this. And we have so many people out there that are trying to understand how to get into this world of data, into this world of artificial intelligence, machine learning, LLM, and the likes of it. And this is a good platform to get people started with. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Adikweju, for taking the opportunity to pitch yourself. It was amazing to hear from you. We have someone on YouTube actually that goes by Toby Ojo, who is a data analyst for the past 4 years, and he loves everything finance and fintech, and has been in the space for 3 years plus. He currently plans to mentor a lot of enthusiasts entering the space, as he faced a lot of issues himself when he started. He plans to help bridge that gap for people for free, and that is his way of giving back. So please connect with Toby Ojo on LinkedIn if you want to be a part of this mentorship. All right, so we also have Alimat on YouTube, who is a recent graduate of the University of Lagos in cell biology and genetics. She's currently learning self-learning data analysis, currently starting a scholarship in data analysis with a women's community to build her skills and also to be a part of a community of data engineers. She is currently seeking a mentor in AI and data or data analytics, specifically someone involved in application of their skills to health and or translation research. So please connect with Alimat Ario on LinkedIn if you are interested in being a mentor. So thank you so much, Toby, and thank you so much, Alimat from YouTube, for introducing yourselves. Okay, I think we can take one more. You guys can see how potentially beneficial this can be. So we can take one more before we go on. Do we have any takers? One more takers. Okay. Hi, Whitney. Please go ahead.
Hi, good morning from Nigeria. My name is Whitney, and I'm a recent graduate of accounting, specifically auditing. So I'm practicing auditing right now, but I've navigated into data analytics because my love for big numbers made me go on the internet to research what I can do to add to my accounting career, and I discovered data analytics. And I'm looking for ways to get into the data space. I'm actually new in the data space. I'm trying to navigate my way and how I can combine data and finance, especially to help people make better finance decisions, especially investment. So that's what I'm basically interested in. So yeah. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you so much, Whitney, for taking the opportunity to pitch yourself. And thank you, everyone. Now, so for some of us that connect with others, can we kindly click the link that I'm going to share in the chat box? I want everyone to click that link and just share your LinkedIn profile. Like your name is fine, so if you want people to connect with you on LinkedIn. Sorry?
Hello, everyone.
Hi, Ali Mohammed.
Yes. All right. So my name is Ali from Nigeria, and I got into my background is in business administration. When I attended one of the World Bank massive online course, and I happened to work in the development space. So then I got my interest to be in the data space, especially to use it to advance development objectives across. So I'm really thrilled to be here. I'm looking forward to forging a meaningful with people on this space. Thank you very much.
So much for joining and also for introducing yourself. Please let's connect with him on LinkedIn and also connect with others, Ali. Let's also be reminded of the housekeeping rules. When someone is speaking, let's kindly not raise up your hand and myself or my co-host will call you, or leave a message in the chat box and we're going to call you. Thank you. Now, I want everyone to click the link in the chat box so they can share their LinkedIn. I see some people already share their LinkedIn. And I want everyone to please go on there and connect with everyone you see, because that's one way this is one way you can actually build a network and meet people in the industry. Okay. Sorry about that. Can someone confirm that he can hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right, perfect. Sorry about that. My Zoom just crashed all of a sudden. As I was saying, please go on and connect with everyone that you can see on the screen. We have Whitney Azubike, we have Joba Adeleke, we have Adinka Adipaju, we have Martins, we have Tosin, we have Undubisi. Let's go ahead and connect with everybody. Thank you so much. Now, we'll play one more icebreaker before we go on. I just want to know, I'm very curious about some of us that might have birthday celebrants. Yeah, that we might have. Sorry, some of us that might have birthday, do I say birthday colleagues? I don't know what's called that. So I'll be sending a link to the Zoom chat box. And I just want everyone to add their birthday dates. All right, just go in there and add your birthday dates. There is another link that's sent now to the Zoom chat. I want everyone to go there and add their birthday dates. I want to see if we have people with the same birthday dates before we go on. We have 16th, we have June 27th. Not your birthday year, just your birthday date, so the day and the month. We have 3rd of September, okay? We have 090, we have September. We have a handful of Septembers. Hoping we can at least find 2 people with the same birthday dates. At least 2 people. That's it. Okay. We have May 4th. August 1st. Do we have any August 1st? Not yet. March 8th. Do we have any March 8th? Not yet. We don't have any May 3rd yet. We have October 1st. We have October 1st. But just one more person. We need to find at least 2 people with the same birthday dates. May 5th. Okay. Oh, that's so close to May 3rd, though. Okay. We have May 4th, we have May 3rd, May 4th, May 5th. Wow. We have April 7th, okay. Seventh. That should be Children's Day, no? Can we get more? Just a handful more? We need to find at least 2 people with the same birthday dates. At least 2 people. Or I can see, okay, that's December. Okay. I can stop this if we find someone born, I think, February 29th. So if we have February 29th, that would also be cool. May 18th. Oh, I think I saw in May 18th before. No, not yet. September 17th. That's so close to September 16th, 16th of September, though. May 18th. That's okay. October last. We have a Senate oh no, that's May 3rd. Oh. 18th. Oh yes, we found 2 people with the same birthday date. So we have 2 May 18th. Yay. Yeah, and I think I thought of March before actually. Well, yeah, so we found 2 people with the same birthday dates. We found 2 May 18th, which is amazing. We don't know who you are. So if you guys can maybe find each other, celebrate your birthdays together, that would be really cool. Now, before we go on, do we have any questions from the audience or any clarification so far on the sessions that we've had? You can also ask questions concerning like your career in data or AI, or if you have any concerns about your career, you can also ask. If you are just curious about anything else, please go ahead and ask. This is like ask whatever question that you have on your mind. No question is silly, and this might be an opportunity for you to get your question answered by professionals on the call and experts on the call. So if you have any questions, please go ahead and ask. Raise up your hand and I'll call you, or leave your question in the chat box. I'm checking YouTube just to confirm if we have any questions on YouTube. We also have like skill related questions like how should I draft a CV, or if you have interview related questions, if you've been going for interviews and you haven't been getting feedback, this is an opportunity for you to also ask your questions regarding interviews. All right, we have our first taker, Oluwatobi. You can go ahead and unmute.
Okay.
Please, before you ask your question, sorry for interrupting you, introduce yourself and what you currently do, and then ask your question.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Good morning. My name is Oluwatobi Ojo. I'm currently an associate data analyst at Flutterwave. I really like the financial services and fintech space, and I plan to grow there. So my question is just probably for the experts here. I'm kind of in a mix between the technical and the business side of things. So thinking of either going for a master's in, say, a specialized field like AI, or doing like an MBA in, say, maybe digital transformation, fintech, finance, and all that. So I'm just trying to see if there's anyone that's been in this, that's gone through this before and might have like any advice to share, basically. All right, thank you.
Thank you so much, Oluwatobi. But just to clarify, your question is clarity on if you should go for your master's or the degree you want your master's to be in?
Yes, the degree. So more like going for a more technical MSc, software AI, or going for business related MBA degree or MSc degree, something like finance, fintech, or digital transformation.
Okay. Hi, Mojid. Are you on the call to take the question?
If Mojid is not on the call, I can try.
Yes, please go ahead. Thank you.
Yeah, hi everyone. My name is Chijoke. I have a master's in information technology and currently work at American Express as a software engineer. I would say generally from my experience, it would be good you have a generally acceptable degree, right? So like getting an MBA or getting a master's in information technology would give you more opportunities compared to getting a very specialized master's like in fintech or financial engineering, because while that might like set you up, it would just be limiting the opportunities you can get post graduation, when you complete your degree. So that's my experience. And then when you say fintech, right, if you are currently working in fintech, you also want to you don't know how your career would evolve, and you want a degree that 10 years from now still relevant, right, in any industry and all of that. Yeah, so that would be my 2 cents. Go for a more generic degree like MBA or Masters in Information Tech or Computer Science or whatever it is. And you can always work in any industry. That's what. Then for you, you would have to decide if you want to stay technical, right? Continue on the technical part of things. So if you want to do the business side. Both of them have different career tracks, and that would also determine if you'll be going for an MBA instead or going for a master's in IT or computer science. Yeah, so but I think that's a personal choice. Both of them are just as rewarding. Both of them have just as many possible opportunities. It's for you to decide where your strength is and what you like to focus on. Yeah, I hope that's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chidioke. Do we have anybody else that probably have their master's in a tech degree or a non-technical degree that probably have their master's in tech or non-tech, or have their MBA or PhD that will probably want to add more color to the question? Anybody else? All right, if you don't, Oluwatobi, do you think your question has been succinctly answered?
Yes, thank you very much, TJK. I think that was very good.
Okay. All right, so the second question that we have from Okechukwu, and this will be the last question we will be taking. Hopefully later during the session, we will have more opportunities for participants to ask questions. So Okechukwu is asking, I have been learning data analytics since September 2024, so recently. I need a guide on the right social media platform I should be using for publicity. And how do I set up this social media account to be catchy by the public? I need help on how to build my CV because I don't have any good one. So I think I can take this question. So for your first part of the question, I think you're asking, regarding your personal brand, how to basically build your personal brand. Personally, I'd advise that you should not worry about the platform you should be focusing on, but more about what you'll be sharing. So if you're starting your career in data analytics, what do you want to share? How consistent do you want to share? Do you want to share resources that you're finding as a beginner, or do you want to share every single thing that you're learning every single day? So in my community, Women in Data Africa, we have this 25 days of data challenge where I encourage them to learn data every single day for 25 days. And I then encourage them to post what they're learning on LinkedIn and Twitter, mostly because LinkedIn is where recruiters are. And Twitter nowadays, you find recruiters on Twitter, you'd find other tech people on Twitter. So I usually advise them to post for 25 days, everything they are learning on each day on either of these platforms. So that's the goal. That's one way they are building their personal brand. For someone else, it might be what you're learning and also the resources that they are using to learn. I hope that answers your question. You just need to decide for yourself. I don't think anyone can decide that for you. You need to decide what you want your personal brand to look like. You need to decide what kind of content you want to post and how consistent you want to be posting, maybe every day or twice a week or 3 times a week. You just need to be consistent. Now, for your second part of the question on how to set up to be catchy by the public, I genuinely am not sure how to answer the question. I don't know if you are referring to maybe you want the algorithm to push your content out more. I think for LinkedIn, what you really need to do is post consistently and make sure that you are posting something that is valuable to your network. And also make sure that you are not just posting, but you're also engaging with other people's network. All of this helps with growing your LinkedIn and your personal brand on LinkedIn. I don't know if this applies to Twitter. I think it's a little bit different on Twitter. On TikTok, valuable content, post consistently. Make sure your audio is clear if you're going to be talking, and make sure that it's valuable, like I said before. I think as a beginner, you shouldn't worry about all of these things. It's great to want to build your personal brand, but you should focus more on building your skills and just maybe sharing what you're learning at the moment. Hello, everyone. I recently learned how to build pivot tables in Excel. This is how I went about it, full stop. That can be your post for today. You don't have to overthink it or go too much into what you should be posting. Now on CV, I have a template that I shared on my LinkedIn. Let me just look for the template so I can share with you. So it's a data analytics CV template that I think everyone should use, only if you want to. For people on YouTube, someone is going to put it on YouTube for you so that you can also use the templates. If you're on the call, just go to the chat box. You see a link to that specific post. So it's a CV template for a data analyst. Personally, your CV should not be fancy. It shouldn't have extremely fancy, it shouldn't be an extremely fancy template because, again, we're just data analysts. I think one of the things you should also focus on, and this is just a general advice to you, Okechukwu, focus on building projects while you're learning. Do not just consume videos and books and everything in between. Make sure that you are working on projects. Make sure you're building your portfolio and add that to your CV. And that will probably get you more callbacks when you apply. Does this answer your question, Okechukwu? I hope that answers your question, Okechukwu. I'm going to take one question from YouTube. Can a chartered accountant be a good beginner? Answering that. As a data analyst, how do I navigate or find a community where I can learn more and be mentored? So if you're a woman, come to my community. We run in Data Africa. It's an amazing community, so join it. If you are not a woman, or if you're also a woman, we have the Data Community of Africa. We're going to be hearing from one of the founders on this call. So stay, and hopefully you will learn so much from Gifts, who is one of the co-founders of Data Community of Africa. If you want to join WIDA, that's my community, I will share the link in the chat box so that women can join, like I said. And without further ado, let's go on with the session. Hi, Jonathan, are you ready?
Hi, Anoma.
Oh yes, I forgot data. Sorry, Jonathan, one more. So I forgot to mention Data Global Hub. And if you want to join Data Global Hub, who is the major organizer of this event you're currently on, please click on the WhatsApp link that I have just shared in the chat box on Zoom. Somebody is going to share on YouTube so that you can join. So that is another community that you can join to access resources and opportunities. Thank you, Olamileko. Jonathan, are you ready?
Yes. I think we can.
Okay.
Just.
Give me a minute to pull up your bio. Oh, nice to finally meet you. See you. Okay, so we're going to be hearing from Jonathan now, who is an AI developer with 4+ years of experience in developing and deploying AI ML models. He is the founder and CEO of Zoomit Africa, with a mission of democratizing AI education and access in Africa. He's also a member of the International Law Association Nigeria branch, where he serves as a board member on the Committee for AI and New Technologies. Through his work at Zoomit, I'm sorry if I'm not pronouncing that right, Africa, Jonathan has been actively involved in promoting AI literacy and fostering a culture of ethical AI development training to over 3,000 talents. In a session we're about to listen to, which is titled Learning Data and AI, a fun, rewarding, and structured approach to mastering data and AI skills, we're going to be learning about highlighting innovative strategies for making data and AI skills accessible and engaging. Now, before you go on your session, Jonathan, I see here.
Yeah, sure.
Nigerian jollof rice or Ghanaian jollof rice? I don't know if you've had Ghanaian jollof rice.
I've not had Ghanaian jollof rice, but I will pick Nigerian jollof rice anytime, any day.
Afrobeat or Amapiano?
I think a blend of them. Afrobeat, like we've known Afrobeat for a while, so
yeah.
Amapiano is just coming in not too long ago, so I think a blend of them.
What's your favorite tech tool to use, or programming language to use?
Python and Google.
You mean Google, like to research, Google Colab?
Yes, research.
To research, all right. Yeah, thank you so much for answering my questions. You can go ahead with the session now.
I turn on my video. I don't know if I'm visible.
Yes, you are. Can see you.
Okay, great. So I don't need to introduce myself again. You've done a wonderful job about that. So let me just share my screen. I think my screen is visible, right?
Yes,
my screen
it is.
visible?
It's visible.
So I have a big question here. Why study, right? I don't know if any of us has ever watched a typical Nigerian woman or mothers basically selecting a fruit in the market. Most observe the color, the size to determine its ripeness. Some people smell the fruits, others touch it, even squeeze it, and others weigh it in both hands to see which is bigger. You have to choose the bigger one. They also try to do this to understand the juice content of these fruits. So you might think, what are these people thinking when they do all of this? They're analyzing every detail, evaluating differences, remembering previous selections of fruits, and comparing what they now see with what they already know. And at the end, most times we get a very tasty fruit. Sometimes our selection process fails us and we might take a very sour agbalumo or African cherry, right? But that's by the way. So why do we want to study in the first place? We're studying to actually understand things that we do not know. And this study can be very rewarding. But how can we make study more interesting? I remember when I was quite younger, my dad wanted us to read the Bible. My dad, I have 4 siblings, and he wanted us to read the Bible. And telling young ones to read Bible, it's not a comic book. It's not like it's so interesting. It's not a storybook. So how would he motivate us to actually read? So I remember one day my dad came back from work and he brought peanuts. We call it locally groundnuts in Nigeria. That's how we call it. But Tush people will call it peanuts. And he said every day he would reward us with peanuts or groundnuts whenever we tell him what we read in the Bible. And guess what? Every day we were reading every day and we're getting rewards. I don't know how long that reward kept coming. It's long ago. I don't know, but I definitely know I began reading and I started growing more interest in reading generally. So I needed to be rewarded to learn. And this has been a case where you reward people and they are incentivized, they want to do more, they want to push more in terms of the learning. But how does this relate to AI and data skills? Virtually anything you do now or everywhere you go on news media, maybe because I'm an AI person, I get a lot of content on AI, but almost everything we do now will be rationalized by AI. AI is touching every industry. We might be behind the clock when it comes to the advancements in AI in Africa. Definitely we are behind, but eventually we would have to meet up with the rest of the world, right? And are we skilled enough to really understand how to use these tools and skills to build solutions that would help us here in Africa and even help people across the world? We need to learn these skills. And not only is it to help ourselves, but eventually when you learn skills like this, you're able to land good jobs, you're able to land better jobs, and you're kind of separated from the unlearned people, right? And you're helping your community as well. So it's very important that we learn these skills. We use AI and data to automate a lot of processes. We use it to make easy a lot of hard, difficult tasks. And, at least it's a little clearer now to us since the advent of ChatGPT. I remember in 2021, when I was speaking to several investors locally and people about AI, it was quite difficult because first you have to explain what AI is in a layman's term to like the barest minimum, help them really understand. And they were not really getting it. It was really, really difficult explaining what this concept was. It was like explaining how the internet works to someone who doesn't have a computer or a laptop. But the narrative started to change as, more advancement came, and, AI eventually clicked in people's minds after ChatGPT, launched the user version. Before then, there was GPT-1 in research, there was GPT-2, there was GPT-3. Before they eventually launched ChatGPT that all of us use. And, from then on, people started understanding what this AI really was, and it became a much more enjoyable conversation when talking to people about AI. But there's still a lot of skill gap here in Africa and here in Nigeria, right? A lot of people still need to learn, and they need to learn in a very interactive way. The truth is, we have social media. People would prefer to watch social media and laugh, but at the end, we always feel empty when we spend hours and long time on social media. But how can we make learning skills like this interactive so that at the end of spending time on, on a platform learning, you are happy and you're getting more value, for what you're doing. And that is where we started thinking of Datarango. When you're introducing me, you mentioned Zoomit Africa. So in Zoomit Africa, we actually train AI talents, and we've been doing that since 2021, right? And what we do is, you have little skill in AI or Python, you come on board to our company, and we brush you up. We give you projects, we manage you, and the whole process until you are more job ready. And so we've learned over the years that people are beginning to lose their attention span. Like, people are not actually paying so much attention to reading long context of materials. The attention span is generally reducing. So how can we break this? How can we solve this problem? People rather spend time on phone. So why don't make learning on their mobile easier and more interesting, and as well rewarding learners, right? And we came about gamified learning, right? So gamified learning didn't start from Datarango. I'm sure many of us use Duolingo to learn languages, and it's spread across a lot of countries. It's a global product, it's a global success in terms of language learning. We also have some people who are focused on, cybersecurity, train you on cybersecurity through gamified process as well. We have Hack the Box, we have Try Hack Me, and several other platforms like that. So why can't we do that? That's for people who want to learn data as well, right? And so Datarango came about, and we've added a lot of gamified components into the platform. For instance, Streak. We did an experiment. People who start learning and start streaks, once they get to the second day, third day, they most likely do not want to lose their streak. And so they keep on coming and coming back and coming back. Sometimes people even actually just come back to the platform and just register that they've attended, right? And they leave without having to learn so much, because it's psychological. You don't want to break down your progress. Nobody wants to build up and, it gets to crumble. So the streak components, as we've seen, has helped a lot of people who want to stick to learning, coming back to the platform and learning. So that is one of the gamification aspects that we implemented, and this is not new as well. We've seen it used, we've seen it have massive success in Duolingo, right? So what other components did we use? There's something we call the general notion for learning AI now is projects, right? Projects and projects and projects. And people who actually teach these courses, most times they're engineers, right? So we started thinking, how can we make learning more purposeful and more interesting for people? When learners decide to start learning process, everything's becoming women, because there's no real business context where value can be added. There's kind of like a tribe in Nigeria, Igbo, that people always use to make an example of how reward and money can be used to help people learn. So they add monetary value to questions like, 10 minus 5. If someone doesn't know it, then you say maybe 10 naira minus 5 naira, and people get it right. So we started thinking, how can we add this, this psychological thing into the whole learning process? We started looking at business context. So instead of just teaching you engineering, and coding, why not structure these problems or this learning into business context? Right. So today's market is demanding data scientists, artificial intelligence engineers capable of identifying business opportunities using data and generate solutions capable of solving problems with the data that they have at scale. So our value proposition at Datarango was to embark any learner into a gamified journey where it will help the learner to understand these engineering concepts within a business context. So I'll give an example. As we've had a lot of financial people on the platform right now, but if you ask them to solve problems with AI and data, they might get confused. So we created questions in form of games, interactive games, for people in the financial space to actually start thinking on how they can use the data that they have to solve problems with AI. Now, it comes the question, I don't have any understanding of AI, how do I learn? There's a barrage of information online, and you're like, where do I start? I think we had that question, where do I start? If you go to YouTube, you will see thousands and in fact millions of videos, some on neural networks, some on Python, some on PyTorch, some on TensorFlow. As a beginner, where do you want to start with all of this information? And the thing about YouTube is it recommends videos based on your previous views, right? So most times if you start learning Python, immediately you start watching a Python video and you're done with that probably 1 hour video. It will recommend something else that's close to Python and maybe introduces data algorithms to you. As soon as you do that, maybe introduces depth first search or some really, really crazy algorithms, and you go into that. And you're seeing that to understand this, you need to understand how computers understand memory usage and all of that. And you start going to the rabbit hole. It's like an endless hole. So how can we help users on the platform to have a structured learning? So we started to create learning paths, structured learning paths for users on the platform, right? So we take you from understanding Python to the next phase, introduction to data science and machine learning, to the next phase, deep learning, to the next phase, maybe large language models, then you're specializing in an area of deep learning. That is what we are doing on Datarango. The product is still on beta. We've not yet launched the product officially yet, still on beta, we're still testing a lot of things. So in case you go there and maybe you see some things that are not working as it should, it's because we're still putting things together to make sure the whole learning is very interactive. Then we also added trivia parts where I demoed recently. You've learned a lot of concepts. How do you make it stick? I remember when I was applying for one interview sometimes, and after the technical, there was technical interview, and there was a question and answer session, right, with the technical interviewer, and he was asking me several concepts like what is attention, what is the framework that LLMs was built on, and all of these questions. While I might understand these things, right, but I may not really understand or know the name of these concepts like tokenization, embeddings. I may not actually know them, but I know how to maybe use them in a large scale or break it down to solve a problem. So trivia helps us to make these concepts quite interesting and enjoyable for learners. So the question on trivia could be, what is embedding? And by the time you see these things, it sticks. When you look through these questions, you are moved to do some research. Okay, what's embedding? And then you can now select from an option and you get that right. So these are different gamification processes that we've added to make learning enjoyable. And of course, who doesn't like a competition? People always like to compete, and when they compete and they get rewarded for the competition, they always come back for more competitions and reward. So we also added the arena, which is purposely for hackathons, right? So organizations need to do research on certain concepts, and they do not have maybe the big budget for R&D. Bring such research to Datarango, and organize the people, the learners on the platform through an hackathon, and you'll be surprised how diverse people can think about problems, how they can think about solutions on one single problem. So you would think different ways, and that's the diversity that comes through hackathons. So that's also there, and also we also have the leaderboard, right? You'll be happy when you see your name on the top of the leaderboard, and interesting thing is people around the world are on the leaderboard. So you want to be successful, you want to see yourself up there at the top of the list. So these are various components that were brought together to ensure that people enjoy learning, gamify the whole learning process, and they can always come back. And eventually, we're heading towards, I do not know how this will play out though, but if we've been following Sam Altman, Google, OpenAI rather instead of Sam Altman, OpenAI, Google, Microsoft, and major of these big investors, you'd see that these days they're tilting towards AGI and universal basic income and decentralized stuff here and there. So eventually we'll get to the point where everyone has to understand the basic of AI, right? To enjoy the daily living. AI will be the foundation of almost everything that we have. So I think right now is the best time to actually start learning these skills, to get on board, join the train so that you're not left behind, and would eventually be happy, hopefully someday. So to wrap up my presentation, I actually had just one of the introductory games on Datarango, which is Introduction to AI and Machine Learning. It's a 10-question trivia set, and we would like to see people in the audience, even though you're an AI engineer already, even if you practice, we'd like to see you try it out. So I'm sure that many of us have already registered an account. So I'll be dropping the link to the particular one we set for this event. Let me just dig that link out and paste it here. So let me paste it. Let me stop sharing. All right, I think that many of us already have created accounts. Okay, I think I'm sending it to her. Let me drop it directly on the call to everyone in the meeting. Excuse me. Right, so I've dropped the link. Enjoying everyone actually to spend the trivia is 10 minutes. I'm sure you'll be able to answer all of it in 10 minutes. You have to answer all of it, and you have to have at least 88 out of 100, out of 10, that's 80% for you to earn a point. So whatever you do, try to score at least 8 questions of it. If it means you would have to browse Google, search for the correct answer, and put it on the platform, it's all part of the learning process. There's no cheating about that. Whatever makes you go to search for the question, you've already learned something, right? Actually answer those questions. So go to this trivia, and it's very beginner friendly. And of course, you can search Google to find answers, and we'll be watching the leaderboard to see those who participate. And of course, there's a reward at the end of the whole thing. So I'll just be patient for us to do that. I've done that already. I've played the game and I scored 100%. So this is for you.
Of course, you scored 100%. What else were you going to score?
Yeah, so please, can we also share this with those on YouTube so they could also participate? Excuse me.
How many minutes is this for, Jonathan? Hi, Jonathan. How many minutes is this for?
Oh, okay. It's 10 minutes, but if you fast, you can answer it before 10 minutes.
I'm going to share my screen with a timer. So
So it's introduction to machine learning. That's the theme of the trivia question. Please make sure you score up to 8 at least. Try your best to score up to 8 so you can get a point. Okay, we sent you the link, your DM, direct message, or if you're finding it difficult to navigate, you can simply go to trivia on your dashboard, then click on machine learning, then introduction to machine learning. Okay, sorry, some people want us to take them through a process of playing the game. So I would share my screen again. So on your dashboard, once you log in, you click on trivia, then go to machine learning, your attempt to machine learning, and you play introduction to machine learning. You click on play, and there you go. So I do not want to answer this for us here so that I do not give you cheat code. So log in, create an account, log in, just answer the little questions there, and you're good to go. Yes, Henry, there is definitely reward for you. Great. So we have someone who has scored 100%. Congratulations. We'll be taking notes of all of those who have scored 100% or who have scored at least a point. Let me stop sharing again. Okay, Chukwu, you have the link on your DM now. All right, so madam, I think our time is up. We'll be getting back to all who scored points. Congratulations, Elizabeth. Nice. Nice, Kichuko. Nice one. Yes, congratulations to all of you who have scored points. We'll be getting back to you with regards to the reward.
Thank you so much, Jonathan. All right. I was going through some of the questions that we received when participants signed up. And I was wondering if you could answer some of them. Okay, one of the questions, I hope you can all hear me.
Yes.
Yes, okay, perfect. All right, so the question is, with the growing demand for AI experts globally, what strategies would you recommend to bridge the skill gap in Nigeria, considering the challenges of limited infrastructure, access to quality education, and brain drain? How can we create sustainable opportunities for young professionals to thrive in data and AI locally? I am going to send the question to the chat box because it's a mouthful, so we can all read through it and listen to Jonathan while he answers.
Yeah, this is a wonderful question. With growing demand for AI expertise globally, what strategies would you recommend to bridge the skill gap in Nigeria? So, if we're talking about Nigeria, I would actually suggest grassroots, following the playbook of the likes of China, of US. These countries actually invested heavily in AI education. They ensured that universities teach these courses, practicalize it, and they offer incentives to companies who are actually building AI solutions. So people go as far as, if you're talking about Nigeria, I would actually suggest grassroots, AI superpowers. Following the playbook of the likes of China, of US, these countries actually the government funds heavily in AI education. A lot of provinces just ensured that universities teach these courses, practicalize it, and they offer incentives to companies who want to bridge this AI solutions. China, maybe next US, so people go as far, I don't know which, but it's a very serious war that's going out there. So we don't need to reinvent the whole process. We just need to follow it, take a cue from those who are already up there. With regards to resources, true, it's very expensive resource-wise if we want to build really, really massive models, but we can start with small models, right? Build trust with the small models that we build, and we can see people then coming to invest. But I will just make reference to a conversation that Zumit is having with a company in Singapore. They're actually interested in creating local data sets, local language data sets, because there's a divide. We have better answers structured in English, but how can you build small language models with local languages, not generated languages, but from the indigenous themselves? So we're communicating, we're trying to collaborate on how we can gather real data from indigenous who speak this language, so that when we need to build real models with these languages, it is easy for us to use the data, right? So when gradual development like this come up, then you will see more and more people are interested in coming to collaborate, and they can help build, the AI scope in Nigeria and Africa generally. So I think that's my take. We just need to start basically, and once people see that you're making efforts, then they can say that, okay, this seems to be a viable investment opportunity, and everyone wants to cash in on the young talents in Africa, on the young population. So they are always looking out for how best to cash in on the market. The African market is quite large, and it's very, very prosperous basically. So that is how I would suggest if I was only working maybe as a policymaker and all of that in this space.
Thank you so much for answering that question. And piggybacking on you starting your own company, somebody actually had a question, a 3-in-1 question regarding how they should go about starting their own company, which is such a great question. I've shared the question in the chat box, but just for people on YouTube, the question is, how long does a newbie need to invest in learning before they can start their own company? Do they need to work with other companies, Amazon laptops first, before they start their own? Is there an hierarchy of data science profession they need to attain before they can start their own company? What do you think?
Yeah, thank you for this question. So I'll just tell a story of how I started my own company, right? While I was always interested in solving problems, I always wanted to build something, right? But I did not set out to build a company. So I started learning AI and data on my own. And I got to a point where I felt that I could put my skills to use in the industry. And I started applying for jobs, AI developer, AI data science jobs in Nigeria. The truth is I was not finding any. We use LinkedIn, right? And we search for companies and roles, open roles for data science and AI in Nigeria. And I was hardly finding it. That was 2021. Not that there was not any data scientist in Nigeria then, but it was not a popular or common job role. So I eventually got one in India with a company. And through my time there, I was a junior developer, I was an intern, I was learning. And the community I was, something about AI is we value communities, and we always like to spread opportunities. So the community I was, a lot of people were interested in the internship I was working on. And, I spoke with my boss that I have a lot of enthusiastic folks in Nigeria here that would like to intern and, get some hands-on experience. And India is 4 hours, 30 minutes ahead of us. So the time zone issue. So my boss said, will I be able to manage the team? And I was like, sure, I would manage the team. And, that was how I started managing a group of 10 people, right, in the team. And we were building on several projects, emotion detection, lane detection for driverless cars, unattended baggage, detection in airports. So there were just several projects that we were working on simultaneously in different teams, right? And I was leading those teams. And, when my internship period was over, I saw that a lot of people were actually hungry for these opportunities. And I spoke with my boss. Can I start a company in Nigeria that can attend to the massive amount of talents who are interested in entering AI? And I was like, sure, of course, as long as I can manage it. And I've already proved that I could manage 10 people, within the firm. So with the support, I was able to start building Zoomit. I would ascribe a lot of the successes we've had to the support I got from my boss then. He was a senior director. His name is Pravin Kumar, right? So I basically took the blueprint, right? He gave me the blueprint on how to set up the whole company, from HR to the software teams to all of that. So to answer the question, I did not set out immediately that I want to start an AI company and I go and start learning something. I saw a need and the opportunity came and I filled that need. So that was how it happened. Then how can you do that? If you are facing a certain problem, for instance, we have one of our learners then who studied something about medicine. She was working and she noticed there was a problem in the healthcare industry and she wanted to dig down into that and solve that problem. She learned data science in our company and she then started trying to build a solution for medicine, right? So she had a problem and she was thinking, how can we use AI to solve it? And that is how she started building up. Fine, sometimes the venture you start might not work out, maybe lack of funding, lack of skill, But that is how you start building companies, out of a need, out of a problem. So if you have a problem you're trying to solve and you feel it's a big problem and you have users who would use your solution, then go ahead. You don't have to have gone through a certain hierarchy of, maybe data science, 2 data science, 3 machine learning engineer, 1 or chief data science. You don't need to do that. If you're building something really remarkable, you can actually you can tap from the wisdom of really, really senior data scientists. They're there to assist you. They might want a slice of the pie, share with them, right? And you just need to build something amazing. And trust me, people with technical knowledge, they would not mind to tap in and work with you on it. So I think I answered your questions.
Yes, you did. Thank you so much, Jonathan. I'm going to ask you one more question. And the question is regarding the future of AI. So we got so many questions from participants about the future of AI.
This meeting is being recorded.
In the future. So,
okay, thank you. Nice, insightful questions as well. So I've had this question before. What's the fate of those who are trying to learn data analysis and stuff? And so someone was telling me that they wanted to learn Excel, how to use Excel. And my response was just download the application. Try to do what you want to do. If you're stuck, search Google. I've had this use a function on Excel and it'll give you the answer. You do not need to start going to one, pay someone to start learning Excel like you're studying a course, right? When it comes to data analysis, I was watching a video not too long ago by Satya Nadella, the CEO of Microsoft. The way they're building co-pilots would basically answer any data analysis question on Excel, on Microsoft Excel, and Google AI as well. Gemini, if you're using a premium subscription on Gemini, you can use Gemini AI models to answer questions on your data, right? So I think as some things, as technology advances, some skills become really, really obsolete, right? You hardly see anybody whose job is a typewriter. You hardly see. But before now, we had a lot of people whose jobs were typewriting. You go to a cyber cafe, I want to type this, But as things change, as advancement continues, some of these jobs become obsolete. So should you learn data analysis? It's very important to understand analytical thinking. It's very important. Eric Schmidt, the former CEO of Google, in a podcast with Steve Bartlett just a few months ago, he was asked the question, what skill would you advise an 18-year-old to learn in this era of AI? And his advice was start learning Python, right? It helps you analytically with analytical thinking. And once you have that background of analytical thinking, you can then extend it or transfer that learning to other things or other areas. So if you want to start learning a skill, not my words, the words of former CEO of Google, the advice is start learning Python, right? It's going to be a very important skill for everyone, right? And I believe that he has a lot of truth in that statement. So that's what I would say.
Thank you so much for answering that question. This will be my last question before I let you go and before we ask participants on the call, either on Zoom or on YouTube, to share their questions for you. I think this is also regarding the future of learning and also upskilling in the moment. So one major question that I get every single time is, do I need to learn maths or statistics as a data person? Can I just skip it and just learning maths with science? Python is maths. That you sort of need to understand what kind of maths you should apply before you actually apply some mathematics. I know some people believe you need to learn mathematics or statistics to have a successful career in data. What's your
Okay, thank you very much for that question as well. So I failed to answer the question regarding Web3 and data science. So the truth is, I'm not an expert in Web3, but what I know is Web3 is trying to decentralize how people share their information, where you have your own information, right? So I can't say too much about that. But what I can say is a lot of people are looking into it. Still obscure to me. I would rather just focus on data science and just have the superficial knowledge I have about Web3. So I can't give you an answer to that question because they might not be right. So please, I'll just be modest on that. I do not have a very concrete answer to the question. Then as for skill, mathematics, right? So truth is I did a little mathematics in school. I did a little statistics, mean, median, mode, and the likes. But do you actually need to understand calculus, core mathematics to be able to build something? I don't think you need to do that. And the truth is the last job I worked on with a company in the US, I didn't write code. It was an AI developer job, and I did not write any code. But during the technical interview, I wanted to understand if I know these concepts. And I was asked several questions, attention, ChatGPT, GPT, agents, and all of those things. But we're basically building on top of copilots. We're building chatbots and the likes, and we did not write any code. But your understanding of these concepts would help you to build better, right? So I'm not saying you should not learn how to code, you should not learn mathematics. The better you have, the better understanding you have of these things, the easier it is to transfer this knowledge, right? So it's still about the question, should I even go to school at all? Well, yes, you should go to school. If you're able to succeed in school, you've trained your mind mentally to be able to adapt to different circumstances, and you can transfer this knowledge. The strength you use to go through school and pass and excel in 5 colors is the same thing that you use when you're learning a skill. So I think it's important to understand the foundation, and the deeper you go, the better for you, because you're able to expand, you're able to transfer this knowledge to other aspects of the skill.
Thank you so much for answering that, Jonathan. Before we take questions from the audience, Olamileko, you want to answer your question?
In addition to what Jonathan actually said, there are many free resources. I mean, basically, YouTube itself is a school on its own. YouTube itself is a school of its own. So you could actually access YouTube. There are many YouTube courses. One by Alex, many on analysis, Excel. So I think one thing that you can actually do as well also is also be in a community of people with like minds that have similar goals to what they want to achieve together. Like on the Data Global community, I think that was last week, if I'm not mistaken. We actually really shared. Someone actually asked on how she could migrate into analysis. Using from Excel, yes, wanted to migrate into analysis using Excel, if I'm not mistaken. And then people actually helped out with responses as well. Then second, this one, what AI tools can one use in writing research work, e.g. school project work? Yeah, so we also share that as well. So they are actually research papers, they are science, just like the way you have if we are looking for publications specifically on Google. You just go to Google, you type in the and that. So they are also Google. They are also AI tools that actually perform and do search similar rules and similar functions. Yeah, then also Jonathan actually mentioned something as well. He said we are actually in an age where you don't necessarily have to go meet someone. I think it's the new ChatGPT version. If I'm not mistaken now, I think it's 01 or 10. I usually mix with that name. You know, ChatGPT version that was released, capable of human reasoning, can actually do some little, I don't say little now, actually do some code. You can give it prompts to it, you can just submit or could ask it to maybe rearrange or rewrite for you. It's capable of doing that. So your ChatGPT also can do some little codes for you
and do some little work for you, just as you made reference to Microsoft, the Copilot as well. Yeah, so I think the other questions that are here when you raise it up, just to contribute on that.
Thank you so much for that, Olamileko.
Let me just also help Godwin Emmanuel. Oh, please, what exact prompts can you give ChatGPT to write job roles in CV for people? For example, a PR job role. So you can use GPT itself to generate the question and then ask it the question. So one thing I do is if I'm not sure of what the response I'm getting, I use different tools, right? I use Claude, I use ChatGPT, I use Gemini, and sometimes I try my hands on Perplexity. And there's u.com. So there's so many of them, right? So if you're not sure of the results you're getting, try other tools, compare, and then refine your prompt. But you could use these AI tools to actually generate prompts. Just tell it what you want. And you also use role-based prompting, right? Role-based prompting is when you are asking ChatGPT to assume the role of a certain skill and a certain skill level. So if you just ask it a random question like, write me a poem, it will write you a very easy poem. But if you ask it to write you a poem like William Shakespeare, or you are William Shakespeare, write me a poem about my mother, the poem that you would see from that prompt is different from the poem you see when you say, write me a poem about my mother. So you want to use role-based prompting. This will help you to get the best out of these AI tools. Maybe for HR, you can see as an HR executive in Fortune 500 companies, write me certain maybe roles and all of that. So these are perks or tips that can help you to get the best out of these AI tools.
Thank you so much, Jonathan, for answering the question. Do we have any more questions? Let me just check YouTube if we have any questions on YouTube. But do we have any questions from anybody else for Jonathan? Okay. Hi, Abdullahi. Please go ahead and ask your question.
Yeah, thank you so much for observing me. Yeah, my name is Abdullahi Yahya, and I am reaching out from South Korea. So I am happy to be here, and also kudos to the entire team. You guys are doing a wonderful job and actually transforming lives. So my question is in two folds. First of all, in the area of startup, coming from someone that is experienced enough and he feels it is high time I could, go into the industry and do something. I have a product I feel people could benefit from. So do you think it's advisable for such individual to partner with someone, like as a startup, maybe is it advisable to start alone, or you need people to work as a team, becoming boards of directors and all that? So that's the first question. Then the second question is regarding the use of AI itself in order to do most of the tasks we are working on. So given that the security aspect, data privacy becomes really challenging with AI, so it is more like saying that a data breach, there is issue in terms of data breach. I have a similar situation in South Korea with a company in Samsung. A friend of mine was actually fired due to the fact that he was using ChatGPT, in order to do most of the company activities. So, and then Samsung being a big company, so there was issue and there was a leakage, and then they found out that it was for him. Then they ended up firing him. So in such situation, what kind of advice do you give? How do we prevent issues regarding data leakage, most especially with the usage of AI tools? Thank you.
Hey, wonderful questions. So the first question, what's the advice on collaboration if you're building a product? Well, if you have the technical skills, Then you might need someone to complement you when it comes to the marketing and sales, communicating with investors and the likes. But I would always advise that if you have the idea and you have the technical skill, you can start building a little POC, right? It's more difficult when you do not have any technical skill. Then you then have to sell this idea to someone who is really, really interested, who trusts you, and who is willing to work with you. Because building a startup is very difficult. But nowadays, you can actually use maybe prototypes actually to maybe POCs and understand how the it would be like eventually. So these are maybe little steps to take. Look out for people who you think will be really interested in working with you on such projects, and you can actually filter them out. You don't want to just randomly reach out to anyone. Filter them based on what their preference is, what their profile says about them, and then show them at least something. Show them something, and they'll be willing to jump on the project with you. But it's not the same with I think if I build something like this, it would make sales crazy. No one is going to jump on that with you. They like to see something actually, then they then jump on such projects. Excuse me. Then as for the second question, when it comes to data breach and privacy, well, it's advisable that when you're dealing with company data, you don't want to put that company data on tools like Claude, ChatGPT, and all of that thing. Because while they say that they're not using your data to train their models, these data they're collecting, where are they keeping it? I do not know, right? I'm not saying they're lying, but of course, these things, once they're out there, you don't have control over that data. So what some organizations are doing is that they're building their own in-house systems, right? For instance, if an organization with a very, very big HR with a lot of resources, they've built their own small language models, fine-tuned it, so that if you're asking any question based on their own company data, they will give you a response, and nobody out there is seeing it. They fine-tune this model on their own, so they will give you link to such models or to such solutions if the company has access to that, if the company can build that. And if you are not so sure of how to, prompt these AI tools with company data, another thing is you can totally anonymize your data, right? Remove the some name entities, some certain kind of data, remove it from it, and use third party or third person. So anonymize your data, use third person, and that way you're helping to keep the confidentiality of such data. These are ideas that I think would work. On my end, that's what I think. So anonymize your data. Also look out for they have tools that they built with your company knowledge base. They call it knowledge base. Just everything about the company from beginning to the end. They've structured it, added it into their knowledge base, and you can prompt it using RAG and get answers to such questions. And you can also use some AI algorithms to kind of understand what the data is all about. So that is what I can say about that.
Thank you for answering that, Jonathan Abdullahi. That answers your question. We are going to take 2 more questions. I'm sorry, Jonathan. I know I said this before we let you go. The first question is it possible for someone with basic knowledge in this field to volunteer as an intern under your guidance to improve their skills and gain valuable experience? I think Job is shooting the shot at you, Jonathan.
Yes, so that's part of what we do in my company. I didn't come here to come and sell my company. That's why I've not mentioned so much about it. But you can actually reach out to me on LinkedIn, and we have programs ongoing to teach and train people on these skills. Excuse me, I'm just recovering from flu. So we have a program ongoing to teach people on these skills and help them to grow their career in data and AI. So you can actually reach out to me on LinkedIn. You can also visit our website, zoomwithafrica.com, and we'll follow up with you as soon as you do that.
Thank you so much, Jonathan. We have one last question in the chat box. Can you take someone? Oh, it's the same question, basically. But there's a follow-up. I need an active community join. They are really new in tech, and they also need accountability partners that can trigger your learning and growth. I am going to reshare the. Okay, go on.
Of course, we share those communities, and also reach out to me on LinkedIn. That's like the easiest way to reach me. Then can follow up on you and help you to achieve whatever you want to achieve in the AI and data space. Thank you very much.
Please, do you mind sending the link to the Data Global community?
Okay, I'll do that.
In the chat box, thank you. Okay, we don't have any questions left. Thank you so much, Jonathan. That was such an insightful session. I learned so much just listening to you. Thank you. I'm sure everyone. I'm sure everybody else learned one or two things. So thank you so much, Jonathan. Where can people find you?
Okay, let me just drop my LinkedIn.
Great. Thank you so much. Please do that. So Jonathan is going to be sharing his LinkedIn to the chat box, and we will be resharing on YouTube. So please do well to connect with him on LinkedIn and ask him as many questions as possible. Like I mentioned before, there are no silly questions, so do well to shoot your shot. And on that note, just want to share some of the speakers that have spoken so far today. Sorry for the flash. I want us all to also go on LinkedIn. Jonathan, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Trying to drop the link.
I also want us to go on LinkedIn to connect with Mojid Abisiga. He's the founder of Data Global Hub. So please go on LinkedIn, search for Mojid, and connect with him.
I've dropped the link to my LinkedIn now. Okay, I would accept any connection request. You can send connection requests, so you can send me a message on LinkedIn to respond.
Thank you, Jonathan. I hope everyone is going on LinkedIn at the moment to search for Mojid Abisiga and connect with him, and also doing the same for Jonathan. I also want us to go on LinkedIn, search for Justin Lewis, and connect with him. Thank you. We've also heard from Pata this morning. I want us all to search for Pata Deka and connect with him on LinkedIn. Yes, we've also briefly heard from Amy. So you can also search for me on LinkedIn, Moyolua Anoma, and connect with me also. We've also heard from my co-host, Itunu. So please search for Itunu Ono Boluja and connect with her. Her name is on the screen. So please search for her full name and send her a connection request on LinkedIn. All right, we've also heard from Itibar this morning. So please search for Itibar Aliyev. I'm very sure I didn't pronounce that correctly, but please type his name on LinkedIn and also connect with him. He's an ML lead at Turin, which will be an amazing connection for anyone on this call. Please to connect on LinkedIn. Fabi, and I think I'm not the list so far. I heard from Jonathan. Shared from Jonathan. So it's so well to send Jonathan LinkedIn. You can accept connection. Sorry about that. Before we continue, I want to give anyone an opportunity now to maybe introduce themselves. We are doing this for yourself opportunity for people who might be interested in YouTube and also like pitch yourself, type it out, and I'll read it out to you. It's a great way for you to brand. It's also great for you to connect with your peers and connect with some of the speakers that we have. So if you're interested, just raise up your hand. I'm going to call you to say yourself, just tell us what you're currently working on, what you're currently for the rest of the event. So share that. I want you to please, you can be out, and I'm going to read it out for everyone else to hear, so they can also connect with you.
Yeah, I say something.
Sure, Shran.
Okay, yeah, thank you. My name is Abdullah again. I started earlier. I am actually a doctorate and I major in energy engineering. So, personal gig, I'm also a mining engineer. So, aside from selling myself, I also want to ask a question, and I think this is directly to it himself. So, I am migrating to the States very soon, or at the end of this. So, I look for a community with the state in the US, moving to Philadelphia. I don't know, maybe community whereby you don't know if US is actually a land of opportunity. If community has to do with data science, data analysis, none of those better one's opportunity. At the likes of Magic taking and looking at us going to some open leverage on it is indeed a good to be here. So hopefully, with the level of personnel, I will be able to connect with over here tonight. So I'm hoping to leverage on their skills, their connection, in order to also become somebody in life. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much for your question, Abdullahi. Majid is currently attending to something that came up concerning the event. So what I'd advise you to do is send him a connection and maybe just introduce yourself that you were at this event. But once he joins back and is more active, I'm going to relay your question to him. If we have anybody else that lives in the US and is part of an active community, and you want to probably share and give a shout to that community, please go ahead and do. So Abdullahi can also be a part of that community. But one thing that from Esperance, Abdullahi, from my little Esperance, one thing that I do when I go into English is I check Meetup. So if you download Meetup or even embed Bright and you search for, I'm so sorry, and you search for tech meetups around me, you would find communities that you might be interested in. So that's one way you can join communities when you go into a new city. Abiola Lawal, do you have a question or do you want to provide more color to Abdullahi's question?
Okay, I have a question.
Okay. So, but sorry, before you ask your question, Abdullahi, are you good?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. Thank you for the suggestion.
No worries. Go ahead, Abiola.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Abiola Lawal. So I'm currently in Abuja, Nigeria. So I'm currently learning data science. So my question goes thus, is there any avenue for internship so as to have an hand-on experience on all of this learning I've been going through?
Sorry, do you mind taking the last part of your question again?
Okay, I said I am learning data science and I'm actually looking for where I can get a form of internship so that I can have a first-hand experience on all of this I'm learning.
All right. So for my little aspirant, I'd say there are virtual internships online that you can sign up for. They're usually not paid for. If your focus is to learn and you really don't care about the money at the moment, I'd say also look at guided projects on YouTube just so that you can build your portfolio, and also sign up for virtual internships online to learn. There are also beginner-friendly data science hackathons on Kaggle where you can learn and also participate and also win money at the same time, which is amazing. But I'd also push this question. If Jonathan is still available, I'd also push this question to Jonathan, if he's still available. How can beginners get internships?
All right. So how we started in Zoom Meet was, if you have, no matter how little the knowledge you have, would add you for the internship. But we've seen that it is not as sustainable for us because it's actually free. We train people through the whole process. 4 months, you're working on projects, you're being supervised through daily stand-ups. It's like you're basically working in a company. So we've noticed that people who basically have very little knowledge, they make it difficult for us, right? To, train, they always drag us back. So what we've decided to do is to land internships in Zoom in Africa, right? AI internships, and then we can recommend it to our partners who hire AI developers and machine learning developers. You have to first take a course with us to assure that this person is good enough, then the internship follows. So that's our flow now. You take a training course with us on data science and AI. Then after that, you have an internship. Then we recommend jobs once our hiring partners have openings. So that's why I say you can also reach out to me on LinkedIn. You can check Zoom Meet Africa and sign up on Zoom Meet Africa. I would follow up once you see us sign up.
All right, thank you.
Got it.
All right, thank you. Okay. All right, so I'm going to quickly introduce one more person from YouTube, and then we're going to go into the next session. All right, so we have Chisom. Her name is Chisom Okonkwo, and she's into AI automation. She's currently building something between AI and sustainability, which is really cool. So you can connect with her on LinkedIn if you're interested in AI and sustainability on LinkedIn. We can still share like our intros, like still sell yourself either on the Zoom chat box on YouTube, so people can connect with you. So we are going into our next anticipated session, which is going to be with Andrew. Hi, Andrew.
Hi, everyone.
Thank you so much for joining us.
My pleasure.
How is your day going so far?
Yeah, it's good, thank you. Yeah, just with kids. My mum's just taken them out, so we can have a bit of quiet for the next 20 minutes. I've got young children, so it can be a bit noisy.
All right, thank goodness. So I'm going to quickly introduce Andrew, and then we are going to hand it over to him to have a session. So Andrew is a principal engineer at Go Cardless, and also a creator of the data contract. He is a LinkedIn top voice and trailblazer in data quality and governance. He's also renowned for pioneering the concept of data contracts, which enhances collaboration between data producers and consumers. In this session titled Building Reliable, Trusted, and Effective Data Platforms, Driving Data Quality with Data Contracts, we are going to be learning from Andrew, where he will be sharing his insights on how organizations can improve data reliability and quality through structured agreements. He currently holds a degree in information technology, where he developed a strong foundation in software engineering and data management. As a thought leader, he is a sought-after speaker at industry conferences, which is why we have him here, where he shares his expertise on data governance and quality. If you do not know this, he has a book called Driving Data Quality and Data Contracts, which has an average rating of 4.7 out of 5 on Amazon. Check out that book if you haven't read the book. So thank you so much for joining us, Andrew. Take it away from me.
Well, thank you. I'll just share my screen. We get started. Okay. Well, thank you for the introduction. As you said, my name is Andrew. I recently wrote a book about data contracts, and that's what I'm going to be talking to you about today, and how we can use data contracts to drive quality and control of your data. I'm going to cover 3 topics today, quite high level because we haven't got much time, but just to give you an idea of what data contracts are if you haven't heard of them before. First of all, I'm going to start by just setting a bit of context. So what is it we're trying to do with data, and why do we need this different approach, this approach with data contracts? I'll then introduce data contracts as a concept and explain the key components of that concept. And then at the end, I'll briefly show you what it looks like in practice, just add a bit more colour to the concept so you can see what it might look like in practice. So what is it we're trying to do with data? Why is data becoming more important to businesses? Well, I'm sure many people have heard of Gen AI, and this stat might not surprise you. If anything, it might be a bit low than what you're expecting. But this survey from Datarango and Databricks found that 64% of respondents said they're likely or very likely to use Gen AI for a business over the next year. And think about Gen AI and other AI tools and RAG tools and kind of advancements we're making in AI is you can't really do this AI. You can't really take advantage of these advancements without good quality data. But many organizations, they struggle to create and manage quality data. And that's highlighted in this next stat from a survey from DBT. And they found that 54% of data practitioners highlight data quality, One of the chief obstacles in preparing data. And that's whether you're preparing data for AI or if you're preparing data for analytics or whatever application you're trying to apply that data to. And it's not a new problem, but it seems to be getting worse because the last time DBT ran this survey, it was 41%. So it's a problem that seems to be getting worse. And I think one of the reasons we struggle to deliver on our goals is because the quality of data is not good enough for what we need. And that impacts the quality of our outcomes, including with AI, but also other outcomes like analytics and any other data outcome we were hoping for. But like I said, it's not a new problem. And it's not just about AI. As data teams, you have long struggled to deliver high-value data applications. I have one more stat to show you to highlight that. It's my favourite one, actually, although it's a bit depressing in a way. But this is a survey from Nash Squared. And they asked data leaders, business leaders, so CEOs and the like, not data people, but business leaders. And they found that 64% of organisations think that data analytics are the way to deliver a competitive advantage, yet only 1 in 5 are actually using it to deliver increased revenue. Now, I like this stat because it just shows this huge gap, really, between the aspirations of business leaders and reality from what they're seeing from their data teams and from their use of data in their organisation. And like I say, in some ways, this is a bit damning, I guess, for industry. We should be doing better than this. But I like to see it more as an opportunity, because if we, as data people, if we can close this gap between the aspirations and reality, then we can create real value for the organisation and also for ourselves in our own careers. So it's a real opportunity for us if we can do better here. And we should be able to do better. We have great tools, great solutions, great ideas, but yet we're still struggling with many of the same old problems, the same problems we've had for years or decades even. These problems include lack of data governance, lack of trust in data, the way that breaking changes in one system upstream can break everything downstream, the way data becomes a bottleneck, and data engineering in particular becomes a bottleneck. All these problems have been around for a long time, for years. And collectively we refer to them as data quality issues. But if we want to get better, if we want to close that gap between aspirations and reality for business leaders, if we want to start delivering more value with data, we need to start addressing these problems. And what we've been doing so far clearly isn't working. That's why you see that DBT survey, the problem with data quality are getting worse. So maybe there's a better way to be doing this. Maybe we need to take a different approach. Okay, so what do we actually want to do? What would a good approach look like? What would we want to achieve in order for us to unlock this value in a business? Well, I think we want data that is documented, that is usable, that is accessible, that is right quality. We want data that has versioning and change management, so we don't have breaking change all the time. We want to know what to expect from data. You know, how timely is it going to be? Is it going to be hourly, daily? Is it going to be milliseconds? That makes a big difference to how we use the data. And if we don't know that, we can't build it with confidence. And these are all things that are characteristics of when we're ingesting data, integrating data. That probably need to solve when we're doing that integration. That integration, again, is not a new problem. If you think about software engineering, for example, they have APIs that solve many of these problems. APIs are documented, they're accessible, they're versioned with change management, they set expectations with SLOs. And that's why I see APIs everywhere. For example, if you're trying to use Stripe or GoCardless, for example, you've got APIs, you can build them with confidence, and you can move money around with confidence and collect payments from your customers. And Stripe and GoCardless, we don't change our APIs without telling people. They are very stable, they are very reliable. But if we were to change them, we create a new version, it would be a nice migration path for our customers. We also see APIs internally in an organisation, between services. Particular organisations that have more of a microservice architecture, but even those that don't, they just have a couple of services, they use APIs internally. and have the same quality, same characteristics as an external API. But we don't have that for data. We don't really use APIs in data. And maybe that's what we should be doing. Maybe we should have something a bit like an API for data. Something that has explicit interfaces that have been agreed by producers and consumers, like an API. Can we have that for data? Something that has that stability that we're looking for. It can still evolve over time, but it should be breaking daily and breaking out downstream applications. When we talk about an API, it's often referred to the contract between the provider and the consumer of that API. Maybe that's what you want for data as well. Maybe you want some sort of contract between those who produce data and those who consume data, and that contract sets expectations, sets responsibilities of the data itself and what the timeliness will be, what the other quality metrics will be. It sets it all there in the contract. So why can't we have this data? Is data that different? And I don't think it is, and that's why it's this kind of thinking that ended up becoming data contracts, which you can really think of as an API for data. So let's look at data contracts a bit more now. What are they? How do they solve these problems that I've been talking about? Well, this is the definition I use in my book, and this is what a data contract is. And it's a data contract is an agreed interface between generators and consumers of data, sets expectations around that data, defines how it should be governed, and facilitates explicit generation of quality data that meets business requirements. There's a few things going on in there, because although data contracts are a simple idea, they're very powerful, which is why we end up covering quite a wide variety of use cases. I'm going to touch on those 4 words that I've highlighted just briefly to give more colour of what data contracts can solve and how it solves the problems I've been talking about. So start with interfaces. I've been talking about interfaces quite a lot already. API is interface. That's what the I stands for, Application Programming Interface. Data contracts provide the interface for data. Something that's stable, something that's versioned. So that's been agreed by producers and consumers. Actually, this agreement is quite key as well, because as you're starting to document this interface, you're really codifying what's been agreed with your consumers of data or your producers of data if you're going the other way. So it's a great place to have this collaboration and to form these agreements as well, and then use that to create the interface later. Sets expectations. So these are things like documentation, things like SLOs. What can data be used for? What can it not be used for? What are the limitations of the data? And how timely is it? How accessible is it? Who's on call for it, if anyone? Those kind of things. They all set expectations. And this is important because if we don't define expectations, people consuming data, they just assume the best. They assume it's going to be up all the time. They assume you're going to be supporting it all hours of the day. And that's not always the case. So it's best to have these expectations defined and set in the data contract. Data needs to be governed. That's always been the case, becoming even more important as we look to use data in AI. We need to make sure we're handling personal data correctly, use it as we follow regulations, use it as we've agreed to with our customers, if we have customer data. I'm not going to talk too much about governance today, but a lot of people use data contracts to improve their data governance. And it's a very good way of doing that, because what it allows you to do is automate a lot of the data governance tasks, things like data retention, things like access controls. So it's a very important part of data contracts, although can't focus on too much today in the time we have. And explicitness, moving away from just moving data around without any documentation, without expectations, be more explicit about how we're making that data available, using data products, if you like, if you have that term. It's all around being a bit more deliberate about how we're making data available to other people in the business. So at a high level, there are 4 main concepts of data contracts, which obviously I'll go into a lot more detail in my book. What does it look like in practice? I'm going to give you a very brief overview of what a contract might look like in practice, a sample implementation. Again, don't too much detail today. I'll give you hopefully a bit of colour around the concepts, showing it in practice. So this could be a data contract. And in this example, I've used YAML, could be JSON, could be code, doesn't really matter. Point is, it's human and machine readable, to a degree at least. And it has a few things in here that we've captured, just for example, but really can capture whatever you like in a data contract, whatever helps you solve a problem for your business. But one thing that should probably be in all data contracts is the owner. Who's owning this data? Who's responsible for this data? Who is agreeing to meet those SLOs, those expectations that we talked about earlier? Should have a version number, just like an API does. If you want to implement any kind of change management, you need to have this concept of versions. You see an API in a Python library using, that's a version, that version increments as it changes. The same is true for a data contract. And it's just a schema. And the key about this is now defined in code in a machine readable format. So we can use that schema to create tooling, to create the interfaces, to do automation for data governance, whatever we like to do with it. And the schema will have the things you might expect, like what is a data type, is it required or not? Might also have some documentation, describing the fields in there. Might also start to have some data quality, validation in there. So for example, in email, I've got a regular expression that we can use to validate emails, make sure that only emails are coming through there, not other text. We could even take this further, have things like, is it personal or not? Does it relate to a customer or an employee? Those kind of things that help with data governance. Really, whatever you need to have in here to solve problems in your business, you can put in a data contract. But in this example, I kept it quite simple and just had almost a minimum of what we need. But just taking this example data contract, we can easily create a data platform that looks a bit like this. You start having data producers defining this data contract. You can implement change management on this data contract. For example, you can have tooling in your CI checks that say, either making a this process. We can then use the contract to push in a standard interface for our data. And this is key because we've got change management on data contract, which means if we're provisioning the interface from the data contract, we now change management on that interface as well. So that interface is now under change management. This really prevents a whole host of breaking changes happening in production. We then have services explicitly generate data and write data to that interface, rather than just shoving data around in data lakes and data warehouses, very more explicit. And then any data consumer, which is mostly where we are as data engineers and data professionals, we consume data from that interface. We can do so with much more confidence because it's under control of its data contract. So that's really what data contracts bring into this new architecture we're talking about. It's applying a lot more discipline to the creation and management of data. By applying that discipline, we are improving the quality of that data. And if we can do that, we can start delivering much greater value from that data, closing that gap we talked about earlier, delivering value to our organizations. Because I believe quality data has a lot of value, and we guarantee that in a contract. Thank you everyone for your time today, for listening to me talk. There's much more I can go in about the data contracts. I've got my book, which is available to buy on Amazon and also from Pact. It's currently on sale as well for around $10 or your local equivalent. But if you're still not sure, but you want more of an introduction to data contracts, also recently wrote a free ebook, which you can download from there, absolutely free, and give you a bit more of an overview of data contracts if you're looking for a bit more information before you go and buy my book, which I hope you do as well. So feel free to download that at dc101.io. And if you have any questions, feel free to ask me now or email me later or find me on LinkedIn, and all the details about how you can find me or my website at a-a.io. Thank you very much.
Thank Thank you so much, Andrew. That was such an amazing question. I think one question everyone is probably wondering about is, what's the impact of AI within this particular data field?
Yeah, AI is very, very impactful. It's really in terms of how people want to apply AI within the organization and how they need quality data to do that. So, for example, I mean, a lot of us are using ChatGPT, and that's great, and that's very generalized. But when trying to apply AI specifically within an organization to solve a problem, maybe to do some automation or to support a process or support your sales teams or whoever it might be, they really benefit from having context about your organization. And feeding that context in is a data quality problem. That needs to be quality data that feeds that context into that AI so that you can solve a problem in your organization and do it effectively. So I think the main impact AI is having a data and that provide the right data to the AI and make sure it's compliant, personal data and things like that, take care of that so that our organization can benefit from the advancements in AI.
Thank you so much for answering. I have one more question from the participant. What's the roadmap to getting into this sort of career? So do you start out in law or compliance or as a data professional and make the switch?
Yeah, so although it's called data contract, it's not really about sort of law and compliance so much. It's more using the term contract more as a agreement between two parties, but not legally binding contract usually. Although people sometimes use data contracts to move data between organizations, and they might form part of an actual sort of contract you have with that partner you have. But generally contracts are used, the data contracts talk about here are used internally in an organization. So you don't need to have don't need to have a law background or anything like that. You might have a data governance background, and you're thinking about how to manage data effectively. I have a software engineering background. That's how I came into this, which is influenced by APIs. A lot of people are just data engineers and data professionals, and we're using data contracts as well. So, yeah, you can use data contracts no matter what your background is, as long as you're interested in improving data in your organization.
Thank you so much. We have 2 questions right now in the Zoom chat box. I'm going to read them out one after the other for people on YouTube. So the first question is from Abdullahi. What is the underlying security mechanism behind this contract? Is it blockchain?
Yeah, that's a good question. There's a few ways to do this. We just do it, like Causal is where I built it. I spent most time building it. We basically implement it around our Google Cloud stack. So it's things like BigQuery, things like PubSub. And we've written our own code to enforce data contracts at the platform layer as data moves around through BigQuery and PubSub and things like that. So we've written code to do that, custom code. Other organizations, there are platforms being built that try and do it all for you. And if you Google data contracts, you'll find a lot of people either adding data contracts to their platforms, for example, like Confluent with Kafka, or you'll find startups trying to build data contract platforms that you can use, for example, like XGBoost or Gable. Blockchain has this concept of smart contracts, which is a bit different. I'm not too familiar with blockchain. I mean, you could use blockchain as a way to keep versions of data contracts and make sure that they're not changed and that kind of thing. But that probably is a bit overkill for most people when it comes to data contracts. But like I said, I'm not too familiar with blockchain and how it works, to be honest. But I haven't seen anyone using blockchain with data contracts in production, at least.
Thank you so much for answering that, Andrew. I think it's one of those questions that ChatGPT or AI can actually answer over there. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
We have another question from Emmanuel. How do you undo changes in data requirements without breaking existing contracts?
Yeah, it's a really good question because this change management is really key to data contracts. Actually, it's the main reason why I thought data contracts is because we were trying to do things with ML and AI in the company, and yet the data kept changing upstream and breaking all these things we're trying to do with it. And we're trying to sell these ML-powered products to customers, and we couldn't have them break all the time. And that's really the problem I was trying to solve initially with data contracts. Like how do we handle changes without breaking use cases? And when it comes to changes, there's two types of changes. There's breaking changes and there's non-breaking changes. So non-breaking change, like adding a new optional column, but doesn't impact people downstream. If they're using the existing columns, they're still there, they can still use it. So as non-breaking changes, we implemented the data contracts so they're easy to make. There's no migration needed. There's no real friction there. You just add a new column, and that's fine. So you can evolve your data like that. Breaking changes, so for example, you're removing columns that were there before, or you're completely changing the structure of data. They are breaking changes, and they require some sort of change management around it, which in our case is you create a new version, similar to an API or a Python library or whatever. You create a new version, and you tell your consumers to move over to that new version. They run them side by side for a little while, and then whenever it's migrated, you turn the old version off. So it is a bit of effort, but that's deliberate because you want to prevent these breaking changes. And what I found is that data doesn't need to evolve that much, like not drastically anyway. So taking my example at Go Carlos, we're a payments company. I've been there 7.5 years now. We changed a lot in that time, but our core data models, they haven't changed that much. Around payments, for example, we now take payments in different countries, so we have to extend it to support that, foreign exchange, things like that. But the actual core payments model hasn't changed much in all those years, really. And you think about something like Stripe API, that doesn't change very often, or GitHub API, or whatever API you're thinking about. So it's not been a problem to slow down the rate of change in exchange for getting better reliability and better stability for the data.
Thank you so much for answering that. We have one last question. Are there emerging tools or methodologies that will make data contracts easier to manage in the future?
Yes, there are. There's a few startups working on this. I mentioned a couple, Gable, XGBoost. There's also, I've got no affiliation with those, I just know of them. There's also companies adding data contracts to their existing tooling, people like Soda, Confluent with Kafka. Again, no affiliation with those. So it's being adopted in different tooling. There's different kind of ideas in terms of how they're doing data contracts. So they're not all the same, and they've got their own opinions on how to implement data contracts in an organization. But people also just doing it themselves like we are. And although it sounds like a lot, it really wasn't that hard to build this tooling internally. Having some YAML files, having a bit of automation around those YAML files. We did that MVP in a couple of weeks, really. It wasn't that much effort to build an initial data contract implementation. But I think it will get easier in future. I think there's a lot of people looking at this. There's acceptance that this is a good idea, and there's different approaches to how to solve that problem and how to implement it in different organizations. So I think it will get easier in future, for sure. And like I said, if you Google it or search on LinkedIn or something, you'll find a lot of people working on this. So it'll be exciting to see how that evolves over time.
Sorry about that. So I think I have one more question for me. What is one advice that you received about your career that you'd like to share with everyone else?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think when it comes to career advice, one I like to give is when I started out my career, so a little while ago now, when you start out your career, you often focus on your task in hand. So you might have a Jira ticket or something you're doing and you think about that task. But when you start trying to go through your career, it's really about thinking about the wider picture. So I know I'm doing this task, I'm moving this data around to solve a particular problem, but how is that actually affecting this other team I'm trying to help with? And then you keep going bigger. How is this affecting the organisation as a whole? And you keep asking these bigger questions. And I think that's the main thing. I'm not the best coder in the world. I'm not the best data engineer in the world. I'm not the smartest person in my team. I've been successful enough to write a book and get to this far because I asked questions. I thought about things beyond my remit. I thought about the organisation as a whole, the problems as a whole, and I just looked outwards, I guess, from the team. And I think that's the best thing to do if you're thinking about how to take your career to the next step. It's about thinking beyond your main responsibility. How is what I'm doing actually helping the company and trying to align yourself to the company goals? And if you've got a good manager, that can help you with this for sure. But if not, find other mentors in your organisation, broaden your horizons and look outwards. And that's a great way of moving your career. And it might take your career in different directions. Like somehow I end up from software engineering to data, and that wasn't planned. But it's a great way to grow and to expand what you're doing.
Yeah, thank you so much for that advice, Andrew. That was very impactful. Thank you for speaking to us, for talking to us and sharing from your wealth of knowledge. Everyone on the call, please do not forget to connect to Andrew on LinkedIn. You can also get a free data contracts 101 ebook via the barcode you currently see on the screen. And to also find out more about AIM, there is a link at the end of the screen that you can run just to connect with Andrew. Thank you so much, Andrew. I hope you have a great rest of your day.
Well, thank you for having me. It's been great speaking to you all, and enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, so before we go into the next speaker, we are going to take a 30 minutes break and quickly, we're going to take a 30 minutes break. 30 seconds, sorry. Break. Can anyone prepare?
Yes. Yes.
Alex, can you confirm that you can hear us?
I hear you.
Yes. Thank you so much for joining. Yes, we can hear you. Right.
I'm good, thank you.
How is your day starting?
So that's for me on Saturday. To be here, we had an interesting. So I'll be very excited to share a couple of thoughts, and I hope it will be interesting for everyone today.
Thank you for taking your time out of your Saturday time to us. I'll be doing a brief introduction in one session. Alex is a Causal and ML. Alex brings extensive experience collaborating with Fortune 100 coaches and Fortune 500 companies across Europe, the USA, and Israel. In a session that we're going to listen to right now, titled Causal Inference and Discovery, Unlocking the Secrets of Modern Causal ML with Python, it will be exploring advanced techniques for leveraging causal inference to improve decision making. Alex is the author of the best-selling book called Causal Inference and Discovery in Python, which bridges the gap between causal inference and AI applications. His mission is to democratize causality, making complex concepts accessible and actionable for businesses and practitioners. Is the founder of causalpython.io, where he provides training and consulting in causal inference for corporate teams, further advancing the field. Alex, we also have people joining on YouTube, so this is not all of our audience. So we have people on YouTube and we have people on here also. So thank you so much. Please take it away.
Thank you, Anoma. Thank you for the introduction. So I want to start it today. I want to kick it off without any slides and so on. I want to start with a very general question. A question: why are we actually doing all the things around data? Stuff we call data science, stuff we call machine learning, and so on. And so when I talk to people and businesses and I ask this question, people sometimes feel confused because it sounds like such a basic question. It should be obvious, right? But when we look at the industrial practice of working with data, it turns out that the answer is not necessarily obvious, and very often it's implicit. Implicit, which means that we don't discuss it explicitly. We don't actually discuss our goals explicitly, because many of us automatically assume that we know what we are doing and we know why we are doing this. But sometimes when I talk to my clients, it turns out that answers to those questions regarding the goals, why are we doing data science in an organization, are not as clear as they seem to be when we just look at the surface and when we look at our everyday lives and our everyday actions. And so I believe that the answer to the question why we are doing data science is related to making decisions. This is in the business context. The second important context beside the business context is the scientific context. And so why do we work with data in science? Because we want to understand something. So if we take a broader perspective here, I would argue that there are two main goals of doing anything with data. And those goals are explanation, and perhaps they actually become just one goal, which is decision making. Because at the end of the day, the outcome of science is also to do something in the world, right? This do might be very, very general. Sometimes that might be just do another experiment. So maybe one discovery, scientific discovery, just guides us and tells us, what makes us realize that there's another thing that we don't know. And sometimes this doing, this changing in the world just means something very applied. So taking something from the science and applying this to build something. I think yesterday or 2 days ago, we had this event of a test launch of a spaceship by SpaceX. So that would be not possible if we didn't do the science before. And so when we look at this from this perspective of making decisions and decisions that guide our actions in the real world, let it be in science or business, then it forces us to look at the data from a certain perspective. And so this perspective is the one where we look at the data not only as information, but we want to read from the data something valuable that will be able to guide our decisions in a way that will lead us to the outcomes that we are interested in. So at this stage, I would like to share my screen and show you a small example coming from my upcoming free course on causality. Let's check if it works. Can you see my screen now?
Yes, you can.
Great. So here you see some data. We have 2 dimensions, right? So these data points come from some data generating process, whatever it is. We don't care about this, which has at least 2 dimensions. So we can describe this process in at least 2 dimensions. And I'm saying at least. So the first dimension that we observe here, because maybe the data generating process is generating, 10 dimensions or whatever, but we observe 2 of them. The first one is X and the second one is Y, and we don't care what it is. So we see that there are those data points here, and we can see a little pattern here. Can people joining us unmute themselves and interact with me or no?
Yes, they can. Yes, they can. They're allowed to.
Okay, guys. So what could you say about this data? Just look at the scatter plot we have on the screen right now.
If I would speak, I would say it's linear. It's a uniform kind of data going upwards. I think that observed from this plot here.
So you said that there's likely a linear relationship between those 2 variables that we are observing, X and Y, and you said that the trend is going upwards. So what would that mean? If we increase X, what would happen to Y?
That would be an increase in Y as well.
Increase in Y as well, exactly. So for instance, if we say that X here would mean maybe our marketing budget or marketing spending, and Y means sales, that would mean that if we increase the budget, the sales will also increase. And we expect the relationship to be linear, at least within the range of the data of the so-called support of X, right? The range of values that X takes, and we were able to observe. Okay, so now we can fit a model here. And I will tell you one more secret, that there's another variable. We will fit the model. There's another variable Z. We'll also use it to fit this model. Okay? And then from this model, we will generate predictions. And those predictions will look like this. The red one. Do you think it's a good model? Feel free to unmute yourself. So we fitted a model on this blue data here, and then we asked this model to generate some data, so make predictions. And the model made predictions, and those predictions look like this. Is it a good model? Is it a decent model? Is it a very bad model? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, it is a good model.
Well, why would you say it is? Why would you say it's a good model?
Yeah, the distribution pattern is closely aligned with the actual observations. And then, yeah, good. And then the x-axis, just as you said earlier, it's in as much as it increases, it's going to affect same pattern with that of the y-axis. Yeah, so that is it for me.
Yeah,
I'd say it's a bad model because, like, if you compare like the mean squared of the points which are not along the direct line y equals x, then you can see that there's a lot of error. It's like maybe a good starting point, but not a good model, I would say.
Great, thank you for sharing. So we have two voices here, slightly contradicting, maybe, or maybe at least contradicting at face value, if we say this. So the first, I'm sorry, I haven't noticed what was your name, but the first person that was speaking, what was your name? The first person that was speaking? Abdullah.
Yeah.
So Abdullah told us that he thinks it's a good model because the pattern is similar. And here we see that in the observed data, well, the pattern is positive. If X goes up, Y goes up as well. Here we have the same. The distribution seems similar. But then we had the second voice. And what was the name of the second person speaking?
Ari.
And so Ari told us that maybe it's not such a good model. Maybe it's a good starting point, but we see maybe that, for instance, variance of the model, of the predictions of the model is smaller than the variance here, right? So the spread here is bigger, here it's smaller. But we could probably agree, if we discuss this, maybe three of us for a bit, we could probably agree that, hey, if we use this model in reality, we would expect that the outcomes would be more or less as expected, right? So we could at least say that if we were to make a decision based only on this model, and the decision would be to increase the budget, the marketing budget, then we would expect that this increase on average would lead to increase in sales as well. I assume that you would agree on this. And so that's great. But in the next step, maybe we are curious, what would happen if we actually run a randomized experiment with allocating the budget, the marketing budget, completely randomly, and then observing the outcome. And so when we do this, we get data like this. It comes from exactly the same data generating process. So the logic of, this is synthetic data, right? But the logic of the system is exactly the same. The coefficients are the same, and so on and so on. We just now randomized X. So we changed the X on purpose in a way that disables any other factors impacting X in the real world. And then we observed what happens to the Y. And now we see what's surprising about this. Who would like to say? If anything at all.
There seems to be like an inverse relationship.
Inverse relationship.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's correct. So now what this experimental data, as in the contrast to observational data, shows us is that we increase the budget, but sales are going down, okay? So now what will happen if we use the data from the experiment to predict the results of the experiment? What do you think? What will happen now? If we use our model and we feed the model with the same data we used in the experiment, what will the model predict?
Wouldn't it be just like a single line, like models?
Yeah, so that could be a single line, or that could be a distribution. It depends how we train the model and so on. But what did you say about the trend? Would it go which one? Which direction?
Yeah, negative slope.
Negative slope. So it turns out that that's not true. The model will have a positive slope. And the reason for this is that the model has been trained on this distribution, not on this distribution. We said a second before that those two distributions are coming, that all this data here is coming from the same data generating process. But now we said that train the model on this distribution and not this distribution. So how is the distribution different than the data generating process? So this boils down to the main assumption that we make in machine learning. In machine learning and most of statistics, we make an assumption that the data is IID, which stands for independently and identically distributed. Now, it turns out that when we make an intervention on a system, so we come to a system that we used to observe passively, and now we actively change something in the system, the distribution of the data generated by the system can change. And in most cases, it will change compared to the observational distribution. And so this is what we observe here. And I wanted to share this example with you because it shows us very well that when we only take data at its face value and we don't think about how this data has been generated, we don't think about the data generating process, the conclusions that we draw from analysis or modeling, is it predictive modeling or statistical modeling, is it machine learning or just some simple statistical methods, these conclusions, they might be informative about something, but they not necessarily will lead us to decisions in the real world that will be beneficial. And by beneficial, I mean that will lead to the results that we expect. So as you can see, if we listen to the model here, we would increase the marketing budget. But by running an experiment, we understood that actually increasing the budget decreases sales, even though we observed when we were passively observing what is happening in the world, we thought that it's increasing sales. How is it possible? It's possible because there are more variables describing this system that generated this data, the blue data in both cases, than we were able to observe. And this is sometimes called confounding factors or confounding variables. So our model was looking at the data and was trying to describe it. Here it was, I think, using 2 variables. And the system that generated this data had 3 or 4 variables, I don't remember. Which means that our description of the system was incomplete. And a fact that is sometimes counterintuitive to people who come from the machine learning background is that this incompleteness of description is orthogonal, or in other words, it's independent of the fact how many observations we have. So we can have 10 billion observations of something, but if there are variables that we do not represent in our data set, the number of observations does not matter. The number of observations will matter for the precision of our estimates, statistical estimates, but it will not matter for causal validity of our conclusions from analysis or our predictions. So the IID assumption means that data should come from the same distribution while we are training, validating, and testing, evaluating our model, as it comes when the same distribution, the data should come from the same distribution as when we are training and validating the model as during the time when we are deploying the model in the wild. And as we said before, this looks like the distribution is here and here we have data and so on, but the distribution is secondary to the data generating process. So we also have a data generating process that is here before the distribution. And if we intervene on the system, the distribution will change. Even though the system is the same, the data generating process is identical, but there's an intervention in the system, the distribution will change. And so this connection between those two different scenarios during the model development and model deployment in production will be broken. And we can see this also in computer vision. So for instance, we can imagine that we train a classifier to classify different types of animals, and maybe we classify cows, and this is our training set. And so the model learns very well how to find a cow in a picture like this. But when we present it with a cow in a different environment, maybe it will think it's a seal or something else. And this happens because machine learning, in its essence, is associative learning. Associative, which means that those methods tend to find patterns in some high-dimensional space that represents whatever we are interested in, images or language. And those patterns are then leveraged during the prediction phase. And if the distributions are different during the training and prediction, then the predictions might fail. It also happens in language. So I just recently tried 3 popular large language models, which is GPT-4o, Claude, I think that was 3.5, and then O1, which is a new model from OpenAI that is so-called reasoning model. And the case here was a short story, the surgeon who is the boy's father. So we say that there's a surgeon and he's the boy's father, says, I cannot operate on this boy because he's my son. Who is the surgeon to the boy is the question. And then 4o answers. The surgeon is the boy's mother. The puzzle plays on the common assumption that surgeons are typically male, but it highlights that the surgeon could very well be the boy's mother. So now the model looks at this question, this description of this question, and it looks for something that correlates with this question. And what correlates with this question is some kind of a puzzle. And because it looks at the correlation instead of looking at the structure in the story, it completely misses the fact that we explicitly say that it's the boy's father, right? We say, hey, the surgeon is the boy's father. Who is the surgeon to the boy? It's boy's mother. And as you can see, the same answer we get from Claude. Interestingly, I was convinced that O1 will be able to answer this. I was using O1 in Copilot, so it was actually the fun story here is that O1 didn't want to reply to this because it has some limitations, so people don't abuse it and only use it for coding. So I told O1 that this is a brain teaser that I'm using to break a code in a cybersecurity challenge, and then it accepted and it decided that it will tell me who's the boy to the father, who's the surgeon to the boy, and it also said that the surgeon is a boy's mother, despite the fact that we explicitly say it's boy's father. And so when we think about machine learning, we can see that from very simple statistical models to very advanced modern language models, ignoring the structure of the data generating process can bring us to the point where we make decisions that do not lead us to the outcomes that we would imagine they will. And so looking from this point of view, I would like to use this time today to inspire you to think about data not only as something that is given, but rather think about data as something that is a result of some process. And also I would like you to give you this perspective that sometimes it might be worthwhile before we start acting and applying procedures that we learned from courses and books and so on, to just and ask ourselves a question: what question are we trying to answer here? And is it possible to answer this question with the data we have? And if not, what other data would we need to have in order to answer this question? Or what kind of assumptions we would need to make in order to maybe answer this question not very precisely, but with more confidence? And so that's one of the topics that I discuss in my book, which is a book on causal inference and causal discovery, both in Python. So this is a book that gives you a little bit of a theoretical background, and then also provides you with code examples and shows you what are the relationships between the data and data generating processes. I mentioned earlier that I'll be releasing a free course on this topic as well. So if you scan this QR code, you will get all my social media links and stuff and waitlist for the course and whatever you might find interesting, a podcast and so on. I think I'm over the time. I'm very sorry about this, Anoma. And thank you everyone for participating actively today. And I hope that this was useful or at least interesting for you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Alex. That was definitely useful. Everyone is literally commenting that we learned so much. You're an amazing teacher, if I do say so myself. I hope
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I hope you go on to teach in uni. Okay, so we have. We usually take questions, but I usually have my own personal question, which will be, what is one advice that you like to give beginners in this field?
Mm-hmm. In the field of causality or machine learning in general?
We can take one for each and then end it with maybe a generic advice.
So I think for people who are coming from machine learning background and would like to start learning about causality, my advice would be to just go and learn. I think a great book to start with causality is The Book of Why by Judea Pearl. And I always recommend this book to people who are just starting with the topic. Then if you want to go to something more practical, my book would be a good start. If you want to do some more theory with maybe lightweight examples, there's another book by Judea Pearl and colleagues. It's called Causal Inference in Statistics, a Primer, I think. So that would be a great book. And I think reading those books will give you a very good starting point to start thinking about those terms using causal structures. I found it very difficult myself in the beginning coming from statistical and machine learning background, learning about causality. I really needed to painfully restructure my own brain because I had so many preconceptions that I learned, and I needed to change that. It was really, just literally hard work, hard brain work to do it. So I think it's good to start with just reading something and getting some perspective, and then gradually going deeper into this. And when it comes to people who are in causality and are in the beginning of the journey, I think my advice would be to maybe pick one of the causal frameworks that you have, but remain open to other ones. So I come from the background in Pearlian causal inference, but there is also like Donald Rubin and potential outcomes and so on. So there are different schools of thoughts. They are all compatible, but they approach those things from slightly different angles. So I think in the beginning, maybe it's better to just stick to one, but it's very good at a bit later stage, maybe to go out and also try different frameworks, because this will really, really make your perspective, very, very sharp, and will allow you to understand a very broad set of problems and different kind of like terminology used in those niches.
All right, thank you so much for answering that, Alex. That was very impactful. We have a question from someone in the chat box. I'm going to read it out for the folks that we have on YouTube. What is your opinion on using PCA? For those that don't know what PCA is, it's principal component analysis for aggregating features and then using the aggregated feature in causal analysis. This person saw somebody do it on a blog a few days back.
Well, so PCA can be useful, but if we do PCA on a description of a system that is not complete, we are basically getting to the same point from the causal point of view. We are getting to the same point where we would be without PCA, in a sense. Now, what people are trying to do in causal discovery is so-called independent component analysis, which we can think of as a generalization of PCA. And this is closely related to the another topic of so-called disentanglement. So we are trying to understand which things in the system that we are looking at, the description of the system that we are looking at, are actually causally related, and which of them are only correlated. So we're trying to distinguish between those two things. And this is, if this is something interesting to you, probably an interesting subfield of causality would be for you causal discovery. Because causal discovery, the main goal of causal discovery is to look at the data and try to be a good detective. Try to understand which variables are related causally, which of them are only correlated, and why. And then trying to extract this information from the data. We are trying to reconstruct the structure of the data generating process. This is a difficult problem, but just, I think, 2 months ago, we had a final of $100,000 causal discovery challenge, and people there presented very, very creative solutions to some of those problems. So I hope that this is helpful. PCA itself does not solve causality. That would be my very, very short answer if we want it without a context.
Thank you so much for answering, Alex. I hope Alex's response to you, Ari, was helpful. They say thank you. So we're going to you're going to answer 3 quick fire questions from me before I let you go. The first question is, what's your favorite tech tool or programming language?
What's my preferred programming language?
Yes.
My favorite? Well, I mean, I love Python because I'm in the field I am in. If you want to do something faster, probably you can do it with Julia, but I think Python is great despite the criticisms.
Okay. What are you currently learning?
Oh, I'm always learning something new about causality. This topic is incredibly deep. So I'm actually brushing up some basics, but just looking at causality from different perspectives. You can formalize causality from, for instance, like a topological perspective. I find it very interesting.
What non-tech skill are you currently learning, or non-tech hobby are you currently pursuing?
Non-tech hobby?
Yes.
I love running, and I love travel, and I love vegan food. These are 3 things that I love.
All right. Thank you so much. What's your favorite book of all time?
My favorite book of all time?
Book of all time, yes.
Whoa, probably Tractatus Logico-Philosophicus by Ludwig Wittgenstein.
Okay, I haven't read that, but yeah, I'll check it out.
It's an important philosophical book from the beginning of the 20th century. Yeah, I think it's very interesting, but it probably, if you don't have background in philosophy, it might be a little bit challenging, but I think it's still interesting.
Last question, Marvel or DC?
Again?
Marvel or DC?
Marvel or DC?
Yeah, Marvel or DC. Spider-Man or Batman?
Oh basically. My God, sorry. You see, I don't even... I don't know. I mean, I haven't seen any Spider-Man movies, or maybe I read some comics, but that was very long ago. Yeah. But there are some Batman movies that I enjoyed. So probably, it's biased, but I would say Batman.
All right. Before we let you go, do you mind typing some of the book recommendations you shared earlier during your session? Because someone asked for it in the chat box. And also share your LinkedIn profile so we can all connect with you directly on LinkedIn. Thank you so much, Alex. This was such an amazing session. Thank you once again for taking our time to talk to us.
Thank you, Anam. I really appreciate it. And thank you for a great introduction and great questions.
You're welcome. All right, so we're going to be going to the next speaker. Hi, Daniel. Just checking. Do you still here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hi, how are you?
Very well, thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Are you currently in Nigeria?
No, I'm currently in London.
So it's 11 a.m. for you also?
Yeah, it's 11:06 precisely.
Okay. Thank you so much for joining us. I will be briefly introducing you before we start your session. Give me a minute. Can you see my screen?
I think, yeah, I can now.
All right, perfect. So Daniel is a lead data ML and AI expert at Caprilis Limited and director of data science and AI at Unite Africa. In this session, we're going to be talking about harnessing emerging AI trends to revolutionize insurance penetration across Africa. It will explore the transformative role of AI in addressing Africa's low insurance penetration rates. Very interesting. It will present innovative AI-driven strategies to enhance customer engagement, streamline operations, and improve risk assessment within the insurance industry. Daniel holds a bachelor's degree in mathematics and statistics and a master's degree in data science, where he graduated with distinction. His career began as a data analyst at Linkage Assurance PLC, where his AI and machine learning innovations led to a 34% revenue increase in 2021. Beyond his professional achievements, he is dedicated to mentorship, education through his work with institutions like UTIVAR and Stella Academy, shaping the next generation of tech professionals and advancing impactful solutions in Africa's insurance sector. So before you start, Daniel, you're going to answer quick fire questions. Don't think too much about it. Have you had Ghanaian jollof rice?
I have had it one time.
Ghanaian jollof rice.
I mean, that goes without saying, definitely Nigeria.
Okay. Afrobeat or Amapiano?
Afrobeat, 100%.
Ooh, okay. Marvel or DC?
I mean, it used to be Marvel, but then I think I like this new DC run, so I think I'm a bit tired there.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's your favorite programming language?
Oh, Python, actually.
Python, all right. Thank you so much for joining us. We're looking forward to hearing from you.
No problem. Would you be sharing it? I should share my screen right for the slides.
Yes, you can share it.
Okay, cool. I would do that right now. Second. Okay, can you see my screen now?
Not yet. It's probably loading. Okay, it's loading now. We can see it now.
Okay. She's already read about this. Let me just do this. I'll just jump right into it. So a lot of us here are familiar with insurance, even the minimal, even the very little motor insurance that we're used to. I mean, everybody knows about motor insurance. That's like the most granular kind of, the most popular kind of insurance. I mean, but there are a lot more. We have health, we have building, fire, a lot of them. But then one thing that we in Africa, we are just not so there yet is the aspect of insurance. Like I said, as she said, I started my career in the insurance company. So first time I saw how lacking or how minimal the penetration of insurance in the African and Nigerian space was, and I just gave me that awakening that, you know what, there's so much to do here. I mean, how can we kind of improve the penetration? How can we leverage technology these days? And I'm also having my foundation and my background in data science, just combine that and that. And I say, you know what, let's do something with data science, or let's do something in insurance with data science. So yeah, as you can see, as of 2022, the average African insurance penetration was 2.1, which is ridiculously low compared to the world 7.7. We're second globally in Africa, above the Middle East, and this is according to TechPoint. In Africa, and it's currently less than 1% of the GDP, which is about 0.7% as of March of 2022, and I put it to you, it hasn't changed much since then. 2020, as of 2018, 97% of people in Nigeria had no health insurance. Right, that's to tell you how far back we are in terms of insurance penetration. And even the 3% that had the insurance, most of them are primarily provided by the the companies they work for, which is what we call the HMO in Nigeria. And out of the 12 million cars we had on the road, only 3.4 are insured. And I promise you that's because of the stringent regulations that the Nigerian government puts on at least even having the minimal third-party insurance. And one thing that I think struck my mind was like, why are we just like that? Why are we just so? What's the apathy? Why are we so against insurance? Why don't we kind of want to take advantage of it? After all, it's usually, or it's supposed to be for our own good. And then I realized that so many challenges we had, or some of the very few challenges we had, the pricing was inappropriate. People were not profiled appropriately. Like there was just this class action underwriting where everybody just for cars, for vehicles, we're just going to give you a flat 10%, a flat 5%, a flat rates. And which, I mean, it should not be so because we all do not carry the same risk profile. So like I said, the profiling was bad, poor product market fits, we just had generic products, and it wasn't tailored to people that, it wasn't tailored to most of the generation or most of the population really. How many people in Nigeria have cars in the first place? Well, we have about 12 million cars in Nigeria with a population of about 200 million. So you can see that the product market wasn't exactly the best. And also, like I said, distribution channels, people had limited access to points to insurance services and all of that. Also, obviously, they will tell you, I mean, the confidence was low. The average Nigerian tell that, insurance, they just want to chop your money, or they just want to, sorry for that, but they just want to take your money. They're not going to pay you out when you have a claim. So like people did not trust the system. Also, there was lack of awareness. I mean, I can put it to you, a lot of Nigerians or a lot of Africans in general do not know that, okay, there's something called insurance. Also, affordability issue right now. Think about it. I mean, we all know how the economy in Africa is, and in general, and Nigeria. Really, tell somebody that okay, you have a car that you are struggling to maintain already. Okay, come and pay X, Y, Z or 10% of the value of the car to insure. And also, like I said, I think that was a challenge. And one thing I also realized was that we had inadequate infrastructure. So there wasn't the digital and physical infrastructure, necessary to facilitate insurance. We didn't have the database wasn't like the database and payment system was not as reliable as I think it should be to kind of advocate and promote insurance. Having thought about all of that, I just say, okay, the opportunities here, like the new generation we have is useful, tech savvy. Now everybody has a phone, or most people have a smartphone. Most people now, we have the rising of tech companies. We could kind of leverage on that. There's technological advancements in this AI, data science, which is why we're here. And then we can, create small micro insurance products. So instead of tailoring to the big insurance product that have like motor, engineering, fire, that we can just create niche micro insurance productions. And also we can partner with governmental bodies to kind of create new policies and regulatories to kind of improve the entire system. So yeah, that's one of the opportunities. And then looking at just diving straightforward into how AI basically, or how AI or data science or machine learning has kind of now started shaping the insurance world in Africa. Like I said earlier, one thing that we lacked was, if you go back, one thing that we lacked was, or one opportunity that was coming up was technological advancements. And that's one thing I'm going to drive home here, how these days with the new technology we have, which is AI, machine learning, we are trying to drive and trying to promote and trying to push insurance in Africa. Like I said, a lot of us are very concerned with machine learning and predictive analysis. So these days, machine learning models, nowadays, insurance companies are beginning to buy into the idea of using machine learning models to enhance risk modeling, claims prediction, based off. And trust me, one thing insurance companies have, because like I said, they are as old as is data. So, I mean, for the longest of period, the data just sat in there. We made decisions based on experience without actually mining and doing proper analysis. But now with the emerging trends and AI tools and tools and technologies we have, people are now making use of those historical data to actually enhance risk modeling and claims prediction, and also natural language processing, the infusion of natural language processing. Now, you can literally, instead of you picking up the phone to call your claims, agent to go round and round, you can literally just have virtual assistant and chat box that kind of helps you improve customer interaction. So it improves accessibility, improves satisfaction, improves reduces the downtime or reduces the touch point time. So basically, you are able to, reach out to your insurance company, complain or make a request and inquiry seamlessly without having to wait time. I'm just having to wait and stay on the call at the other end of the contact point. Also now we have things like we have things like computer vision that kind of helps us, and that's one of the products we are building where I work currently. Computer vision just helps you, with a picture, you're able to instead of you type in a report, as we all know, if you want to file a claim, it's better to just go on. It can be quite cumbersome filing a claim because you have to explain what happened. But these days, with computer vision, you can just take a picture and then it gives you a summary of what potentially was the problem or the accident. Just builds a report for you, tells you the prospective cover, whether or not you're covered, and tells you, it just helps you file everything. So it's quite automated, combining automation and computer vision together. And then we have AI-powered IoTs, when we have data collected from different places, and it just helps you kind of personalize policies and kind of have proactive risk management. So things like the policy or the advert or the policy suggestion that is coming to me, one of the suggestion coming to somebody else, because like I said, we all have different risk profiles. And one of, like I said, I'm just going to buttress on the use cases in AI. Basically, like I said, in Ghana, we have PH Health. It's an insurance provider in Ghana that kind of helps provide health micro insurance to using mobile platforms. After they've done that, adoption rate has increased by 25% within 2 years. Kilimo Salama in Kenya, in South Africa too, people now adopt AI fraud detection systems such as Let's Guardian, so that for the rate of fraudulent claims is going to reduce drastically. We have mobile first insurance, and we have other AI-powered insurance that Unite offers. I would just speak about what we've done in Unite and what we are trying to achieve. Basically, how we've been able to revolutionize or maximize the use of AI and data science to kind of improve and drive insurance in the industry. Like I said, one thing we provide is AI-powered insurance infrastructure, where it is seamless, it is automated, it is very easy, and it is very fast and smooth, and kind of takes insurance to your doorstep. United Africa, like I said, I'm not going to dive, basically, I'm not going to go straight into this, but basically what we do is to connect insurance to the people using AI. That's the most seamless way to do. One thing we try to do, like I said, is ensure penetration is improved, ensure everybody, even if you're not tech savvy, even if you're not educated, even if you're not so technologically advanced, you have access to insurance. It is cheap, it is affordable, it is accessible, and it is accessible. And then it is useful. Very important, it's also useful to you. One thing that we've done over time, or one thing that we've done to maximize AI, like I said, we've built the platform that's not just robots, it's very kind of dynamic. It empowers insurance and partners to simplify operations. So it's like what we do, we build API systems and a big robust system that kind of helps you integrate to other platforms. It also helps you to scale, and also helps you to kind of improve your processes and efficiency. Also, another thing, like I said, we've done is AI-driven automation. Now, things like claims processing, things like policy buying, things like cross-selling is all fully automated. You just need, with a click of a button, all your claim is filed, the follow-up that happens. We would help you do the checkpoints. We will help you follow up the entire system that has been built automatically. And these days also, we have personalized insurance solutions. We've partnered with so many insurance companies. We've partnered with so many financial providers. And now we have a pool of products that just kind of helps you. We have a pool of products that helps you, just brings tailored insurance products to you. So we kind of know who you are. We use the primary data we've gotten from you to kind of help you streamline what we think is best useful to you. Okay, company A or insurance company A would not offer you this, or we think we know what we can actually combine products from company A and company B to offer you a tailored insurance service to your pockets. And all of this is solely built on data science and machine learning with AI as well. Like I said, now we've been able to reduce for insurance companies. Now we've been able to reduce fraudulent claims, and we've been able to predict. Okay, you know what? We think this guy is going to come and defraud us. We're going to try to attempt to kind of defraud us using our machine learning algorithms. Now we also have real-time insights. We do risk assessments using AI. Like I said, the one thing that we're currently working on is a computer vision system where with a snap of a picture, with a video, we're able to tell what accidents has happened, or we're able to give you a report as to what the accident has happened. We're able to also tell you what we think the potential cost of repair is going to be. We're able to tell you if you're covered or not. If you're not covered, we're able to also link you up with potential mechanics around the world or around where you are, where we have cover. And also, like I said, the most important thing, what we've now done is partner with different financial institutions and different insurance companies using our API systems. So we've built like an API pool that helps you connect seamlessly, where insurance companies can come and, you know what we have, it's more like this open market where different insurance companies can come to our platforms or to other different banking or financial providers platform to sell their products. That is verified and it is tailored and it's kind of accessible to everybody. Like I said, we have a few products that we've done. I'm not gonna dive right into this to kind of because I'm not trying to sell products here, but then we have different products that we've made intentionally using different data and different machine learning algorithms to kind of tailor the needs and specific needs. So we know that, okay, you can get your motor insurance, you can get your fire insurance, you can get your engine insurance, but what if you want to cover just your phone? What if you just want to cover your car? All of these things we've actually utilized machine learning to build this product and offerings. One thing I've realized is that over time, and I'm going to speak more about, I'm going to spend a few minutes here, is over time, trust is regained once you can back it with sustainable data. One thing we've tried to do over time is use data to back up whatever decision or whatever step or action you're taking, right? But we're not just going to tell you that, okay, this is what we think is going to happen. We're going to show you how we reach that particular position. We're going to show you how our model runs. We're going to show you how we've been able to use the data to find insights. We're going to show you the patterns using different models. Currently, we operate on over 50 different algorithms using machine learning to build our entire system. We've also partnered with about 10 different insurance companies and about 5 other financial providers. One thing we've also done is that over time, we've helped insurance companies and we've also helped different insurance providers to grow by penetration and also improve their top line. We've also reduced drastically claims time because of our earlier automation. So right now, the touch point is very soon. So normally to process your claim, it's taking about 2 weeks. Now we do it in as little as hours now. And that's how ridiculous we've tried to infuse data science and AI into that. We've built scalable AI-powered infrastructures that helps us streamline and just helps us streamline our processes and become more efficient. One thing I'm very, very, very excited about is that when we live in a world, or we were in a position where people don't trust insurance, people don't know about insurance, people don't have products, or people don't even know what products use insurance. The products were so generic. One thing we've been able to infuse, or one thing we're able to do is using purely data science and machine learning, we're able to increase all of these pain points and improve on them. Now, you want to tailor products, we're able to give you that based off our algorithms that predict what we think is best for you. You want to reduce claim time, we're able to do that with our AI chatbots. You want to talk to us, or you want to ask questions, what you think, you want to summarize your policy, we give you that already with our AI bots. So instead of you having 15-20 pages of policies to read, you have snippets of policies. So I don't know, one thing we've tried to do is to also, every day we give you a snippet of your policy so you kind of understand that you're up to date about what you're covered for, what you're not covered for. This is purely running on AI. You also want to buy XYZ, you want to combine XYZ, you want to cross-sell, we're able to offer you all of that purely based on data science. All of this over time, we've been able to convince the general public as to, you know what, we think we're doing something right? We think with data science, there is more to do. We're just not the traditional guy. We're not going to lie to you. We've done our numbers. We've done the maths behind it. We've calculated everything. We've built the algorithm behind it. Trust us. And guess what? People tend to trust you when over time you're able to show them the why, able to show them how you arrive at this position and what you're doing, the transparency and all of that. That's not going to stop here. We are also looking to expand and also encourage other insurance. Because like I said, we started in Nigeria. We've spread across Africa. We are currently also launching in London. So we're currently working on our first computer vision product, where, like I said, with a snap with a snap or with a video that you're going to upload to our platform, you're able to give you a report or a summary report. So we've been able to do all of this with strategic partnerships with different governments and private entities to drive insurance conclusion. Like other speakers have said before me, and the other ones are still going to say, we almost everybody here, I believe, is an AI or / machine learning enthusiast. We need to build a future together. There's so much to do in terms of whether or not it's in finance, whether or not it's in insurance, whether or not it is in marketing, whether or not it's in even AI, whether or not it is whatever aspect of it is important that we actually push the ethical uses of AI. We kind of improve the penetration of AI now, how we can also sell the market, how we can drive innovation across, just basically invest in education and skill development and understanding of data science and adoption of AI in different phases. That will be all for now. Any questions?
Thank you so much, Daniel. That was a very insightful session. Thank you so much for sharing. I can say this. Okay. I think most people had issues with the way your screen was laid out, but it's
sorry.
It's okay. It's okay. That's fine. I think one question that I have for you is, what's one advice that you've received regarding your career that you'd love to share, or one advice that you like to give beginners that are just started out?
I mean, I think one advice I like to tell everybody is just start. You see, the hardest thing to do is start. And then the second hardest thing to do is to remain consistent at it. So those two, just start and be consistent. It's very easy for you to get discouraged. Sometimes you go on LinkedIn, people that you're connected to, people that you're speaking to, so that they've done X, Y, Z. You're like, somebody achieved this much. We are talking about machine learning, we are talking about AI. Like, I don't know anything. I like, what's happening? But I want to encourage anybody that is listening here, just start from the basics, build from here, remain consistent. If you devote time to it, you're going to be there in no time. So like I said, just start, remain consistent, and there's so much to learn, right? There's so much to learn. We all have our different area of specialization. I've worked in FI all my life, financial institutions. So I'm more specialized there. I have friends that are people here that have worked in, like the previous speaker has worked in positions. So point is, there's so much to specialize in. Do not be worried about that. If you're just starting, just start and remain consistent.
Thank you. We have just one question for you left, and that will be the last question we'll be taking. I'm going to be reading it out for people that are on YouTube. What are the challenges of implementing AI in claims adjudication?
Sorry, come again?
What are the challenges of implementing AI in claims?
Adjudication. So you see, one thing we've realized, or one thing I've come to realize is that people naturally would resist change, right? People trust is a big factor when it comes to insurance. Also the ever changing landscape, or the ever changing there's the infusion. Okay, I think majorly the infusion of the human empathy there. One thing we struggle with every time is to keep training our model to be more what's the word? Sometimes when you're dealing with claims, it could be subjective. Sometimes we have different people could be giving claims based on expression. So one thing we try to do, or one of the biggest challenges we have, is bridging that gap where we have the lay down rules and guidelines as to what we've trained our model to predict, or to actually say, okay, you know what, this is what we're going to give claim for. And then also, well, we feel like, okay, you know what, we think we can give this guy a claim based off different reasons. Okay, this guy has brought X amount of businesses before now. So all of that is one thing that we kind of repeatedly retrain and train our models to actually adapt to. The process of where judging between the right claim to give and also judging between the special kind of claim to give, that bridging between the gap. So yeah, that's one of the major challenges we have. And also people, like I said, people naturally would resist change. People want to speak. You know what? It's just like when you call the customer care, and then you're talking to somebody. Just say, yeah, they tell you, okay, press one for this, press one. You're like, no, I want to listen to somebody's voice. You know, the Nigerians are, until I listen to somebody's voice, I'm not certain. So those are the few challenges we have when we're trying to implement claims in AI. When we're trying to minimize the human feel and the human touch point, people just always want to, you know what, I need to speak to somebody. Yeah. So yeah.
All right. Thank you so much, Daniel. That was such an amazing session. Like I mentioned before, if you can kindly share your LinkedIn profile in the chat box so that anyone else can connect to you and directly ask you their question. Thank you so much. I hope you have a great rest of your day. Now, you're welcome. We're going to be introducing the next speaker very quickly. Hi, Christian. Can you confirm that you're still here?
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yeah. It's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Okay. Sorry about that. Can you can someone confirm that you can hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
And can you see my screen also?
Yeah.
All right, perfect. Thank you so much, Christian. All right, so Christian is a data analyst at National Grid. In this session, we're going to be addressing the future of AI in data analytics, where Christian will be examining the transformative role of AI in shaping the future of data analytics. He holds a master's degree in AI and data science, where he graduated with a distinction, and a bachelor's degree in mathematics and statistics from University of Lagos. His professional journey includes roles as a project management analyst, a data scientist, a data analyst, and he has experts in Oracle SQL, Microsoft SQL, and predictive analytics. He brings a wealth of knowledge and practical insights on future applications of AI in data analytics, making him a key voice in advancing the field. Thank you so much for joining us, Christian. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Is it all right if I call you Anoma?
Yes, that's right.
Nice to meet you. Do you mind watching my screen?
Yes.
Okay. Let me know when that comes through.
Perfect. I can see it now.
All right. Good everyone. Good evening. Good morning. Thank you very much for having me here to speak. It's been a good day, listening to speakers talk about the background, especially Daniel talking about insurance in Africa. That was a good one. I'm here to talk about the future of AI in data analytics. And as someone who has navigated, the evolving landscape of data, I've witnessed firsthand how AI is transforming industries, and I'm thrilled to share this insights with you, particularly in the energy sector. Anoma has done a very good job in introducing me, so I'm going to just jump right in. So what you see is my LinkedIn banner image has been there since the creation of my LinkedIn account. Data has a better idea. Data has a better idea, but today I want to take it a bit further and explore how AI turns this potential into action in the energy sector, making data smarter, actionable, and transformative. Data is silent, it's everywhere without interpretation, and AI serves as interpreter, translating these silent signals into results, into insights. For example, in pattern recognition, right, AI helps in spotting early signs of equipment failure using sensor data. In predictive analytics, AI helps in forecasting supply chain management. And in real-time decision making, AI does a lot, in terms of improving fraud detection systems to identify suspicious transactions. Now, through machine learning and natural language processing, AI uncovers trends, predicts outcomes, and provides a deeper understanding of the world around us. So AI is a very good interpreter. So companies around the world are turning to predictive analytics now to stay ahead in the industry. Using AI, machine learning, predictive analytics can help you learn patterns and identify issues as well as troubleshooting. So looking at the energy sector, energy companies generate enormous amount of data from smart meters, sensors, and operational systems. And AI is helping revolutionize how we manage and distribute energy. There are so many roles that AI does in the energy sector. And last year, I wrote an article titled Leveraging AI for Electricity Distribution and Efficiency. And these were my views in tackling Nigeria's power grid challenges. I shared my views on the root cause of Nigeria's grid instability, such as stemming from complex issues like aging infrastructure, the struggles to meet the rising demand of the growing population, maintenance delays, and the lack of real-time data integration. And in that article, I also suggested AI-driven solutions for the power grid, and I drew all of these suggestions from global success stories. For example, so it was reported, right, by the Punch November last year, that the national grid collapsed 10 times in a year alone. So this underscores the critical vulnerabilities in the power grid infrastructure. And being the backbone of a society, this needs to be fixed. So some of the roles that AI currently plays in the energy sector is in, for example, predictive maintenance, where GE's advanced distribution management system technology creates a digital grid twin that replicates the power grid physical and operational attributes in real time. So it's like a digital copy that shows you how your electric system is, shows you where it gives predictive analytics on when you're going to have a fault. It's going to tell you how to fix the fault, if it's a minor fault, if it's a transient fault or a big fault that's going to take time. So AI helps in predictive maintenance. Another one that AI does is in optimizing the grids. For example, the Siemens Spectrum Power Platform is a software platform designed to manage and optimize the operational electrical power systems, including microgrids. So it provides advanced tools for monitoring, controlling, and analyzing energy networks. Another interesting one as well is real-time monitoring and smart charging and discharging, where Schneider Electric excels. They've developed a feature that can determine and anticipate the cost-effective periods to power your EV, your EV charger, and your heat in your water. So thanks to its weather forecasting and dynamic capabilities. So it's also be recognized as the world's most sustainable company, which is nice. There are so many other roles that AI plays in the energy sector: energy forecasting, dynamic pricing strategies, demand response, renewable energy smoothing, so many ways. Now, at National Grid, where I work as a PMO analyst, we are developing innovative and futuristic technologies to improve our electricity networks. But as we are doing this, we are living our values of doing the right thing. What does AI do? Doing the right thing of a rapidly evolving energy landscape, where innovation is no longer optional, but essential. Now, for example, sports, which is a dog the size of a Labrador, carries out critical safety inspections to detect faults and search out potential issues with equipment at site, like substations. So when the substation is on, it's risky for engineers to go in. Sport can go in and do that. And it does this using the state-of-the-art visual and thermal imaging, as well as LiDAR. So LiDAR stands for laser imaging detection and ranging. It also uses site mapping. Now, Sport is able to assess areas that human engineers can't, while the asset is still operational. So this removes the need for lengthy shutdowns and also improves safety for our human engineers. So we found a better way, improve safety, did the right thing and made it happen, which is great. Another example that we're doing at National Grid, one of our futuristic technologies, is autonomous drones. And these drones allow us to look at paths on our network that are difficult or costly to reach. And drones have been proven to save both time and money, as well as making a huge difference in how we plan and maintain our network. So it can carry out condition monitoring surveys, and we can make our maintenance activities safer, more efficient, and more environmentally friendly. These innovations are helping us meet increasing energy demands, helping us to integrate sustainable energy sources, as well as reduce carbon emissions, while all maintaining the reliability our customers depend on. Well, NESO. So NESO stands for the National Energy System Operator that looks over the transmission and distribution of energy in the UK. And there was an article that was published last year titled "The Future of ESO and AI." So in this article, NESO plans to expand its data science capability and the capabilities of the ESO. So the wider energy industry will open a whole new world of possibilities where AI and ML can be used to deliver insights and tools required to meet the net zero targets. So how would this be built? What are the core functions? And there are 5 core functions. One is a central collaboration library, which should be an hub for sharing best practices, coding, expertise, and the knowledge between the energy industry and the data science community. Another one would be a talent development academy, which is to develop a talent pipeline that's going to expand the AI workforce expertise and design learning pathways for digital roles in energy. Another core function will be a global AI resource marketplace, which will, offer global AI expertise and secure data exchange to address business challenges. And then we have the resource exchange or the cross-industry partnerships, which facilitates industry partnerships, knowledge sharing and cross-industry placement, as well as an experimental lab, which will be a sandbox for testing out innovative solutions within the digital ecosystem. So all of this is still in MVP, in a variable point, but this shows you how the energy sector is striving to adapt to the changes that AI brings and the innovations that it brings as well. The long-term vision of this AI center is to establish a collective AI workforce and resource hub for the whole of Great Britain energy industry, which can be accessed and used by the industry stakeholders to accelerate decarbonization and digitalization to meet our net zero targets. So AI plays a role in UK meeting its net zero targets. Now, there are some AI considerations. I mean, as much as AI is doing a lot, as much as it's bringing innovations, as much as it's making life easy and everything, there are some considerations. And one of those considerations is explainability. The European Banking Authority 2020 says that a model is explainable when it's possible to generate explanations that allows women to understand. So how is that justified, on how the results were reached and on what grounds the results are based. So this is an issue that we need to, try to resolve, right? When our model tells us that it's predicting 80% or 90%, how well do you understand the 80% or the 90%, right? What are those features that are driving the model's decision? So transparency and trust are really critical in industries like energy, healthcare, finance, and explainable AI ensures that these decisions made by AI systems can be understood and validated by humans. So another AI consideration is around ethics and governance. The UNESCO recommendation on the ethics of AI 2021 highlights that the need for a robust legal and ethical guidelines to govern AI applications. It emphasizes the importance of safeguarding data privacy, ensuring fairness, and fostering transparency. So, what are AI ethics? Reproducibility, right? Can you reproduce what you've done? GDPR's privacy, data governance. Is it fair? Is it accountable? Is it transparent? And is it explainable? So as AI becomes more pervasive, addressing ethical concerns and establishing robust governance frameworks will be essential to fair and responsible use, which is true. So as we try to innovate, as we try to bring AI into our projects, as we try to bring AI into our work, we should make sure that ethical framework as well as explainability are covered. Now, what is the vision for the future? For data professionals, for data enthusiasts, first thing is embracing continuous learning to keep up with the latest AI tools and techniques, because it's a evolving landscape, right? Things are changing, things are improving for the better. So for you to be in the know, you need to continue to embrace the continuous changing, embrace continuous learning as well. You need to focus on building interdisciplinary skills that combine both the technical expertise with domain knowledge. So you need to understand how AI, right? How AI is applicable to what you do, be it insurance, be it energy, be it developing through tools. So you need to understand how AI fits into those two buckets. And always advocate for explainability and ethical practices in our AI projects, right? So when you build a model and the model tells you 100%, why? 99%, why? So you need to understand. You need to always advocate that. You need to always advocate to trust what the model is saying, and always ensure that ethical practices are in place. Now, the vision for the future is, as we innovate, let's remember that the better idea doesn't come from data and AI alone. It comes from both of them. And they empower us to address global challenges, solve problems faster, and create a sustainable, healthier world. So the next time you see the phrase "data had a better idea," which I'm going to be changing soon, to find a way to put in AI in, think of how AI makes data. AI makes the idea smarter, faster, and more impactful. Whether it's powering your lights in your home or saving your life in the hospital. Let's embrace a future where AI and data work in hand to shape a better tomorrow. So thank you, and that's for me.
Thanks so much, Christian. That was an amazing session. And thank you for sharing from your work of experience. So we have a question for you in the chat box. I'm going to be reading it out for people on YouTube. So the question is, what role can AI play in the Nigeria energy sector? And they want you to specifically use the grid collapse as a case study.
Yes, that's a very good question. I mean, that was why I wrote the article, trying to base it on the frequent occurrence of the grid collapse. What the particular role that AI can do is in improving and upgrading our SCADA systems. SCADA stands for supervisory, control, and data acquisition. So it is what oversees all of the data tools, AI tools, machine learning tools, data integration in terms of maintaining the grid. So in improving those SCADA systems and introducing AI and ML into it is a very good way that we could improve our energy sector, because it's going to provide real-time monitoring, going to provide forecasting. We can forecast the demand of what's going to be tomorrow. We could look at the weather forecasting as well and say, okay, we need to do this in terms of flexibility as well, flexibility studies, where we need to buy and sell energy. So by upgrading our SCADA systems, AI is going to play a very significant role in improving our energy sector. Does that answer your question, Abdullahi?
I think you did a good job answering. Thank you so much. We do not have any questions on YouTube, so I'm just going to give you a quick fiery set of questions before I let you go. All right, so the first one is, what's your favorite programming language?
Python.
Python, okay.
To be honest, I'm more of a visualization guy. I like visuals. I like telling stories with data. So if given the option to solve a problem using Power BI or Python, I'm going to use Power BI. So yeah.
Great job. Thank you. DC or Marvel?
Marvel. I used to be a good Superman fan, but it's so Marvel, yeah.
What non-tech skill are you currently learning?
Non-tech skill, communication.
Communication. That's a good one.
Yeah, because in as much as you know it, you have the technical expertise. If you're not able to communicate your thoughts, if you're not able to express what you're saying, they don't understand you. So you need to be able to build that communication skill, and that's what I'm working on.
All right. Thank you so much for sharing. My last question is, what advice do you have for any beginner that is looking at becoming someone like you?
Yeah. So, I mean, Daniel answered it very, very well, perfectly. Starting, being consistent. And I would like to add, take risks. Once you go on LinkedIn, right, you see people being successful in what they do. And I mean, they don't tell you how they all started, but it wasn't easy, right? So you need to always take risks. You used to put yourself out there. You need to, like what you said about on being on Twitter, commenting every was it you or Jonathan? Detailing your progress for 25 days. Keep doing it. It's gonna become part of you. You're gonna love it. You're gonna see things differently. And just take risks, start doing it, and be consistent.
Thank you so much, Kristen. It was an amazing session. Thank you for taking our time to talk to us. I hope you have a great rest of your day.
Thank you very much.
And on the topic of taking risk, we are going to be hearing from one of the I don't know how to describe Fabi, to be honest, but he is a change maker, a risk taker, and everything that personally I want to become. Hi, Fabi, are you still on call?
Yeah, I am.
How are you?
Yeah, I'm good.
It's been a minute.
I know, right? It's so good to see you. I'm not in SF, by the way, so I'm in Lagos, Nigeria.
Ooh, so it's 12 p.m. there for you.
1 p.m. actually.
1 p.m. is 3 minutes to 1. All right. Thank you so much for joining us. So Fabi is an analytics manager at Data Culture and also the founder of Young Data Professionals. He's passionate about advocating for data literacy and analytics engineering. He has with over 3 years of experience at Data Culture, he has successfully built modern data stacks and implemented analytics solutions that drive strategic business decisions. In this session, he's going to be talking about analytics engineering, where he will be exploring the pivotal role of analytics engineering in today's data-driven landscape. He holds a bachelor's degree in electrical and electronics engineering, where he graduated with a first-class honors, and is also the winner of the first DPT Community Awards at, I don't know how to pronounce that. I've learned how to pronounce that. I still don't know how to pronounce that. Colis, I'm going to try. Global Analytics Engineering Conference. His impressive career includes roles as lead analytics engineer at CarrierWise, where he built a modern data stack from scratch, and as a consultant at Deloitte, designing global tax compliance solutions. He also heavily contributes to the tech community as an organizer of Data First Africa 2024, hosted by Data Community Africa. We're really looking forward to the session, Fabi. You can take it away from me.
Thank you for the intro. Interesting, when I saw electrical engineer, I'm like, I can't remember the last time. I can't remember the last time I had that on my profile because I'm like, when was the last time I did anything electrical? Can I even still remember a lot of those fanciful stuff, which I guess is the interesting thing about the low barrier to entry around tech, where it's almost like you can navigate from any domain. And yeah, you are, Noma, from HR, not doing amazing stuff in data analytics. So once again, good day, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you're joining in from, and probably good night if you are in the New Zealand, Australian time zone. So let me pretty much just share my screen. Let me know when you can see my screen.
Yes, we can.
Okay. In the next couple of minutes, I know I was given 20 minutes. I will try as much as possible just to brief through some of this thing around what exactly. Let's talk about analytics engineering. Probably 2 years ago, it was really the major talk in the data industry. Yeah, 3 years ago, it was a talk. I think now most people probably on the call already understand. I probably read an article around it, or even have a bit of knowledge, or even use the tool that drew the whole concept about analytics engineering. So it may not necessarily be a new thing to you. Well, just for the sake of those that are probably just hearing it or need a bit of more perspective to, what exactly is analytics engineering? What do analytics engineers do and what not? So I would just as Anoma has introduced me, I won't do any further introduction. So in the last 8 years, I've had an extensive experience. I would say I've been opportunity to work across all the data spectrum. So which means I've done data analytics, I've built tons of dashboards, and I've done data science. I've done a lot of building machine learning models and deploying and all of those things. And now an angry data scientist who pretty much found himself in a situation where you were hired as a data scientist, which is CarrierWise, but only to realize that there's nothing for you to model because there's no infrastructure in place, and suddenly became a data engineer, or what I would call an engineer, which I will explain today. And yes, I currently work with a data consulting firm, Data Culture, where I do all things from data strategy down to implementing data infrastructure, and also sometimes get to do a bit of reporting, even though I don't extensively stay at that terrain. So in the next couple of minutes, I would kind of give a bit of context around before the rise of analytics engineering, what were things about, what's like the data team and data spectrum, and what has changed And as a result of what has changed, what then is analytics engineering? Because as a result of what has changed, that led to why there's like a disruption in the data space, which led to the analytics engineering role. And why do you actually even need to do analytics engineering? Or why do you probably should consider exploring that terrain if you're probably a data analyst and you feel like, I've learned all the Power BI that need to be learned. I've learned all the Excel, all the visualization. So what's more? What can I do more to upskill myself, to position myself to more data role? I think it probably might be a good role to explore. And now to also answer the question, how does analytics engineer fit in what you can call the modern data team? And what are the skills you need to become an analytics engineer? So without much ado, so before the rise of analytics engineer, I'm sure every one of us have seen this AI hierarchy of needs, which is one of like the most referenced. There are like two most referenced articles in data space. One is Harvard Business Review, where they talk about data science being the sensitive job in the 21st century. I'm sure to a large percentage of people that probably started their career in data at some point to stumble on the article. Now, the second article that is most referenced in the data world is this particular article by Monica Rogarty. And she was pretty much trying to explain the AI hierarchy of need, which is in comparison to what you can call the marshmallow human hierarchy of need. So just to explain, in the marshmallow human hierarchy of need, we pretty much say as an individual, before I can say I'm fulfilled, I'm self-fulfilled as an individual, there are some things that need to be met, right? Is either you have your physical need met, that means you have shelter, you have clothing, and probably your psychological need, as case may be, you have companionship and so on and so forth, and maybe money. So which means at some point in time, you can't say to be fulfilled when you don't have a house. You can't say to be fulfilled when you don't have a job. So in the same vein, bring that relationship to the data world. So Monica Noragadit is saying that before any organization can start saying they need to build AI, fascinating technology in analytics, now we are currently in the world of AI. Everybody's talking about AI. It's just all over the place. And now we're even talking about the 25-year-old agent. So there will always be that disruption of, new technology, advanced analytics, and so on and so forth. But Monica is saying, before you can say you want to do advanced analytics as an organization, or even the whole AI experimentation, there are some things that need to be met, which is all these things you'd see at the base of the pyramid. If those things are not available, trust me, you are just bluffing. And that's why it's always very interesting when we see some organization and say, we want to integrate AI. The CEO will say, we want to integrate AI into our product. And I'll say, are you sure you can really do AI at this point in time? Because you don't even have an infrastructure. And that's also something to bear in mind and also take cognizance of if you are the data person in an organization today and your organization wants to do a lot of advanced analytics and so on and so forth. You should also bear in mind that there's little you can do if infrastructure is not in place. And that's just pretty much what the AI of need is saying. He said, first, you need to have the right infrastructure in place to collect the right kind of data. You need to have the right infrastructure in place that enable you to move data from one point to another. Then you start talking about exploring that data. And by the time you will not have the data in the right place, you can now start talking about data analytics, reporting, then advanced analytics, AI. So can you see where AI is at the pyramid? Look at all the things that need to be in place before AI can be. Even interestingly, OpenAI themselves that is driving ChatGPT, last year they released a white paper. And one of the white paper they said is everything behind this thing is still about data because all they are training a data pretty much. So which means if the data is not good, we all know giggle, garbage in, garbage out. So having said that, so when you have all the old infrastructure in place, now before the disruption of technology where we now have what we call the cloud computing, the Amazon shift, the BigQuery, the Azure, and so on and so forth. Now, before then, computing was very expensive. Storage also was very, very expensive. As a result of that, organization would hire technical people that would help ensure that you only have the right kind of data that you need per time that is stored so that you don't have unnecessary data stored. And what I mean is that there's now what they call like a paradigm shift of data pipeline as it were. So that would mean what they end up doing is you have what we call the ETL, which I'm sure is like a normal lingo that everyone knows. So for the sake of those just hearing it, it means that you have all your data from all the different sources, which is the E. So imagine you are collecting data from social media apps, whatever that is, from a marketing campaign, from a CRM tool, from payment platform like Stripe, and so on and so forth. So you want to collect all the data from all those different sources. That means you are extracting it. And now, because the business need reporting, you need to find a way to more or less stitch all this data together. How do you triangulate all this data together to be able to help your reporting? And that's where your transformation comes. So before now, there used to be what is called like a staging layer. So if you work in the area of exercise, in the area of informatica, that's what you would do. You would always pull out of those data. You have a staging layer that you do your transformation. And then you now have what is called like a math layer. And that's where you just have only data-ready reports that is ready for analytics. Now, there's a bit of bottleneck with that spectrum. What then happened is that you need a lot of technical competencies to be able to do that, right? And as a result of that, it's also become very, very challenging when there's a change of request. So let's assume for the first time, your CEO or your C-suite or your stakeholders say, oh, we need to track our revenue. We need to track our campaign are doing. That's a request. Now, you build an ETL pipeline to do that. Now, 6 months down the line, they'll come again and say, oh, can you pause and add something into a report that was previously built? Now, to do that again, you have to go through that spectrum again. Now, so it becomes very difficult to do a lot of operational changes, and it also makes it very difficult to scale, right? And like I said, you require a lot of technical competencies, and that's why you have a lot of data architects and so on, ETL developers, and so on and so forth, who organization would have to hire. And also talking about the cost of computing itself. Now, what happened is with the recent explosion, well, it's no longer recent now because Amazon, which led to the whole cloud data warehouse, was like 2010, thereabout. So with the whole explosion in technological advancements, you now have all of this technology now make a lot of things very easy. So storage is ridiculously cheap. I know on BigQuery now, storage is almost like $0.2 for 1 terabyte of data you're storing, or something very, very cheap that is no longer very expensive. And now you don't have to manage you don't have to manage a data infrastructure yourself, like a lot of servers. So you could easily pay as you go, and you can easily scale as you want, and so on and so forth. So as your organization data increases or your volume increases, you can scale easily without having to buy a lot of servers, which is what involved a lot of capital investment back then. Now, what does that do for us in data ecosystem? Now, what end up happening is, because storage is now very, very cheap, which was a problem in the old paradigm shift prior to when we have this explosion in technological advancement, because storage is now very cheap, computing is also readily available. There's now a shift in the paradigm. So which now means, instead of having to extract and you create a layer to transform because you want to manage space such that the only thing you are storing is what you need for reporting, now that storage is not a problem anymore, they now say, now let's just go ahead and just extract all of the data sources and we dump it into what you can call whatever data storage it is, right? And then as we need we do all the necessary transformation we need at some point, and then we have access to get our reporting. So even if there's a request that changed 3 months, 6 months down the line, you already have that data sitting somewhere in your cloud data warehouse or whatever it is in your data lake, and so on and so forth, right? So make it easy. So what I end up doing for us is you make it easy to scale, and operation-wise also make it easy such that you can easily move and you can easily ideate, and also become very agile for you to implement a lot of data initiative. And based on everything I've said, now I have to give that context so you understand where the whole analytics engineering spectrum came to be and why it came to be. Now, having said that, I said earlier that technology is evolving and it will continue to evolve. 3 years ago, we're not talking about ChatGPT. Now we are talking about ChatGPT, we are talking about AI agents. I will keep having a lot of that. Now, what's going to happen is that as technology continues to evolve, there will always be more new ways, new patterns to implement data infrastructure. So that means the way you implement data infrastructure, like I said earlier, using the ETL paradigm a few years ago, now has changed to ELT. Now then, maybe 5 years ago, we're talking about, we only have a data warehouse. But now we're saying we want to do other data use cases. A data warehouse will probably not solve all they need alone. Now we're talking about a data lake. We're talking about a lake house. New paradigm will continue to evolve. And that also means that new architectural frameworks for implementing data infrastructure will evolve. And that would also mean new teams, new structure, or new roles will also emerge. And which is why the other speaker and previous speaker said something about try as much as possible to continue to upskill and continue to know exactly you need to learn to make yourself relevant in the domain. The Future of Work released a report of, I think that was last week, which has really disrupted the internet in the last few days, where people were talking about that, 40% of data jobs will probably be automated by AI. So which then means that what happened to the remaining 60%? So it's a case where as technology continues to evolve, you would have to position yourself as a data person. And that's basically what has happened. So it's now more easy for data integration. So it's very easy for you to now move data from one point to another. You don't now need to write a lot of custom code. You only write it only when it is needed. So that's where the whole thinking through what you need to do at every point in time comes in. And now what then also happened? There's now what is called democratization of data transformation. Now, a less technical person can probably go on ChatGPT and say, help me to write a code that will do this. And you get tons of code and you can copy and paste, edit, all of those things. So technology is pretty much making it such that many people can do a lot of things. And there's now what is called like centralization of either your data warehouse, your data lakes, and new tools are emerging. Now, having said that, where then does the analytics engineer come in? Now, traditionally, what you would have would be in the data spectrum, you would have a data engineer, right, who would do a lot of platform-related work. People often call them plumbers, which means they move data from one point to another. And you would have the consumers. So the consumer can either be a data analyst, a data scientist, and so on and so forth, probably business stakeholders. Now, what we've seen over time is, yes, the data analysts as well as downstream users are pretty much close to the business. They understand their reporting need. They understand what to be done. Now, they may not be technical enough to be able to integrate with the platform that is generating this data, with the software that is generating this data, or even to be able to wrangle the data in the structure that they needed. Now, you will have the data engineer that will do all of that. But now the data engineer, most of the time, is not so close to the business to understand the business needs. So most times they will only connect all the data from the data sources and just dump it somewhere, which can either be your data warehouse or your data lake and so on and so forth. So there's that bridge around. Now, the data analyst, on the other hand, is not so technical enough to get all the necessary things that they need to make the data ready. And that's why, at some point, it will tell you that, 70% or 80% of the work of a data analyst is what? They'll tell you data cleaning or data wrangling. The same thing also happens for a data scientist. Most data scientists would rather prefer to do what they love doing, which is what? Deploying machine learning model, hyperparameter tuning, doing all of those feature engineering, all of those exciting stuff they want to do. But many of the time, they end up spending a lot of the time getting the data that they even need in the first place to do all of those things. So which means they spend a chunk of their time doing, in quote, what they don't necessarily need, which is something different. So which is why there's now what you can call a gap. And I'll skip all of that. Like I said, I have very few minutes. So there's not a gap. So what is the gap? How then do we bridge the technical competence to be able to get all the data that you need, in addition to the business acumen as well as the reporting need that is required to know the right kind of data that need to be pulled to build your report? Now, the data engineer may not necessarily disturb himself or herself to be able to do all of those work. They just connect to all the different infrastructure, all different platforms, do all the necessary things and dump the data. So they don't know whether you need it for finance reporting, marketing reporting. It's not their business, right? The data analysts, on the other hand, say, I want to build a report on finance. Where is this data? Where can I get this data? They probably have to go and do all of those things and pull the data, clean it up for the build a report. So there's a gap. And that's where the whole analytics engineering spectrum came about. So which means we need someone that understands the business enough to be dangerous, and also have a good of technical competence as a software engineer, because data engineers are actually software engineers, but focus on data rather. So how do we have someone that is dangerous enough as a software engineer, at least know some things to be able to do some basic stuff, and also have good domain knowledge about the business to be able to know exactly how to get the data, to move the data to the right format? And that's where you have the analytics engineer. So See, the analytics engineer had that middle ground. I know somebody actually jokingly write an article and say, if a data engineer marries a data analyst, they're going to give birth to a baby called analytics engineer. So analytics engineer is that person that wear that cap. You understand the business enough, and you also have good software engineering or data engineering skills to get your job done. So to define, just to at least give a bit of structure to it. So what exactly is analytics engineering? So analytics engineering is pretty much generating or producing what you can call clean, textable data, model data that is ready for use. So the expectation is that the output of an analytics engineer is what downstream user will use. So by the time a data analyst pick a data from a particular schema, they don't have to worry about doing any cleaning. They don't have to worry about whether there's missing data. They don't have to worry about anything. They just put it and do all the exploration, all the analysis, all the trend analysis, and so on and so forth, and they get their report. A data scientist don't have to worry about, is there any missing data that we need to fill? Because that's one of the cleaning process data scientists do. They don't have to worry about all of that because those things have been handled. So that means they end up empowering downstream users to be more productive. And they also free up upstream users, data engineers, to be able to now focus on building more scalable data infrastructure and platforms that will support more analytical as well as more advanced analytic work. So that's just what analytics engineer does. Now, why do we need analytics engineering, or why exactly with the spectrum will be important? First is collaboration. And I said something out that the analytics engineer is technical enough to understand software engineering principles. And one thing that makes software engineering generally thrive well is the idea of collaboration, which means software engineers will know when anything changes. They can know that 6 months ago, somebody changed a particular aspect of a code. Now, this wouldn't have been possible before the era of analytics engineering. Before now, you probably would just write your SQL query and copy it and paste it somewhere. If anything changes, if any logic change, you may not necessarily know. But now with the advent of analytics engineering and tools that are demystifying this concept, data analysts can now do what is called collaborative way of tracking their code. They can do version control. They can do GitHub on their code. So they can know that, 3 months ago, this was the logic, and this was how I actually wrote this particular code. And now 6 months down the line, if anything changed, you can easily reference it and make those updates. Now, what that helps us to do is there's now better quality from data. Like I said earlier, just not to rehash that anymore. And most importantly, there's now time to value is not shortened because the data scientists and downstream user no longer need to spend so much of time on things they probably don't need, even though it's important. So they can easily just go straight into what they need to do that's drive value. So these are just some visual aids to explain some of the things. So I'm looking at my time. Now, what to pretty much, like I said, the data engineer, the analytics engineering role, even though it was driven by DBT, which is like one of the data transformation tools that even evolved much more than data transformation tool. So DBT actually was the driver of the analytics engineering role. Even interestingly, the analytics engineer was coined in 2019 by Michael. You can check him up. So how does DBT then help the infrastructure? So I explained earlier that a data engineer set up all the different infrastructure. So you can have all your data sources. You have your MySQL, which is your SQL server. You have whatever platform, social media platform. You have your CRM and so on and so forth, right? Now, all of those things are dumped into the data warehouse. I said previously, in the previous paradigm, you have ETL, but now you don't need to do that layer first. You extract all the necessary things you need to do. You dump all the data into a particular storage. We can either be a data lake or a data warehouse, as the case may be. Now, DBT then sits on top of your data warehouse. And what it does is it then does all the transformation for you. So the output of your DBT model is now what we call analytics schema. So imagine it as a house where you have one room for all your data storage, all your raw data, and another room where you now have all your clean data. So you know that at every point in time, if I need a data for reporting purposes, I just go to this particular room. I don't need to stress myself with this particular room. And that's just what DBT is doing, and the whole idea of analytics engineering. So not to buttress this any longer relating to the value that analytics engineering brings to the team, because I know my time is almost up. So what skill do you need just to be able to be a good analytics engineer? Now, SQL or SQL, as the case may be, is like a common ground in the data world. As a data scientist, you probably write some form of SQL, even though it may not be intense. A data analyst will also write SQL. So definitely need SQL. Now, one important skill which at the moment, there seems to, even though in the last 1 year, there has been a lot of demand and a lot of concentration on it, that people should have good data modeling, because previously it has been relegated to the backseat as though it's not important. But now it's actually very, very important. And what then is data modeling? It's just how do you connect the business concept, the business operation to the semantics of the data? So how do you do those relations such that you understand how your data connects to your business? And that's also what data modeling is all about. And there are great resources you can use to learn that. So you won't be a good analytics engineer if you don't know how to model your data. Remember I said analytics engineer is that person that is dangerous enough to understand the business and also good software engineering skill set. So which means your ability to translate the business requirement, to understand what the business needs, to what the data that is available is data modeling, not honesty, right? And that's why you need to have good knowledge of data modeling. And yes, you also want to pick any of the data warehouse or cloud computing. So any of your choosing, whether Azure, whether Snowflake, whether AWS or GCP, as the case may be. And also basic of software engineering. So what makes software engineering interesting? You have to also learn it because that's your forte that separates you as an engineer from a data analyst who may not necessarily need to learn all of these things. Is to learn basics of version control. You want to learn some form of CI/CD, which is how do you know when things change without having to rerun your previous existing solution. And two important skills which are not technical is you have to have good communication skill. Now, why is that important? Whatever data model that you want to produce for downstream users, who may be data analysts, data scientists, and even your C-suite or stakeholders, will be dependent on your ability to have conversation and engage them to understand what are their needs, what do you need, what are you trying to track, what is the need that you are interested in that you currently don't have access to, what are your pain points. So ability to be able to communicate is an important skill set you would have to learn. So a data engineer can say, I don't like interfacing with people, and they'll do fine because you are pretty much just writing codes and doing all of those things. Even at some point now, people are even beginning to realize that there's little to how far you can grow, even as a data engineer, if you don't have good communication skills to even interact well and drive impactful work as even a data engineer. But you as an analytics engineer, you can't run away from it. You need to learn how to communicate well. And also, most importantly, is understanding the business domain. So you need to have good understanding of the model you want to build. Are you working on a marketing campaign? Or what does the campaign will be doing? What are the metrics will it be tracking? How does a metric even interrelate? How will a business person think about this metric? So that means you as the analytics engineer would be in the mind of the business person. So if a marketing person or even an HR person come and tell you, help me and build a report to drive attrition, right? This next question is you want to ask them, why do you need this report? How will this report be interpreted? You just want to be in their head. And that's why it's very pertinent for you to have good business and domain knowledge, which you probably can tag analytical thinking. So if you have good mastery of each of these skill sets, trust me, I know there's that nuances around AI will disrupt data analyst role. True, because now AI can build Excel report for you. AI can write a lot of code for you. But it's something AI can never do, which is the aspect of data modeling that requires business domain. Now, I tried something earlier this week. Earlier this week, I was working on a very complex data model. I just wanted to see how AI would think. So I had a transcript of the conversation from the meeting, and I copied it out and dumped it into ChatGPT. I said, this is a transcript of the meeting I just finished. Now, based on this transcript, come up with a data model. And now the AI ChatGPT brought about a very terrible data model, which was like, I saw it and it was so crappy. Now, someone that does not understand good data modeling concept, as well as understanding of the business need, can just go ahead and copy and paste it. And trust me, you do a terrible job. So which is why, yes, AI may augment your work and make you much productive and make you not start from a fresh canvas plate. It gives you something to start from. But trust me, there's a part that AI can never augment. So for me to even think through the data model, I spent hours just thinking through the business problem, thinking through what the business need, how they want to use the report, some of the use cases they probably would need that we didn't have conversation of. I will not think about all of those things. And that based on that, I was able to come up with, okay, fine, these are some of the data model I'll be interested in. And now let me now use AI to help me think through the coding aspect of it to figure out what the solution will look like. So which means, yes, AI might automate and also remove a lot of redundant and repetitive tasks, right? Maybe some simple SQL queries and so on might be easy, but trust me, if you worked on complex solution before, you just know that there's some things AI, no matter how sophisticated that technology is, we never find a way to relegate those tools. So maybe this is a shameless plug to tell you, in case probably you're a data analyst are wondering, oh yes, there's a lot of buzz around AI eliminating my job. Maybe you want to add some of this skill set just to also make you bulletproof and also prove around what AI can relegate and what AI cannot replace and so on and so forth. So I know I run through all of those things just in a bit to meet up with the time slot I was given, and I also want to give room for questions. So thank you for listening. I would open the floor for questions.
Thank you so much, Fabi. That was such an amazing session as usual. But quickly into the questions. We have one from Abdullahi, and I'm going to read it out for participants on YouTube. Industries recognizing and embracing the role of analytical engineers?
Yeah, good question. Now, even in the data, organizations that even recognize it, what we see is that there's that blurry line between data engineering and ethics engineering. So there's that blurry line, not honesty. So you see some people hire a data engineer and what the person is doing is ethics engineering. Or some even hire an ethics engineer and then you see that you end up probably doing more of data engineering. So I say that to say this, you see more of the analytics engineering role, even though I ran through my slide, more from what you can call modern data team. So organizations that now tend to realize that there's a partition, there's a blurry line, there's a different strength of each of these roles. So organizations are getting aware, not honesty. So as they're getting aware, they're hiring for data engineers, they're hiring for analytics engineers, right? But organizations that are not yet aware, definitely they would have for a data engineer. So I can tell you, if you are training as an analytics engineer, you say data engineering, will go ahead and apply, because the truth is, you are learning the software engineering skill set, which is all the GitHub, all the necessary version control. You sure will have good knowledge of Python. And now you are coming with an extra skill set, which is good domain knowledge. So which means you can definitely function as a data engineer. So if you may not see the title analytics engineer, but you know that this is what I'll probably be doing. So to answer your question plainly, organizations are beginning to embrace it. Modern data organizations are beginning to embrace it, and many organizations will continue to embrace it. And for those that haven't embraced it yet because they are not yet aware on how this role change and what exactly they do, trust me, you always see a data. And that's why organizations that even don't yet, you end up seeing what I call an angry data scientist, which was the scenario I was in, which means they will hire wrongly. They can either hire a data analyst and data analyst don't have any data to work with, and that data analyst will have to do a lot of those infrastructure work, or they hire at the wrong time by bringing in data scientists without infrastructure in place. So what you end up seeing is those organizations that are not embracing it will hire, their first hire will probably be wrong hire, which will now be an instance where you see that person who is a data analyst like myself transitioning to be a data engineer, or even you see a data analyst that is now wearing the cap of a data engineer and so on and so forth. So I hope that answered your question.
Yes, that definitely did. There was one question from a participant that signed up, and the question was, I want a smooth way of switching career path from production process owner to AI and data engineering. Is this something you think you can take?
So Madison's coach released an article last week, which was really fascinating. And she gave a perspective around how do you transition from a domain where you have an extensive experience to another domain, which is, say, data engineering and data analytics. And she said something around, first, learn the technical skill set, which is, if you are coming, let's say SQL, which is like the common ground. So learn SQL, how to use all the necessary syntax, the select, the from, the group by, and so on and so forth. So learn all of that. Learn whatever, probably programming tool, probably pick up Python. Now, by the time you learn that, now, in terms of project to pick on, now trust me, your domain knowledge that you already have, probably last 6 years, 7 years, you've been working in this domain, it will still be handy because you have all necessary things you are doing. Probably you are driving operations, say, okay, fine, how do we reduce risk? How do we reduce time to value, and so on and so forth? All you can just do is the kind of project you want to do, you can let it mirror and replicate what you are currently doing. So that means look out for data sets in the production side of things. Now, what you end up seeing is that you will work on the data more, the project will be more valuable to you because now you are bringing your technical skill set in addition to whatever domain you are coming in. And that's why you see that you will even be able to answer more questions and even drive more insight better than someone that does not have that domain in production and probably just working randomly on that data set, and you have an extensive experience, a technical experience. So I say that to say this, learn all the technical skill set, which is required, which you can always take all the different courses. But in order to make it easy such that you enjoy the kind of project that you do, you can now narrow such that all your projects would leverage the experience that you have. And trust me, Kaggle and all the different open data sets would always have data set based on your domain. And that way make it easy for you to go from what is called the known to the unknown. So the known is you're working on a project that you are aware of, so that you build a structure, you build an approach, you build a pedagogy, so that by the time you want to move to the unknown, which is the domain you don't know, it becomes much easier for you to transition and apply the known to your unknown.
You did a great job answering that question. Thank you so much. That would be all of the questions we'll be able to ask you now, Fabi. Do you mind sharing your LinkedIn profile to the chat box so that people that have other questions can just send you a message and ask you said questions? Thank you so much. So fire questions before we let you go. What's your favorite programming language?
Well, as a data person, Python all the way.
Marvel or DC?
Okay, well, I'll say DC.
Do you think plantain is life?
Not really. I'm not really a fan of plantain.
Jesus. Wow. Don't say that outside, please. Thank you so much for taking our time to talk to us today and sharing from your wealth of knowledge. Please connect with Fabi. He has shared his LinkedIn link in the chat box. Someone is going to send for people on YouTube. Thank you, Fabi. We are going straight into the next session before we go on break. I know we must be tired, but after this session, guys, we're going to be going on break. Hello, Dako.
Hello, great to be here, and thank you for the chance to be at this fantastic conference.
Thank you so much for taking our time to come speak to us. All right, I will quickly introduce Dako, and then we will go straight into his session. All right, so Dako is an AI advisor at Laval and a clinical biostatistician at that university. I'm assuming that's a university, with his deep expertise in biostatistics and data science. His session is titled Mastering Biostatistics with Python, Practical Insights for Biological and Clinical Research, where he'll be highlighting how to use Python, how Python can enhance biostatistical analysis in clinical settings, drawing from his extensive experience in developing ML models and conducting clinical research. It will equip all of us with practical tools and techniques for our work. He holds a master's degree in experimental biology and biotechnology from the University of Montenegro, where he built a strong foundation in biological sciences and clinical studies. He is recognized for his contributions to biostatistics and health data science. He's authored the book Biostatistics with Python and currently has over 14,000 followers on LinkedIn. His insights and experts make him a key voice in advancing data-driven approaches in the healthcare and life sciences industries. Hi, Dako. Take it away from me.
Thank you very much, Anoma. Before showing some slides which are related to the session, I will mention a few details which are relevant to the topics that you were mentioning. which is that I'm someone who works in the biostatistics world, but also in the world of AI. And these two worlds are intersecting today. So we are seeing AI changing a lot of fields of science, and life science, biostatistics, and similar sciences are definitely a field where things will change in the near future with the latest AI developments that we have. And in this session, I think that's one interesting topic that I will be discussing, which is how these two intersect and what are the important items in both biostatistics and artificial intelligence today, what technological aspects are important, what learning aspects are important, and how all the technology is moving forward very quickly today. So I'll be sharing my slides in a moment. So let me know once my slides are visible.
They are visible.
Okay, so today's session, Mastering Biostatistics with Python, and practical insights for biological and clinical research. Just one moment. So you made a fantastic introduction. Thank you, Anoma. And I will now move forward with the next topics and items. So biostatistics importance in most life science AI projects today. So biostatistics is by many considered an area of science which is mostly done by statisticians or biostatisticians. But today, biostatistics is very important for many other life science fields. So if someone is a doctor, a bioinformatician, a computational biologist, Python developer within the life science, AI developer within the life science, all these fields are very much connected with biostatistics. And biostatistics is the closest scientific field to what we could call biodata science. So it's a field where we're interested in working with a lot of different types of data, solving problems with data, but also having a specific biological domain knowledge. So that's a specific thing about biostatistics. And this is especially important today when technology enables people to use artificial intelligence in many creative ways to augment the workflows that we had in the past, to speed up the processes, to automate many processes. But still, domain knowledge is very important. So that's why I'm saying a lot of professionals, which may not be statisticians, may also be interested in both biostatistics and AI, because these workflows may augment whatever research they're doing, whatever problems they're trying to solve within their own respective fields. Now, one of the interesting items, and it's actually relevant to the heading of the section that I was mentioning before, which is why Python for biostatistics. Biostatistics has been traditionally done in other programming languages, such as R programming language or SAS programming language, other programming languages such as JavaScript, C++, and so on. But Python is a programming language that became the most popular programming language today for very specific reasons. A, it's a general purpose programming language, so it can be used for digital product development. And B, it can be integrated with machine learning and artificial intelligence. And there is a C, which is that there is a specific field of life science, which we call Causal artificial intelligence, which can augment biostatistics in a certain way, and working with real world evidence, which is also very popular today. So a life science field, when we observe it from a data perspective, has changed a lot in the last decades. It has become data-driven life science, if I may call it that way. So a lot is driven by data. There are aspects which are driven by other domains, but a significant portion of life science is indeed driven by data. So if we're talking about drug discovery, if we're talking about using AI for drug discovery, if we're talking about clinical trials, if we're talking about the development of different advanced high-tech products within this industry, a lot of them, most of them are driven by some sort of data-driven technology. So Python is an ideal candidate for all these fields because it can be used to create technological digital products. It can be used to integrate AI and machine learning into those products, and it can be used for high complexity analysis, for advanced analysis, working with large amounts of data. Typically, large amounts of data require special programming languages to use. But I don't want to forget another programming language, which is R, which is also fantastic. And I'm personally a big fan of R programming language. I use it for over 10 years. So it has its own specific niche domains where it's very good, especially in the field of biostatistics, clinical biostatistics. So it is a dynamic world when we are speaking about what's happening with biostatistics and AI and all that's happening with these open source programming languages, which slowly became dominant in both biostatistics and AI. So that's an angle about the programming languages. I will now switch to some practical aspects that also some of them are very popular, some of them are maybe less popular, but very important in the fields of biostatistics and AI, which is we speak about models, we speak about general. Today, we are generally speaking about specific AI models which were trained on a specific type of data, and then we can utilize that technology to either predict something, to answer prompts, to help someone make a decision based on something, or just to improve some process, to automate a specific process within companies. And most of these models, they have two characteristics which are very important to evaluate both from biostatistical perspective and from the perspective of the actual technology, how well it solves the problem that it's meant to solve. These two characteristics are called explainability and predictive performance, and there is a big debate about these on many academic, scientific, and social channels. So these two domains are debated in a specific way that maybe one of them is more important, maybe the other is more important, but essentially they're both important. So the models that are created, the paramount importance is that they have a good predictive performance, because that's very closely related to trustworthiness that we can have in these models. Now, very often we want explainability. We want to know how the model made a certain prediction. We want to know how it resolved a specific problem, how different variables are related in specific scientific phenomena, and how model can predict what would happen if we change something within those settings. So explainability is very important. We want to understand what's happening in the phenomena. We want to understand direct associations between variables which are highly credible and which can be trustworthy. But then again, how do we know that they're trustworthy? How do we know that a model that's explainable in the end is trustworthy? We still need the predictive performance at the end. So even if we say, okay, we have a model that's highly explainable, in the end, we will need that highly explainable model to be tested somehow, to be validated in the real world. And in the end, it will need to show either a high predictive performance or some other very similar characteristic that that would tell a story about its trustworthiness and credibility. So why am I telling this story? Because most of the time, it's not about choosing one or the other. Most of the time, these two actually complement each other. So predictive performance and explainability complement each other. But there are specific situations, especially in AI field, where we have to choose between these two. So for example, using highly complex deep learning artificial neural networks, these are very difficult to explain, not because they're black box models. Some people call them black box models, and I disagree here. Most of these models can actually be, at least if they are open source, if they're not protected behind a digital product, they can be, they're visible to the user. You know, we can see exactly how those weights work and how many parameters are there, what are specific connections between those neurons and so on. But if we have a multi-billion parameter model, it's highly complex. It's just almost impossible to explain to a common human reasoning. And that's why we can say it's difficult to explain them. They're not really black box models, but they're difficult to explain. So in that situation, very often, researchers, scientists have to choose between these two. Maybe they cannot have the full explainability, but if predictive performance is good enough, it can help in many fields, such as predicting images in MRI, in oncology, for example, or predicting classification types within those images, for example, in different cancers. So if they're highly accurate and if they can help researchers, if they can help classify different types of disease, which is highly credible and accurate, then they can be useful. Even though we can't 100% explain how the deep learning neural network works, which node and which neuron was used to make a specific prediction, there are other ways that we can try to improve this explainability, such as seeing which variables contribute mostly to the model performance, and trying to use alternative approaches, understanding the mechanism that may relate certain variables. There is the causal inference and causal discovery field, which may also help there. So a combination of those fields can usually be useful to try to complement predictive performance alone if we lack explainability at the beginning for these high complexity models. So to summarize all this story, it's a story that actually begins in biostatistics, where we also create models and we also want to have high predictive performance, but we also need some explainability for them if we want to go into specific scientific fields, such as, for example, drug discovery. You know, if you want to identify drug targets in drug discovery as researchers, we often need a high level of explainability. So today, a lot of algorithms are developed that combine the predictive performance of artificial neural networks with the explainability of some other domains. And this enables using AI for drug discovery for many companies. Still, for a lot of them, it's in experimental phase, but it is a highly developing field. And then there is another set of items, which is the data source and AI response within a biostatistical field. So imagine a situation where we have a lot of large language models today. So these large language models, they are basically trained on large amounts of text data. This text data can be anywhere from the internet, almost anywhere, from blogs, I don't know, research publications, to just any web page which is accessible to that AI model in terms of training. So a lot of large language models, they're actually trained on large amounts of text data. And this text data may contain information of various quality. So it may contain information of lower quality, of higher quality. It may, in return, also produce predictions which are related to the data source. So if we have a data source, which is basically a large amount of unfiltered text, that's what we can expect in the response, because most large language models today are actually deep learning models, which are trained on the textual data. And that means that the predictive model that they have is also going to make similar, if it's very accurate, it's going to produce similar predictions based on that data source. Now take another situation where a data source is, for example, only randomized control trials. So randomized control trials, just for our audience, are the gold standard in medicine and biomedical research, and they are considered one of the best standards and some of the most trustworthy study designs for biomedical research. Basically, a lot of confounding and bias needs to be first resolved before we can conduct a randomized control trial through randomization, through other domain-specific study design aspects, and that's why the result that we get from such a study is more trustworthy than majority of other studies or designs. So, as an example, there is a company which I collaborate with called Larval, which works with large amounts of oncology data. And most of those types of data actually come from randomized controlled trials. So of course, when you create an AI model that's based on such data, you can also expect that AI responses, which are based on that data, on the model which was trained on that data, are going to be more credible and more trustworthy just because they come from a more credible and trustworthy source. So this is very important. You know, predictive performance is not the only thing that we want to evaluate for an AI model. We also need to know where the data source comes from. If the data source is a credible and trustworthy data source, then there is a better chance that the predictions that model is making, or other, for example, causal discovery patterns that it's discovering, are going to be much better because our data source is better, and it's probably better adapted in that case to resolve a problem that we're trying to resolve. Both biostatistics in the AI field, especially their intersection today, is a lot about problem solving. So all these aspects that I was mentioning, like explainability, predictive performance, creating AI models, using various data sources to train those AI models, a lot of them revolve around solving real-world problems. And that's why the actual value of these solutions depends on how good they are at solving real-world problems. So there is an example which I may go back to that explainability aspect. Imagine a situation where we have a highly explainable model, but it's not performing well in the real world, right? It's not solving the problem in the real world. In that case, we would favor a model that may even have less explainability, but it's solving a model, it's solving a real world problem much better, and it's improving a specific field. Of course, there is a situation which is vice versa. We may have a high predictive value of some model, but it may be not relevant to a specific field because it lacks explainability to solve that problem. So it's really about how is the problem formulated, what problem are we trying to solve, and then we can decide what combination. Ideally, we would want to have both explainability and predictability or predictive performance to be more accurate of AI models. But how do we choose the optimal way of measuring this? It's really dependent on how good do they resolve a real world problem eventually. So we may set additional rules which are associated with these real world problems. So we may have specific metrics, specific performance indicators, which tell us how well is a model performing in the real world. Now, when I say in the real world, it usually means testing a model on unseen data. What does that mean? That means that we want to know how will the model work on some new data that the model has not seen before, seen under a specific symbolic meaning, which means that it was not trained on it. The data that was not involved in training of the model. And usually just out that digital product in the real world, seeing how it performs, what benefits does the model make, and then the actual value of that model can be measured more accurately. A lot of these items, more specifically with biostatistics, less with artificial intelligence, so mostly with biostatistics and clinical research domains, are covered in a book I wrote for publisher Pact, which is biostatistics with Python. And you may see a QR code, and you may also contact Ankur Malasi on the reviews of the book if you're interested to know more about the topics that are covered there. But a very short summary, this book, as I said before, it's not only for biostatisticians. It may be useful for biostatisticians, but it's meant for anyone within life science space, especially today, as I said, when we're using Python more and more to tackle these complex, highly complex problems with large amounts of data, with integrating machine learning and artificial intelligence within the biospace. So I know that session is short, and there is a specific Q&A session that should also be in place. So I will keep the session very short. Thank you everyone for attending. Thank you the organizers of the conference for the opportunity to speak, and I would be happy to answer any questions that arise.
Thank you so much, Daco. That was a very insightful session. Do we have any questions from the audience? Okay, we have someone raised their hand. Hi, Michael. Please go ahead and ask your question.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for such an insightful session so far today. And thank you, Daco, for your session. Also, very cool name. And I wanted to ask if you could provide resources for someone who is trying to get into the biostatistics space. I have an interest in becoming an epidemiologist, but I don't know too much. Or I think what I would need to know on biostatistics. So I don't know if you could guided resources that will help me become not an expert, but something like that.
Of course. Well, I think it's very important that if you come from a life science field, that you probably already have a specific type of domain knowledge, for example, here in epidemiology, which is already an important foundation itself. Now, for the resources, I may provide some resources after the session additionally, but I would say that the most important resource that you can have for advancing into biostatistics fields is just going through specific projects. They can be even open source projects. They don't have to be initially academic projects. So any type of projects that one can go through, whether it's a course-based project or whether it's just some type of collaboration that can provide experience from that specific project, that's probably the best resource that you can have. There are, of course, a lot of books and projects which may provide additional information or facilitate that path. But eventually, I think that project-based experience is very important in this field. And that a lot in this field today is happening with coding projects. So writing code, for example, in R or Python. And especially today when we have artificial intelligence, we can even use that artificial intelligence to help there with finding specific resources or writing specific blocks of code for a specific project. So I hope that answers your question.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Michael.
All right. Thank you so much, Dako. For anybody else that might have questions for you, do you mind sharing your LinkedIn to the chat box so that they will send you their questions directly to your LinkedIn? But quick fire questions before we let you go. What's your favorite programming language?
Just one moment. Okay, I will answer that question, and then I will share the LinkedIn after. Okay, so what's my favorite programming language? Well, I must say I started as R programmer more than 10 years ago, but eventually I also became a Python programmer in the meantime. So I actually have two programming languages which I still use today, and they're both favorite to me, which is R and Python. So for biostatistics, which is more in a clinical space, I prefer using R. But if I switch to a space where I have to work with a lot of data, such as real world evidence, or combining artificial intelligence with biostatistics, then I use Python. And in that field, Python is my preferable language.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us today and taking our time to speak to us. Just share your LinkedIn to the chat box. I hope you have a good rest of your day.
I will share the LinkedIn.
All right. So before we have the next session, we are going to be going on a very quick break. Guys, it's going to be a 7 minutes break. We're going to be back in 7 minutes for the next session. So if you need to go use the loo or get coffee or get tea or whatever you need to do, you can stand up now and go for 7 minutes, and you have to be back for the next session. Yeah, thank you so much once again, Dako. Bye.
Thank you so much, and it was great to be at the conference.
uniting for impact, collaborative efforts towards an inclusive and sustainable African data and AI community. Is going to share with us insights on fostering innovation and accessibility in data and AI, and is also going to delve into the different strategies that can that have enabled initiatives like the African Data Community newsletter, which now reaches over 2,200 subscribers across 45 countries and 8 United States right? So Gifts is a very strong force. Is also like driving force behind Data Fest Africa, organizing different conferences and hackathons in less than 3 years, and currently he leads the MLOps community, currently revolutionizing machine learning operations and advancing innovation in large language models. And so far, his dedication to open source AI development has opened new opportunities for African developers to contribute to global technological advancement. So I'd like to welcome Gifts to this session. How are you doing, Gift? Hi, Gift. If you can, let me see, unmute.
Yeah,
you.
can you hear me?
Let's see. Okay, yeah, I can hear you. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Good to have you here.
Yeah, don't mind me. I'm not so used to Zoom. I'm more used to Google Meet here, so it's fine.
No worries.
Yeah,
that's
so
fine.
hi, Anoma. Hi, everyone. Yeah, so I'll be talking about uniting, I'll be talking about uniting for impact, collaborative efforts towards an inclusive and sustainable African data and AI community, representing data community and several friends like David, Ola, Okme, that was on the call not long about analytics engineering. Ayo, I think Ayo will speak later or I've spoken already. Yeah, so let me just go straight to the topic for this and addressing this, right? So who am I? Gifts, the co-founder of Data Community. I've been introduced already. I'm a developer advocate. I've worked at it actively as a developer advocate for global companies and a data scientist for global company for the past outside Nigeria for the past 4 years, 4+ years now, exactly, from working as a sport data scientist to working for a company as a developer advocate in Israel, and so on like that. I'm also an advisory board member, Dev Network. Yeah, so that's about me in summary. Yeah, let's just go to the topic of today. So these are some of the things we'll be addressing, right? We're talking about introducing the topic, the state of data and AI in Africa, the role of collaboration in addressing challenges, building an inclusive ecosystem, sustainability through knowledge. Before I proceed, I know I didn't, like, you see my last slide, does this. Some people might be like, okay, they saw developer relations. I think I need to introduce that, right? So developer relations is I talk about that majorly at conference, in-person conferences, but outside the communities of Africa. But AI developer relations, if you know Logan of OpenAI, you can build a picture of what developer relations is about. So what do an AI developer advocate? In developer relations, there are different fields under the developer relations field. We have the developer advocate, we have the developer experience engineer, we have the developer relations engineer. I'll switch back to the topic soon. We have the community manager, the event manager, and so on, the documentation engineer and all. So what they do now is to give developers in this space, like now, the data engineer, the data analyst, the machine learning engineer, data scientist, the best experience now. An example of giving them the best experience is building a very good documentation, right? So like maybe we are working with prefects and you'd be like, oh, I'm having some issues and all, like you go to their docs, like, or maybe LangChain, for instance, now, you go to their documentation and you'll be like, okay, taking a step-by-step walkthrough, and you could easily grasp like what was taught maybe through the documentation or other like materials and all. So basically that's developer relations right here. So let me proceed. So what I want to talk about today. So we're talking about, I've talked about the state of data and AI in Africa. We'll talk about the role of collaboration in addressing challenges, building an inclusive ecosystem, sustainability through knowledge and resources. Yeah, so those are some of the things we'll be talking about. Yeah, first of all, intro. Yeah, so let me talk about the state at the point, like that was like this 2025, right? I think that was around 10 years back. Yeah, let me say 10 years back, exactly a decade ago. The state of data and AI in Africa is, I would say, is dwindling. So people, like, as of 10 years ago, AI space in Africa as a whole can be, like, you can count them, like they are not much, right? You can count them as at 10 years ago. So in this case now, I know there've been some people working at banks as a database administrator and some, so I'm saying like the pronounced field, like maybe extending to data analysis, data engineering, machine learning and AI and all. So the buzz was like, in the world generally, data science is the sexiest job of the century, but you know, in this case, sometimes Africa tends to adopt things late, and I'll address that in this topic, making us an underrepresented voice, right? So then time like start going to 2016, 2017, then we start seeing more representation through DSN, then to 2018, through AI Saturdays, to 2019, through several, like YDP also came up through Okwe and several people. So 2020, after COVID and so on, like we started having more representation and several fields start evolving in the data and AI space before even the age of LLM and AI agents. So that of a lot of people were actually in the machine learning space a bit like not certain about what they were doing. Yeah, not certain because they were like, okay, people thought machine learning was just limited to, oh, I work on cargo data. I did like competition and Zindi and all hyperparameters tuning, use XGBoost and like mix like different boosting models together. Then like, yeah, that's all about machine learning. So several people were less bothered about what happens after like the models and the model get deployed, like what's the usefulness, explainability, and so on, right? So people were not so bothered about that. So as time goes on, before even Community Africa came in, so they started having like extensiveness. Extensiveness in this case now is people started working in standard organization, maybe as a data scientist, as a data analyst, as a machine learning engineer, which was not so common then, which is now like the modernized AI engineer, right? So, and they felt the need to switch fields. So some people that came in as a data scientist felt the need to build infrastructures, right? To be data engineers, data engineer. Then from there, several roles like analytics engineering, like 3-4 years ago, started popping up. The likes of DBT became popular and so on, right? So that was how like it's like the roles started expanding to different parts of Africa, even though first of all, like the software engineer, like me, for example, I came from the software engineering field. So the software engineering field was way pronounced and people started getting representation in the data space, right? Yeah. So, and everything like that led to different communities springing up, people coming together and building communities, and they started mentoring and helping people and so on. Yeah. So that's the intro about building sustainable community in Africa, right? And that's how the brain behind all that came on by different like empowerment from different areas of Africa. Yeah, so West Africa was highly rated, but West Africa in general. So number 2 I'll be addressing now is the current state of data and AI in Africa. I'll say there have been improvements in the last 2 years. Yes, this is 2025. In the last 2 to 3 years, a lot of improvements, especially in the AI space, from what I can tell. Right. I was invited for Sustain Africa. Yeah. Like I think since like 2022, that was before Data First Africa, right? So part of the things that were, I just remember I saw the Anomat, Oscar First and Sustain. Part of the things that was addressed was open source generally across the developer space. And the data, the AI space was missing in terms of, they were like, how did we ensure sustainability in the data and AI space? And this was a question that we, in that space that we invited, we were not much. I think we were just 4. That was me, Rising. I've forgotten the lady's name. And one other lady and a guy. So we were like 4. So that was the question that popped up, right? And as at the time, the prediction was there that, okay, based on the current state of like the way the trend is going in the tech space, I think what was popular then was Web3 blockchain. I can't really remember. Yeah, so that data and AI might be the big thing soon. So that was the concern, and we were sitting and we were trying to ponder on this, and we created some strategies, right, and wrote down some things and noted some things, and we were like, what should we start? How should we start empowering like contribution to open source in the data and AI space, generally in Africa, right? So I was trying to explain to them that open source contribution when it comes to the data and AI space is a bit different. For example, in the software engineering space, open source contribution is just limited to, okay, I'll not say limited to, the most popular aspect is contributing with Git, right? To GitHub, to code, like repository, like several codes and all, contributing to projects, right? That's the most popular way from the software engineering perspective. Then I was letting them know that when it comes to the data and AI space, there are things like they call open data. Open data, for instance, like Cargo project, but there are several people that they build several data sets, upload on Cargo, like build so that people can like analyze this data and use and so on, like that. That this is an example of contribution to open source. That's a chunk of it. And I was like, there's also another part of contribution to open source, which is research in AI and research in data. And I was explaining that when people tend to like write papers that bring revolution, like that bring different technique, right? To build different the currency, like from agents and so on. There are several people that have written paper on some of these things here. That these also contributions to open source in the data space, but from the research perspective. Then I was like, there is also another type of contribution to open source. I laid out 4, right? So this one is the from the data analyst perspective. I know a lot of people might have not pondered on that, but there's the Tableau public, for instance. I know that Tableau have the Tableau public where people tend to build visualization and you go to like get inspiration on how different visuals are done in marketing, in sports, in entertainment, and so on. And from there, you start getting ideas to contribute publicly to building visualization. So I was like, these contribution to open source from the data analyst perspective, because they get data and they tell story or present it in a chart like kind of form, right? So that is contribution to open source. That these 3 are far from the software engineering side. Then I was saying then as at the time that what we should expect is the likes of, like, what we should work on is the likes of people tending to build a model and upload on the likes of Hugging Face, which has been happening now. Yeah, which, like, I think Sai did one. I think Sharon did for Cargo also. Then Timmy Bam built one, but that's still internal, right? So, which has been happening lately now, like people building data sets, uploading on Hugging Face. There's also Dagzob and so on, and GitHub and all. And GitHub announced, I think that was like late last year, October precisely, close to GitHub Universe. And they announced that they've been increased in contribution to open source, even in the AI space. And they were like, they will create a path for people uploading models on GitHub, just like they do on Hugging Face. They talk about that. I don't know if that have been implemented yet. I've not really seen things as regards that. Yeah, so those are like, that's noted. Then I talked about the generic contribution to code, right? Like open source tools like DBT, DVC, CML, MLflow, and so on, right? Prefect and so on, like that. Weight and bias, even though it's like limited. So some of these tools now, you can go to their repo after working with their project and you notice some bug, right? So give feedback to the product team or the DevRel team, and from there they give you a step-by-step process after you tried your issues, right? That can enable you to contribute effectively. Because they are usually something like first issues, like that's for beginners, right? Usually popular in October 1st, yeah. So things like that you can contribute to this code, and now you're not like a contributor to like a popular data. I think someone from Nigeria did that. And that's Wura. I think Wura once contributed to Pandas, yeah. So several ways, like people correct errors on the repo. If you have time, take your time on it. People take their time to write the step-by-step tutorial that is like very with quality, that they tend to like updates over time and make it the official like basic tutorial on the project, and so on. Several ways of contributing. There's a community perspective, so and so on, like that. So that's the current state of data and AI in Africa. And lately, the likes of Timmy Babs, for instance, there is this Jan Sabian also that I think they built a ChatGPT like kind of work, and one deployed through Hugging Face, and so like Hugging Face precisely. Yeah, so this is the current state of data and AI in Africa. So there are actually some limitations, right? So the challenges at the moment is limited infrastructures and resources, lack of diverse representation in data and AI roles. Yeah, so the limited access to infrastructure and resources. I think these are cross-board generally. It's just that because the AI project generally, from the data perspective to the end-to-end AI, like building results from the end-to-end AI perspective, they are like, it requires high intensive, like compared to maybe the software engineering. In terms of the basic one in Africa is people that have not like talked about it. They are still having internet issues, and like some countries, which Nigeria is among. I know there are several African countries that don't have that problem. Yeah, but they are still having like maybe light issues and the great fall here and there. Yeah, so how will it compete on the global space and to bring change to like contributing to like all these things, to like making change, to the revolutionizing like the world in terms of creating project-centric ideas that changes things, right? So things like this lack of diverse representation in data and AI roles is so from due to the shortage of like, especially it's growing now, it's becoming better, but due to the shortage of AI roles, for instance, in Africa, which I know personally, where a lot of people tend to want to do AI engineering and find out that they have to be doing data analysis at the end of the limitations that happen in Africa generally, several talents are tending to leave. Like, yeah, you can count the number of AI engineers now with several years of experience in. Let me just start with West Africa before I go because I think it's the Southern or the Northern Africa, they are kind of diverse in that part, so they have representation. But yeah, you can count them because a lot of people felt like with the way AI agents, LLM, and so on is going, they are left behind. And when you want to seek real growth, you just have to leave Africa and go to like a global space or global company, especially AI companies precisely. Many of them tend not to hire from Africa because they feel like the markets they want to target is not like, you would have heard this word like the A in EMEA is silent, right? The markets they want to target is like maybe when you have EMEA now, European Middle East, the Africa there, the markets there is just like maybe 3% out of 100, but it's just stated. So the market is not really where we have the market. The AI market generally is North America, the US precisely, the European market and the Asian markets. Is even the US, like North America, then Asian market, then European market. So these are the people dominating this space now. So that's why we tend to have like diverse representation. Like we see several top companies like this now, like OpenAI, Anthropic, and several like some of these top company Perplexity and all. Seeing an African in this team, I mean, because they are startup, right? Yeah. So seeing Africa, like an African in this team now is like you are searching for food door in Lagos. That's just how it look like, because to find it is hard because of lack of representation, right? So things like this. Fragmented efforts across the continents. This, like, I have first-hand experience in terms of investors like tend to like cut back wanting to invest in startups invest in startups that are focused on AI because they just feel like, okay, outside this startup and few other companies, right? Africa don't really have big investments here on like in the AI space. I think there's an health company lately, I've forgotten the Intro Health here. So they got some like investment on their AI company. What I just mean is there are rare cases, right? So they don't get enough funding. Even sometimes we want to do data first conference, like, or personally know this higher, and like people in the team generally getting funding is a big issue, right? So is an headache on its own. Why? Because several of these investors, they really don't want to invest in Africa due to some certain reason. Yeah, but things like this are part of the challenges, like that we get across the continent. Even if they are to invest in Africa, they are kind of they pick some side, like maybe the Middle East, they pick like the Morocco, several countries, South Africa, and they don't really come to the West Africa. Yeah, so these are some sort of challenges, right? So the role of, I'll just run through some of these because I did several slides. The role of collaboration in addressing challenges, right? So we'll be talking about how does Data Community Africa solve this, and we are actually in the process of solving it bit by bit. Not that we've solved everything. It's a concept. So in this case now, we have like the 3 arms of DCA. I highlighted this at the last Data West Africa conference. So how we are tending to solve this now is education and capacity building. We are trying our best to give people free education in the sense that partnering with several companies like Datacamp, maybe sometimes in the future like Coursera, maybe Udacity and so on like that, to give people access. So how we are tending to solve this now is which is part of the big issue in Africa, right? Where people tend to pay some dollars of money and at the end of the day, no job. So we are trying to like give people free education first of all, to be able to learn properly. And we are not just giving them free education, right? Capacity and so on like that, mentor them in terms of building a community around that, right? 100 days of learning, sharing your work publicly, and so on. And we are trying to like track them and let them share their success. Several ones have gotten promotions as their company at different countries, Portugal, Morocco, those are the ones I know personally, and several like countries like that we've been able to track the metric. Some we could not track the metric directly here. So, but scholarship, right? Certifications here, we do, which is the least important in this case as regard maybe some of this CSM maybe are working with like maybe AWS and like several like Snowflake, getting their certification and all. Well, the focus is on training programs, mentorship, right? Yeah, that's how we are trying to, firstly, we are trying to solve this through one of the arm of Data Community Africa. So there's also the community engagements, networking, and career development. This is actually a big umbrella of the Data Community Africa space, which we've been focused more for the past 2 years now. One way or the other, people have heard of Data First Africa conferences, we've heard of hackathons, meetups now in these cases. We are trying to invest more from our end on like empowering the likes of saying, yeah, some of our like members are there, but seeing the life of like some meetups. So Data First Africa inspired some other meetups like direct comment, like the Tableau meetup, even MLOps community that are involved, and several ones, right? But we are trying to be more invested in it, and we are trying to like raise funding in terms of we can start focusing on small meetups one way or the other, probably across the world someday, starting maybe with like European, then North American, and so on some days on Asia. That's a long-term strategy. And there's the online like webinars, right? We do like our webinar and like address like different topics from data governance to AI agents to NLM and so on, analytics engineering, just trying to touch every part of the data space, the core areas, not just trying to follow the trend, right? So things like this, and we try to build a pipeline at which people tend to get jobs now. For now, one of the key focuses through Propel, right? So people getting jobs remotely, and we've had several sources from people in the community and people out of the community, right? So that's some good part of like the first one I said, capacity building and education. This one is community engagement and career development, which is essential for like among like the 3 arms on how Data First is solving, Data Community Africa is solving this. Then the third one in this case now is the advocacy and data literacy. The advocacy now is part of what we are doing right here with the team, where we are trying to like make people aware of like several things from open source. I'm speaking right now, talking about research and publication, and like making people involved, like the right way, like them understanding the right ethics and all to work with their data, and hopefully one day we get the opportunity to work with government policies and be involved directly in creating their AI strategy the right way, you get, in quotes. Yeah, things like that are some of the ways Data First Data Community Africa are trying to like make impact. Years to come, like few months to come and years we start here, maybe we are getting grants and applying for grants so that we can expand, right? So these are some of the ways. So our journey is in section. I'll kind of skip this. Yeah, because I feel like, if you follow us on Twitter and on LinkedIn, one way or the other, attend the conference, you can always get this. Yeah, this is a picture in summary of our journey. You see in this picture, you see me, you see up there, you see Wanu, Wanola, you see David, you see, I remember this, but I think Anoma was the host for 2022, and she's the host here now. Yeah, so several ways. That's Belumi leading the hackathon, and that's Fatima, my good friend. Yeah, so things like this year, this is how our journey started, and we've been doing well so far. Yeah, and we are hoping on bringing more impact, just beyond the conference, right? So our milestones, we have several milestones. This is the one for 2023. We have several milestones from our social media, that's from the community to representation of different countries, to our hackathon perspective, to our education perspective. And this year, one of the milestones we want to focus on is community building, like building our community, making our community strong. Yeah. So that's one of the ways we want to focus this year. These are some of the things and scholarships and all, people getting certified and so on, and some jobs. Yeah, our impact 16 countries. Yeah, building an inclusive ecosystem in this point is what we are trying to do at Data First. Is we understand that representation matters, right? So we understand that Africa have a voice, need to have a voice across the world, which is part of the things we are trying to do, right? And trying to increase the representation, not just in Africa, but globally, extend to other parts where when you count like top data organizations, you can see at least, if it's a startup of maybe 50% to 60%, you can see at least 5 to 6 Africans in such like in such global companies, right? It's possible. That's part of the things we are looking to see, much representation across the real decision making. For example, we don't have influence on that, but there's this man for BlackRock that he was brought to the board of OpenAI, for instance. I've forgotten his name. Something, I think by Ogulesi, I can't really remember. Yeah, things like that, more representation where not just Nigeria, Africans are ahead, right? So accessible knowledge, also creating more, making knowledge accessible in terms of like, yeah, I don't even know about data top flow from Alexi. So what Alexi is currently doing, for instance, now, yeah, one of the things we are planning to focus on very soon is sourcing for First Africa in terms of where professionals will come together and create like roadmaps and like courses and like accessible knowledge where people can tend to learn from, and instead of like partnering in this case, maybe in the future, bringing people to like create courses for themselves, for other Africans, for them to easily learn, and roadmaps precisely, and so on. Yeah. So on GitHub, GitLabs, Cargo, and so on. Yeah. So and equitable opportunities here. So when it comes to decision making processes, will be considered as a core factor. Yeah. So I'm getting to the last part of my slide. Sustainability through knowledge and shared resources. Yes. So from open source AI, where the next GitHub universe, it can be that we have more representation for the AI space as regards contributing to open source, from people building like libraries, people contributing to open source like Polars, LangChain, and so on, and some of these, yeah, Weaviate, Quadrant, and several ones like that, Datachain and all. Yeah, and more authors representation. I talked about this at the conference at DFS Lagos, when I was in Lagos, right? I highlighted that we want to see a case where several Africans are actually writing the technical and non-technical book, in terms of where people are actually contributing to a technique, for instance, and how to build a step-by-step process on like achieving something, maybe in the data engineering space, to the data analysis space, to the AI space, right? Really an actual and very impactful contribution. So this is part of the thing we try to like focus on these. Some of our like some people in the community tend to like partner with O'Reilly, Willie, and several of these guys here, publications where we can enable this and more representation as regards writing books, right? Yeah. So our vision, right? What next? What next is we are trying to focus on building actual like community beyond just the conference perspective now, and supporting smaller communities, because we know that small communities has a big impact on the ecosystem as a whole, and their voice needs to be heard. So these are some certain things we are trying to like impact in the future, and seeing data community Africa representation in some days very soon in like top conferences, maybe as a community partner in like Qualis, PyCon US, and several like top conferences in the world, right? And maybe new reads, because several of these conferences, like some of them, like they do have community partners. Yeah, we want like Data Community Africa to be enforced and partner with this in the future. Yeah. So in conclusion, yeah, so permit me, I didn't edit that. So this is not a code binary fault. I'll fix that. This is not a code binary fault. So unity is strength when there is teamwork and collaboration and create. Okay, unity is strength when there is teamwork and collaboration. Wonderful things can be achieved right here. In code, I'll drop like the author like in the group, not Henry Ford, right? So the one for Henry Ford that aligned with this is coming together is the beginning, and I think working together is a success. That's the one for Henry Ford that we both with this topic. Yeah, so you can scan this to go to our Google form and get to the community and where we can like continue some of like this impacts that we are trying to make. Thank you. Nice to be here. Hopefully, maybe someday in this conference, if the opportunity is permitted, I would like to talk about developer relations in AI precisely. Yeah, but glad everyone, and thanks for having me. Any question? Yeah.
Thank you, Gift. Thank you so much for that value-packed session. That was super insightful. That was a super insightful presentation. Thank you so much. Do we have any questions from the audience? So one of the question is coming in. I have like a very quick fire question for you, Gift, if you don't mind. So if you could like give one piece of advice to someone starting in the field of AI, like what do you think that would be?
All right. So advice is subjective, right? Like I'll say, a lot of times I'll answer it, I'll give it direct question, even though I don't like going direct sometimes. A lot of times I will ask that, what's your knowledge background, your knowledge base? Where are you coming from? What's your knowledge gap? What do you know before you need the advice? But I'll be giving two scenarios now. Yeah, if you want to come into the AI space, first of all, the first one is, are you coming as a beginner to the tech space? Like no knowledge of SQL, no knowledge of any other field, maybe software engineering to the AI space. If you are coming from such paths, I would say just start it slowly in terms of, you can start with low code. Like we have several low code so you can start with the like of Fabric. There are several ones, yeah, for Microsoft, and several local tools. Power Apps, Power BI. Just start with that. With some of the AI features on some of this app to give a sense and maybe get a job first of all. Then with time, yeah, you can then build your knowledge in terms of learning a programming language. So like pick a path you want to like fit in while you are learning on the job. That's the first category. The second category now is, we assume that you are coming from the software engineering or maybe data analysis or data engineering space. So if you are coming from the software engineering space, yeah, it's very straightforward. Software engineering is a big influence for for the big factor, especially in the current stage of LLMs. There are a lot of things are near agent, there are a lot of things are abstracted, and we don't need to build from scratch anymore. So I would say just pick some what's the name? Things like LangChain, Llama, and all, and just work with several projects from their documentation to their YouTube channel. Then like build several projects. Then you get a good grasp of what you want to do with the project. Then extend it by building several projects of your own and contributing to open source. Yeah. So, but coming from data analysis and like data engineering space, I'll say the domain knowledge is already there, and understanding how to work with the data team and the business side. Yeah, so you can just pick it one step at a time and just note your gap. The gap you need to fill, maybe you are not so good at Python when it comes to software engineering now. you can just start with learning Flask before you transition to Django. Then just build your what's the name? Your ecosystem around the Python AI software engineering space. Yeah, for instance, because you have the graph of like Python before, instead of going through the normal web formats, maybe learning like Nest.js, JavaScript from scratch, EXE, EX7 and all, then building it up from there. Yeah, so you can just go to the Python technique and you start looking for roles and all and start optimizing on it from what interview experience. If you have another question, I can answer. Yeah, or answer that also extensively.
That makes sense. Thank you so much for that. I think we have one question in the chat from Abdullah. So Abdullah is asking, data first consist of only, I'm assuming your question is, does data first consist of only data professionals or other IT related experts?
Yeah, okay. Can I proceed to answer that?
Yeah, and then I think he also asked what professional membership is first a part of, like, for example, CPN, etc.
CPN XO, I don't get that.
So I think the question is what professional membership is first a part of. Abdullah, if you can give more context to that.
I don't get that.
Okay, yeah. The first question, just as Gift mentioned, like I'm asking about, like the members of Data First, are they just data related professionals or covers other IT experts? So that is the first question. Why for the second question, I'm asking regarding the professional membership. You know, like an association I belong to, ITPA, you know, they are partly registered with CPN. That's Computer Professional. So what professional organization do you belong? Or do you have an affiliation with? Be it Google and the likes.
All right, nice. Yeah. So from the perspective, before I proceed to the answer, the field you are coming from is the IT field, right? Am I wrong?
You are right.
Okay. Where in the IT field, is it like networking or security or cybersecurity?
Because that is my question. Like people from networking from other field. Actually, for me, I'm a machine learning engineer, so I'm just asking the broader aspect.
All right, nice. Good. I was actually networking at the point. That was the first part I got into tech before I moved here. So that was nice. So for Data Community Africa is like a non-profit organization focused on the community aspect of the data and AI space. Now, the truth is, in the direct sense, looking at it, one way or the other, for every organization you work with data, it's just the truth. One way or the other, no matter how minute it is, it might not be pronounced and be like the forefront of what the organization is using as a sales point, right? But one way or the other, you work with data. What's it?
No, that's not for me. I guess.
Okay, sorry. Okay. So the thing is, at the moment, right, it's not only data professionals. So there are some software engineers in this space, because though it's been a while, a bit, depending on the case, I can decide to be a software engineer, for instance, as much as I'm a data scientist, depending on the level of software engineering you want me to go, for instance. So I can claim to be a software engineer. I'm just giving an instance. So I'm just saying that it's not limited to software engineering. To data professionals. I've not really seen, like, at the moment, we started by March 26 to make us 3 years. We started not long, but that was 2.95 years ago that we started, right, since this January, or 2 years ago. So there are a lot of things that we probably have not incorporated yet. In the future, we plan on collaborating with maybe Google, Microsoft, Amazon, and so on, and the rest like that, AWS and everything. Yeah, but at the moment, we've not gotten all of that here. We are still in the baby stage, trying to like proceed for more big things, even though we are doing big things already. So I don't know if that answers the question. But for the networking aspect, yeah. So I've not really seen how they can come into the data space, because from my understanding of the networking and security part, not really seen. But I know there's a part of extending to like maybe cyber security from the networking aspect as an advanced side. I know there's a part of like they're like data protection expert that like relates to like you need some sort of knowledge from CCNA networking and so on. Yes, I'm just saying as instance, but right now we've not really finalized that and like make that in conclusion. Yeah, I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah, it
I'd like to get your
does make
feedback
sense.
in the
It
chat.
does make sense. Thank you for the insight.
All right.
Thank you.
Any other question? I know. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Abdullah. Does any other person have a question? You can also raise your hand. I will unmute you if you want to talk. Okay, I guess there are no questions. Once again, thank you so much, Gifts. That was such an amazing session. Very value packed. I'm sure like most people learned one or two things. Thank you so much, Gift. Okay.
Sorry,
so,
yeah, I think you were saying you have a question yourself or something before I go.
Yeah, I think you already answered that.
All right.
Yeah, I think you already answered
thanks
it.
everyone.
Yeah. Yeah, I think there's one more. Maybe we can just take this like one last question and then we'll go to the next thing on the agenda. Yeah, so I think the Divine is asking, please, are there opportunities for a free software development classes?
Okay.
Do we data frame? Go ahead and answer the question.
Okay, that's fine. So, like I said, we do partner with Datarango. So some part of, depending on the area of software development you want to focus on, if it's core software development, like maybe the likes of maybe from C# web apps, Java with Spring, and no, we don't really have that. On Datarango, I know that part of the courses we have are software development focus relating to the data space, maybe learning the core software development principle for you to get into AI or maybe LLM or AI agents generally and all. But for just software development, precisely the core part of software development to backend and all, we actually don't have that partnering with Datarango. So, but you can still apply for the Datarango, like it's still open, I think, because we'll be having a session this evening. You can still apply for the Datarango session that is open in the form if you go to our page on LinkedIn and Twitter. So when you get the opportunity, you can like see through courses and see whether you see like some software development related courses. Especially if you are not a beginner, you are like in the intermediate setting, you'll be able to leverage on that to learn more about AI and or building AI apps without knowing some in-depth machine learning and abstracting things. Yeah. So that was it. I don't know if that makes sense, but yeah. So
Divine, I hope he's been able to answer your question. All right, thank you. Thank you so much, Gifts. There are no more questions. Let's see. Yeah, so in the absence of question, I think I just want to thank you so much, Gifts. We really appreciate your presence. That means a lot to us. You taking your time to be with us today. So thank you so much. I just want to do a quick how are we feeling today? Like everyone, do we feel energized? Do we feel like we've learned one or two from today's session? I just want to hear from one or two people on the call. Yeah, let's hear from you. How are we feeling? See that I saw Dennis muted unmuted his mic. Do you want to say something?
Okay, let me go first.
Hi, Abdullah.
Yeah,
thank you.
I should say so far, I've been feeling really nice. In fact, I haven't been this long on the space before. Averagely, in the space of 30 minutes, I'll be gone. But believe me, we started this together, and I'm still here, and I'm still looking forward to the other speakers. So that means it has been insightful. Twitter, my LinkedIn, and also post about the program. So that shows how beneficial it has been so far for me. So aside from me having fun, getting to meet people, getting to connect, at the same time, I'm still learning. So that is it for.
That is so good to hear. Really appreciate you bringing that up. Thank you so much. That is so good to hear. Thank you. Thank you, Abdullah. Do we have anyone else that wants to, let's know how you're feeling. If you learned anything from the session today, or the session today. Just one more person. Let's see. Dennis, do you want to say something? I see your mic is unmuted. Okay, maybe not. Okay. Yeah. Thank you so much, everyone, for sticking to this time. We really appreciate it. Before we take a quick break, let's see. Yeah, we can take a quick break now. We can just take a 5 minutes break, just to stretch, grab a coffee if you can. And, when we come back, we'll be having our next speaker, Leo Gazette, who is a machine learning group manager. So she's going to be here with us, and she'll be discussing more about mastering the journey, from NLP fundamentals to our nascent large language models, LLM. So she's going to be here with us. So let's take a 5 minute stretch. Let's, grab some coffee, grab some water, walk around, and let's come back. Thank you, everyone.
This is what
AI writing assistants.
It's the kids, baby.
Ni leo, acha tu niwaweke wazi, mubaki na mishangao kuswa ya mapenzi, nataka kuyaeleza. Na leo tena waiteni paparazi, warushe kwa mitandao, siataki mapenzi, nataka jipongeza.
the recording has stopped.
Yo baby, umenaya na baby, oh ulimuna kipenzi, ni mshenza kupendi, ama kwani mtihani, mambo mengi dunia na mistressi siwezi, oh siwezi. Bora ni njoo, maisha mafupi ni simple. Yani nini tesekero, yani nini tesekero, jiunge nami upoziko, jiunge na mimi. Bora ni njoo, maisha mafupi ni simple. Yani nini tesekero, jiunge nami upoziko. Kama kupenda, bora nimpende mama yangu. Kama kupendwa mimi, nitajipenda peke yangu. Oh, kilichomponza fala, kujiona simba kumbe swala, kazama kwenye penzi utwara, badala kusaka miamala. Ayo, toka pesa sana pendeza, na tena na enjoy na wanangu maombo, akaunti nasoma na kamwili kananona, we mwenyewe si unaona, yani inasema bora bora ni njoo, yani nini tesekero, yani nini tesekero, jiunge nami upoziko, jiunge na mimi. Bora ni njoo, Comic Slicer. Shake it. I will. I'm on my will. That's it. Tune into the king of songs and blues. I know they want to see me fall. But I they stop it, I know they follow. Won't give me your mom, Papa low. If you don't know, make you ask, I do go. Bedu the body, I been doing this in Dante. Ibadu Jeo, Koma se wa sodo wa. Whatever you do, hope say you they make me laugh. I don't get time for wahala, I dey give peace. I will, I'm on my way, that's it, yo. Lale Friday, Ibiza, oh, will, I'm on my way to you, that's it, yo. Lale Friday, 50-50, we go share a man, no like Ojoro. You don't get as you go, I go know your coro. I get to your call, even when I shy you. My best so tired, my daddy duro. Bedu de body, I be doing this in Dante. Ibadu Jeo, Koma se wa sodo wa. Whatever you do, hope say you they make me laugh. I don't get time for wahala, I dey give peace. I will, I'm on my way, that's it, yo. Lale Friday, Ibiza, oh, will, I'm on my way, that's it, yo. Lale Friday, Ibiza, I will, I'm on my way, that's it, yo. Lale Friday, Ibiza, oh, will, I'm on my way, that's it, yo. Lale Friday. 50-50, we go share a man, no like Ojoro. Tune into the king of songs and blues.
I became a medical This meeting is being recorded.
All right, welcome back, everyone. Let's see. I hope we're all back. If you're back, just put a thumbs up in the chat, or you can unmute your mic and say you're back. We're back. All right, thank you. Thank you so much. Let's see. All right, thank you. Okay, thank you so much. So next up, we're going to be having an amazing guest. We have an amazing guest with us as well. So we're going to be having the amazing Leo Gazette, who is a machine learning group manager at S&P Global. Is a very prominent expert in natural language processing and machine learning. And this session titled Mastering the Journey from NLP Fundamentals to Harnessing Large Language Models will provide a comprehensive overview of NLP concept and practical strategies for leveraging LLMs in real-world application. Leo is the author of Mastering NLP from Foundations to LLMs, a recently published book offering in-depth guidance on NLP techniques and advanced LLM implementation. So Leo's extensive background includes serving as the Associate Director of Applied NLP Algorithmic at Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Center, where he led innovative NLP projects in healthcare. He also held significant roles at Silentium, focusing on predictive modeling and algorithm development. He's earned his master's degree in computer engineering from Tel Aviv University, graduating with the highest honors, and is an active contributor to the academic community as well, with numerous publications and citations in machine learning and NLP. His insights and expertise make him a key thought leader in advancing the applications of NLP and LLMs across industries. So Leo is such an amazing person, and we look forward to having a great and insightful session with him. Hi, Leo. Are you there? Good morning on this end.
Hi, good morning. Thank you so much. Do you hear me well?
Yeah, I can hear you perfectly well.
Great.
Good to have you here with us.
Thank you so much for the introduction. Very kind. I'm happy to be here. Happy to tell about about my journey in my career and how that led with the book along with my co-author Maysam. We can get started.
Yeah, sure. You want to share your screen?
Sure. So I share my screen. No problem.
Yeah.
I wasn't 100% sure about that, but I believe there shouldn't be a problem. Let me know when you can see it.
Yeah. You started sharing already. Yeah, can see your screen now.
Lovely. Okay. So thanks again. I will skip my intro because you were so kind. Thank you so much. All right. I want to have this disclaimer. So I do work for S&P Global, but nothing that I present here represents the work that I do there or their business or the work that anybody else does there. This is really in my personal capacity. So I just want to highlight that. I'll go over 4 high-level topics here. And I think that the first one really gives you the best idea on what the talk is about. And I'll paraphrase it. So I've been in the business for a while, and Maysam, who's my co-author, had as well. And we both were able to see opportunities in the development of machine learning, and in particular natural language processing, and see how that dovetails between our success with our company's success. As we may have changed companies, but many companies are able to gain a lot from leveraging these capabilities. Now, this was even true before ChatGPT came out. So, we would always consider it as a niche. NLP would be considered a niche, but there was a lot of need for mining free text. And for that reason, we were able to tap into capabilities that bring a lot of insight and help ourselves be more valuable. When ChatGPT came out, then NLP kind of stopped being a niche, and it was really at the focus, Gen AI as a whole, but Gen AI in the context of text in particular. And I feel that now it is not as hard to explain the value that NLP brings. I think people are more aware, especially in the industry. And what Maysam and I found is that this is a great opportunity to share what we've learned from our time as NLP professionals for folks who are looking to break into this field, because the demand in the industry is rising. Not always do the company's leadership know exactly how to choose the right talent. And so it is important for folks who are looking to break into this to really understand what valuable tools can make them great contributors to the development and solutions that different companies and industries are trying to make. That is the purpose of the book. And it's mainly meant folks who are looking to either break into NLP, folks who are already technical. It's mostly to know how to code in basic manners. But if you're technical, you know how to code, but you want to get more familiarized with NLP from the beginning and the basics all the way to applied methods with large language models, we designed a book. So I'll start with some more motivation in case I didn't give enough. So how did this journey go? In 2022, we saw ChatGPT come out, and then we saw how it was driving acceptance of AI-assisted interactions. And that is a major shift in non-technical companies. So, big tech were always very open to innovation around AI-assisted manners, but not all companies, not all finance, healthcare, and so on. And this has put the need and the demand at focus. Demand that often came from investors and the board of directors, not necessarily the folks on the ground. In 2023, we saw how these work frames are slowly being adopted in companies, and simultaneously we saw code stacks like LangChain, where retrieval-based algorithms became very relevant, and we touch on that on the book as well. LangChain becoming a vector database is becoming much more relevant because they coincide with what ChatGPT does, the growth of LLMs, the growth of large language models. Later in 2023, we started seeing how much more demand there is for AI and ML skills to become more familiarized with the existing employees of the companies. And so that is, I guess, where the book became the most relevant. It didn't come out yet, but as we were writing it, we were realizing this is really something that is going to be of interest to folks who are looking to get more upskilled. And I saw this across companies. And that led to 2024, where the demand for more new folks to come into the company that have those skills started to grow easily. I can say the job market and the financial market as a whole had some bearings on that, but we saw how much demand there is in the companies, even though they weren't always able to fulfill those demands. And then finally, we started seeing more and more products and prototypes coming out within companies that are leveraging this. And then the last bullet point here, the last one is the other departments of the companies, of the industry, legal, compliance, and those who govern how products and IP is being distributed. They started adjusting their policies to make sure that they're able to give the right answers to how to go about it. So this is something that started really getting the focus of all levels of leadership, including the highest level of leadership across the different types of leadership disciplines. So, like I said, this is something that Mason and I saw as an opportunity. And I gotta say, we started writing the book before that. The book took some time, but it was clear to us that this is an opportunity to go ahead and share in just a few hundreds of pages what we feel that we gathered over the years and help us grow. And we find ourselves advising other junior folks or folks who are just now coming out of school, and they're asking, hey, you folks been around in the industry for a while. I want to be a data scientist. I want to be a machine learning engineer. I want to focus on something that will help me be valuable to my company. What do you recommend? And as we, ad hoc advice to folks who, we see at conferences, or we maybe reach out to us on LinkedIn, we realize this book is really something that could serve these folks. So I just want to high level go over the book. How am I doing on time? Timer shut off. Okay, 10 minutes. So I'm gonna go over just a high level chapters and explain what the readers get in the book. So the basics of the first 3 chapters. The first one introduces NLP as a discipline as a whole, without diving into any technicals yet, but explaining what it is, what it isn't, how it came to be, what early milestones from decades ago there were. The second one makes sure that the reader understands what are the basic math fields that govern the algorithms that are in NLP. It's mostly linear algebra, which then kind of progresses to more vector analysis. It's probability, which really governs machine learning and data science, because most of the algorithms are based on randomness. And then the third one is touching on machine learning and how that dovetails with NLP, because the book really sets NLP as a subcategory of machine learning, because this is applied NLP. The next two are telling the reader about some of the more fundamental basic techniques of NLP. The number 4 is text pre-processing, explaining what it means to look at text that sometimes is noisy, sometimes it has inconsistencies, and pre-processing is often needed in traditional approaches, and we explain what that means. And then the next one is telling about how we put together a text classification that we're looking to tell about a real-world applied method using traditional machine learning technique. So traditional machine learning technique is our way of saying not neural networks based, but more traditional machine learning models that are not dedicated to text, but are general. Random forest, decision trees, it can be even linear regression, logistic regression, things of that sort. The next 3 dive into more advanced techniques, and you start looking at deep learning neural networks and how they serve NLP, because they have a great ability to capture the science, the consistency of spoken language. And so these 3 are really capitalizing on that. We dive into large language models. We talk about transformers and attention mechanisms. So you really are able to get a very broad picture of how this field has developed over the years and what the current cutting edge capabilities are based on. And then the last 3, they are more qualitative. They're not quantitative. They're actually more oriented towards leaders, as they are trying to understand how to leverage NLP in their business. The value that it brings to the technical folks that, like I said, this book is focused towards, is that it gives them an understanding of how leadership is seeing things. I gotta say that 9 is still more applied. I wasn't sure whether to put it in the previous slide or this one. 9 is still applied because these are state-of-the-art, most recent LLM application that you have. You have agents pipeline in Python there that you're able to play around with and to adjust. You have LLMs, you have applications of classification, of extracting medical information from reports. 9 is on one hand state-of-the-art and where things are headed, but it's still technical. 10 and 11 is more like what I said, leadership. So 10 is very comprehensive, and it talks about the different trends that we're seeing in the industry around Gen AI and NLP. So it talks about marketing, it talks about computers. We mentioned quantum computers just a little bit, but it was too early to dive into that, as we know very little still. It talks about finance, education, and many other fields where NLP and Gen AI are really emerging, and we tell about how it's coming to be. And that's after a very long research of these different industries and where they're headed. 11 is the most unique chapter. 11 wasn't written by any of us. It was designed by us, and it's about interviewing 5 key leaders from the industry who know and understand things that Mason and I don't yet, because they're at the forefront and they're experts in their field. So we have the chief AI officer for eBay. We have a VP of products from Google machine learning organization. We have a legal expert in regulations around AI. And we have another very senior person, the president of Mayo Clinic platform, John Halamka, is a terrific person to know in general and to listen to what the thought leadership that he has. And then last but not least, we have a researcher from MIT, David Sontag, and he's telling about cutting edge research, which is really the forefront of what we're going to be looking and working with in, I can assess perhaps 3 to 5 years. And so chapter 11 is really giving, I learned a lot from talking to these folks, giving you a really good idea of where these leaders who are leading their companies and are thinking 2 or 3 years ahead, and in research even further, how they're viewing things. So that is, I'll conclude that part of the conversation by saying that is what the book brings. We've been getting positive feedback. We're talking to folks who read it just to get acquainted. So, for instance, folks who are more on the leadership side, but on a mid-level. I haven't heard about anyone senior who told me they read it, but I'm talking about mid-level folks who needed to get more acquainted as their company started asking them to lead more Gen AI oriented projects. So these are folks who are like software engineering managers from big tech at some point. They already lead engineering projects, but not around Gen AI, and they needed to get more acquainted. So they're telling us that this is really doing a job for them. Technical folks are definitely liking it. The codes are all freely available on GitHub. Even if you don't have the book, you can just look it up and start working with the codes. So we feel that it's serving folks well. I'll transition to this slide. And this slide is kind of talking about the developments that are in focus right now. So these developments are the type of things that are happening right now, and they're going to be the solutions of the future. And then in another slide, I'm going to tell about what are the developments of the future. But these are things that we're seeing coming together. Unified access point, where an organization says, I want my in-house chatbot that will tap into all my databases. I want the employee to ask, what is that HR policy about taking long vacation? And then the next query would be, what SQL table do I need to look to find all the projects that are still haven't been built because they're in sales? And then another query would be some other personal information. And that is the high level vision that almost any company has today. It involves a lot of permission-based, of course, algorithms, but also retrieval-based algorithms and the ability to tap into all the different systems. Can you tap into SQL servers? Yes, pretty easy, relatively easy. Can you tap into ERP or Salesforce systems? Perhaps a little harder. So this is really what's coming together. I can go over each one of these, but the point is, these are the things that are being developed. And what the book is aimed to provide is exactly the type of capabilities that a developer would need in order to serve these development projects. So if you are able to capture those tools that we are capturing in the book, then you can be very valuable in these type of projects. You can offer yourself, you can interview for them, and you can definitely learn even more by joining these kind of teams. Where is the future headed? So I have 4 general ideas here, and I won't dive into any of them so I can leave time for questions, but these are the type of things, whatever catches your eye, to feel free to focus on that. But these are the type of things that we're seeing that are going to start being developed soon and are being thought of already. Things like multi-source fact-checking engine, meaning you have you're putting something together, an idea for your business or an IP, patent, whatever, academic paper, and you have not just the capability to do very comprehensive literature survey, but you have the capability to fact check everything that you put together, everything that you wrote. This is a capability that reviews your work, but unlike a human reviewer, since it has Gen AI in the backend, since it has an LLM in the backend, since it has access to the internet and to the different sources you gave it, it is able to be more comprehensive. And this is really the main point we wanted to communicate, is that those will be able to learn how to tackle those problems that are being developed are those who will be able to solve the future challenges. And that is the opportunity that we want to give to folks. That is the opportunity that we looked back and realized that we were able to leverage as NLP was growing, and now the Gen AI is growing. We feel there's another opportunity. That's the book. You can find it on Amazon. I want to thank you for listening to me, and I'll be happy to take any questions, assuming we have enough time.
Thanks so much, Leo. Thank you. That was such an incredibly valuable session. Thank you so much. Do we have any questions from anyone else in the audience? can raise your hands, and you can also drop your questions in the chat. One of the questions are coming in. Leo, I have like one question for you, if not two of them. So like throughout this journey, what excites you the most about, the evolution of NLP over time? And how do you think developers can, best prepare to take advantage of the AI and NLP boom growth, so to speak?
Sure. So I guess I've seen a few milestones. I started focusing on NLP around the end of 2017, early 2018. This was just to folks to help understand what milestone that was. That was a little after War to Vec, but before BERT. So we were starting to hear how NLP is kind of coming out of the labs. And all of a sudden in my company, this was in Memorial Sloan Kettering, so a big healthcare company that's very tech oriented. So I was in good company. Mason and I were in the same company. All of a sudden, I started hearing leadership, like executive leadership in emails that they're sending out, how they are looking to try to leverage text analytics. And I'm like, really? Well, that's the first time I'm hearing someone that's senior something in our language, in our like, I was, just a developer language. And I'm like, oh, this is really an interesting shift. So that was, and then, I started understanding that there's potential to provide more value here. I was doing machine learning in a group that does machine learning. We had a lot of skills, but NLP wasn't one of them. We were doing more traditional forecasting algorithms and classification algorithms, but not so much text-based. And so started capitalizing on that. And then when BERT came out, that made a major difference. And that is a bigger difference that was made, which is Hugging Face. Hugging Face made most significant change. I can tell you that as I was looking to build a new team dedicated to NLP, we were putting together novel solutions. And we weren't embarrassed to say, we're not developing the brain behind any of this. We said, we're counting on existing developments. Google put together BERT. It's phenomenal. It took them, I don't know how much time and resources, but all we do is fine tune it with a single GPU. And it's been made available for us by Hugging Face. And so open source and the fact that folks are looking to contribute, individual folks, but also big companies, what you're seeing from Google with BERT, what you're seeing from Zuckerberg and from Meta with Llama and with the different strategies that they have around open sourcing algorithms. This is a capability to capitalize on their interest to contribute to the developer community, and you as a developer get to participate as long as you're curious enough and you have enough motivation and ambition. I think that is the biggest takeaway that I have from this journey that affects both the industry and me and my career and my interest in what I love to do.
That makes a lot of sense. Thank you so much. Thank you, Leo. Do we have any other question from the audience? Someone unmute. Let's see. Feel free to ask your questions. We have a couple of minutes to answer it.
Sure. Or if anybody wants me to dive deeper, I say a question. I can read it. What is your opinion regarding the originality and credibility of research findings when researchers adopt them for their findings?
Sorry. Can I buttress? Okay. Good. My question is, what is your opinion coming from the research angle? What do you think when researchers tend to make use of AI when they rely on them solemnly for their research? So what is the credibility of such a research output?
Great question. What do I not think? I'll start with that because it's a tough question, but saying what I don't think is easier. I don't think that at this point, AI can be relied on to suggest novel ideas such as presented in research. And we have seen over the past year or two, all kind of cases where research relied on Gen AI in a way that perhaps just took away the credibility of what was written there. Let's not even discuss the fact that there's a credit problem there. You know, someone puts their name on something that they just ran GPT on and released. Yeah, I'm giving a very radical example, but let's leave it. I'm sorry. Okay, but the reliability, that's a problem. So I can tell you how I go about that when I leverage Gen AI for research, I mean, for asking new things and understanding that. I focus on the resources that it relies on in its answers, and I go and research those sources at the source to see whether they're reliable and whether also meaning the background of the source is reliable, and also what what is actually written. Often you can find that it relies on stuff that are not reliable, but are not meant to be reliable. They're either a joke post or things of that sort, and all of a sudden it becomes the truth. So that is a problem. That means we need to verify things of that sort. Now, you can say it beats the purpose. The purpose is to have something that quickly does something for you, and that's automation as opposed to you going and verifying it and working for it. True. The fact is, it doesn't seem to quite be there yet, and so manual validation of the person whose domain this is. So if this is research, then the researcher themselves is still necessary. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. It does.
Cool.
So for the second question regarding data bias, from your presentation, you also made mention of, given that we are not the one that trained this model, most of the time all we do is to fine tune. So it kind of aligns with the first question as well. I want to seek your opinion regarding if a model is being trained, for instance, and I want to fine tune this model, then I'm bringing in my own data in order to fine tune the model to train based on existing data, but I still have my own data. So in such scenario, what do we say based on the outcome of the machine model? Do we rely 100% on the output that it has been trained on my own data, or maybe there might be an element of bias since there's already an existing data that is trained on it?
Great question. Okay, so I'll read it back to you. You take an existing model off the shelf like BERT or an LLM, you fine tune it. With LLMs, often people don't even fine tune. You don't need to. You can just refine your search. Prompt, meaning prompt engineering, and then how can you evaluate the quality, the reliability of what you get?
Yeah, exactly.
I think I'll say this. I would assume that there are practices that are being formed in the research world, for instance, and perhaps there's more than I am aware of. But from what I can gather, there should be two layers that you as a developer or researcher may want to look at. The first one is the reliability or bias of the model. So models, you choose which model you want to go with. And even when we choose open source code, you can take a repo from GitHub that looks phenomenal, but has so many stars and so many people who are using it and supporting it, and then you can take something that's much more voted and reliable, and so it went through the transient and it's already maybe at steady state in some cases. Same things with models. There's a difference between the model source, the company and the entity that creates it, how long it's been around, and how much it's known. So researching the model that you want to leverage is important. It may have biases. It most often does, the bigger the model. And so it's important to account for them and make sense to perhaps disclose them in the research. FYI, the model we're using is BERT. It was trained by Google. And then you can give references to different biases that it may have, so to be taken into account by the reader, and also you can address them if you feel that they may impact your results. Second layer would be for you to verify your results that are coming out of it? Do they align with your experience? Do they align with other researchers? And do you have the ability to either guarantee that alignment, perhaps to trying other one or two other models that are completely different than the one you started with, different company, different, perhaps even different architecture, and give that perspective to the reader? Or are you able to just verify manually and say, okay, now I go and I check that, because it's it's healthcare data, and we have a healthcare expert along with us, and that expert is able to verify the reliability of the results, the correctness of the results. All of that is to say, I do believe it is on the researcher in your question, or the developer, to verify the tools that they're using and the results. It means more work, it means more expertise, and it means taking more time for these things. But the alternative is could be risky.
Risky. Yeah, I agree. Thank you.
My pleasure. Okay, I can go to. Do we have more time? Should we?
Yeah, I think we have like just a few more minutes. I think Jonathan can we take one question?
Yeah. Can one build a voice interpreter for almost all languages using NLP, or it has to be one language at a time? What do you mean? Do you mean like a model that is able to hear a sentence in one language, react to it, whatever you want it to do, and then you give it a different sentence in a different language? Jonathan?
Hello, can you hear me? Good afternoon.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, so what I'm asking is, for example, we need like a middleman. So I speak to it and interpret in another language. So, but in this case, there might be need for multiple languages. So can we do this using natural language processing, or we have to build a model for each of the language? Or can we have a language that handle multiple interpretation for different language?
Okay, if I understand the question, I believe so. So what we're seeing is there are several multi-language models. I believe the most significant one is by Meta. We cover it in the book, but I forgot the name. And they are trying to address this question exactly. Now, what is the high-level guiding holy grail that is guiding all of these folks? And I remember being told about this in school like 15 years ago. The vision is that you'll be able to talk on the phone in your language to someone across the world. They don't understand your language. You don't understand their language, but you're talking in your language. It tells them what you said in their language, and they repeat, the reply in their language translates to your language. So that is the vision, and that is coming together. I've seen demos that are very close to it. The only thing is that it takes a little more time than you want to. You want it to be immediate, but it takes some time. But that latency is always going to be there. And so yes, we are seeing models who are able to. You're able to speak to them. They understand what language you're telling, so they are interpreting what you're telling in that language and translating it to a different language. We're definitely seeing that. I can tell you that if you'll try talking to ChatGPT, I've tried in 3 languages. I mean, I've seen people try in 3 languages. Me in 2 languages, and then another person next to me in a 3rd language. And every time it was able to capture the language that we spoke and reply to us in that language. So there you go. Why don't you give that a try with ChatGPT, speak to it. I think the phone app can do that. I would imagine that perhaps it will be able to capture language and perhaps even reply to you in your language. So when you converse with it. Does that answer the question?
I think it did. Yeah, thank you so much, Leo. Thank you so much for sharing your brilliant insights with us, and for taking out the time to join us out of your busy schedule. We really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, folks. Have a great weekend.
You too. Bye-bye. All right. To our amazing audience, thanks for staying. Please keep engaging and reposting on social media. Keep getting the word out there. And yeah, we appreciate you all. Next, we're gonna have the brilliant EL on board with us. So we have EL Wersansky, who is a senior data scientist at Grado Inc. He's a leading expert in applying genetic algorithms to solve complex deep learning and AI challenges. And EL will be presenting to us the topic applying genetic algorithms to solve real world deep learning and artificial intelligence problems, hands-on genetic algorithms with Python. So in this session, he's going to share practical insights on leveraging genetic algorithms for optimization, search, and machine learning tasks. He's also the author of Hands-on Genetic Algorithms with Python, which was published in January 2024, and it has become a go-to resource for developers and data scientists interested in genetic algorithms. So EL holds a master's degree in computer science from Tel Aviv as well University, where he specialized in evolutionary algorithms and the applications in AI. So he has over 12 years experience in the tech industry, and he has so far contributed to innovative data processing and analytic solutions at companies like Black Knight and Avality LLC. His expertise in genetic algorithms and AI makes him a valuable resource for those who are looking to optimize their AI applications and tackle complex real-world problems. It's so good to have you here with us, EL. Let me see. I think it's on the call already. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. So good to have you here with us. Thank you. Over to you.
For having me. Should I share my screen?
Yeah, sure. Feel free.
So here is the presentation. Let me start it. So I'm going, just like you said, I'm going to talk about genetic algorithms and how to apply them to different problems, and particularly machine learning and AI problems. And just like you said, I'm a data scientist at Gradle. I've been a Java and Python developer for many years as well. I teach AI in a local university as just a few hours a week. And I run a few user groups, AI user group, Java user group, and Google developer groups in Jacksonville, Florida, which is where I reside. And I wrote this book. And I have a couple of links here. This book is a hands-on, so it has a lot of Python programs in it. The first two chapters are to learn more about genetic algorithms and the background, etc. And then the third chapter and on, it's all based on programs and the problems that we're solving. So this is a GitHub link on the side that you can access all these programs and explanations, and there are video tutorials. Every program actually is demonstrated in a video that I recorded. And so today we're going to introduce the subject of genetic algorithms. I realize that most people around have not even heard of them or don't know too much about them, but it's a very simple concept. Then we'll see some real-world applications that genetic algorithms can be applied for, and we'll go then into particular machine learning and AI ways to use genetic algorithms with these problems. And at the end, there is a free chapter link and some other links that I will share. So genetic algorithms are a family, you can say, of search algorithms that is based on or inspired by principle of Darwinian evolution. And we will talk about these principles in a second. And the idea is to use them to imitate the process of evolution and to produce high-quality solutions for problems that involve search, optimization, and learning, which are all very related to each other. Actually, almost any engineering problem can be translated, or at the bottom of it is actually some kind of an optimization or search problem. And learning is actually an optimization / search problem by itself. And it has some interesting qualities that help it overcome some of the hurdles that other traditional algorithms have. And so sometimes it will be a way to basically find novel solutions. Sometimes it will be the only way to do certain things. What are the principles of Darwinian evolution? The idea is that there are individuals of a population of a certain species, let's say, but they're not all the same. They have somewhat different traits. And some of these traits are passed from generation to generation. And what happens is that when environment poses challenges, the individuals who are better coping with those challenges, they survive, they have a higher chance to survive and a higher chance to pass on those traits that help them survive to the next generation. So over generations, we get some progress and we get individuals that are better adapted to their environment. And then if the environment changes, the process continues and you get eventually a response and you get individuals that again are adapted to this environment. And what we do is we apply this idea to solving a problem. We pose a problem that we want to find the best solution, let's say. So we start with the population of random solutions for the problem. And then there is a main loop that imitates the idea of evolution. And this main loop grows generation over generations that are getting better and better in solving that problem. And at some point we decide to stop and we take the best solution available. And if we go and look more into this main loop, this is what it looks like. In the beginning, we evaluate all the solutions and we rank them or we give them grades. And then we apply a process where we select the ones that are generally better than others, and we make them the parents of the new generation. And the crossover is a process where you take parents and you make offspring, and we will see how we do that. And then we end up with the new generation that replace the parents. We have the offspring, the parents go away, and this is the new generation, and then we go back and do the same thing over and over and over again. And this is the main loop, the genetic loop, or the evolutionary loop. So how do we do this? To be able to take two parents and make offspring off of them, we need to somehow imitate the genetic material that we have in nature. So we represent every individual, every solution has to be represented by something we call usually a chromosome. And the simplest way to represent a chromosome is a list of zeros and ones, but it doesn't have to be that. It could be, depending on the problem, it could be indexes. If, for example, we want to find the best way to arrange something, then we can just have them as integers that are indexes of a list, for example. And we can even do just floating point numbers. And each representation has different ways to do the crossover that we spoke about, and we will see this in a second. So when we want to evaluate a solution is represented by this genetic chromosome, and this is the only thing that the genetic algorithm cares about. The genetic algorithm looks at this representation and says, how good is this individual? So we have to have some fitness function that translates this back to the actual solution. That could be anything that, think even if this may represent some kind of a neural network. It will have to be translated to the actual neural network, and then we evaluate it, and we get a fitness value. This is the job of a fitness function. And once we finish and calculated how good is each solution, we need to select the parents to the next generation. So the idea is we select by random, but we give preference to the ones that are better. So sometimes a weak solution will also be selected, because it happens also in nature. There may be something in that solution still that is valuable, but generally we select the better individuals, and they will contribute. The better the individual, it will contribute more of its genetic material to the next generation. So how do we do that? Usually we take two parents and we generate two offspring. So if they were represented with binary strings or binary list, one simple thing we can do is take a piece of this and a piece of this and swap them around. and this can become more complicated. We can swap different parts. And if we represent those offsprings with the floating point numbers or with indexes, then there are specific operations to do that as well. I will not go into details, but of course it's all in the book. Then we usually apply a mutation as well, just to introduce more diversity and look for solutions in places maybe that we haven't been before. So again, the simplest way to do it, if you have a binary string, you can flip a bit. If we have floating point numbers, for example, you can add noise, etc. And there are many ways and many possible options here. But this is the idea. And the advantages of genetic algorithms in general is that they are considered global optimizers. They will be less prone to being stuck in a local or suboptimal area like some traditional algorithms do. And they can handle complex or even unknown mathematical representation because they don't really care about the mathematical representation. They just want to know what the solution is and how well it does. You don't need to derive, you don't need to analyze, etc. And they lend themselves for concurrency. A lot of the operations can be done concurrently, like evaluating the individuals, for example. You can evaluate them all at the same time. And also the crossover, etc. So they're very easy to parallelize. And this is very significant. We will see it in the next slide, why it's important. And they're generally resilient to noise because they keep trying different combination of the same chromosome, or the same individuals have a lot in common. There is a lot of repetition here that cancels out random noise that can be when you actually try to rank or find the fitness of an individual. And another interesting thing they can use in ongoing learning or adjusting, because you can you don't have to stop at the end and says, okay, I found a solution. You can keep it going, and then if the environment changes or the problem changes, your solutions will keep improving over time. The disadvantages are obviously you need custom definitions. You need to figure out how to take the problem and represent it with a chromosome, how to do the genetic operations of crossover and mutation. There are a lot of things that have been done already, so you usually can find something that will already work, and there are libraries that do that. In the book, by the way, we use a library called DEEP, D-E-A-P, that has been around for a long time, but there are many others, and they also exist in every language, almost any programming language. One more thing, there is no guaranteed best solution. There is no way to prove that you will get the best solution, because this is a heuristic. It's usually the idea is that you will find a reasonable solution within a reasonable amount of time, but you're not guaranteed to find the best solution. And this is something general to a lot of optimization algorithms. Usually, even the ones that are guaranteed will take you will have to put infinity amount of time into them. So infinite. The main issue with genetic algorithms is that they can be computationally intensive, because you have a population, you have to try each one of the individuals, and then you have to go and do all those crossovers and selection, crossover, mutation, etc., and then evaluate them again. So they're considered generally computationally intensive. And here, this is where concurrency and parallelism come into play, because they can be a lot of it can be done in parallel. It makes up for that to some extent. And in this actually the second edition of this book, there are two chapters dedicated to that subject: how to take an algorithm and try to make it go faster and parallelize it, including a way to use the cloud and AWS to basically run things serverlessly in parallel. So let's look at some problems that can be solved with genetic algorithms. And like I said, almost any engineering problem can be basically pronounced or interpreted as an optimization problem. So this, not sure why this didn't show at the same time, but this is a famous problem called the knapsack 01. And what we have here, we have a bag, a knapsack that we want to pack, and we have a bunch of items that we would like to pack. And each item has a certain value, but also a certain weight or volume. And the capacity of the bag is limited, so we can only pack it. It's limited by volume or by weight or by both. And we need to find a combination of items to pack in the bag that will give us the most value. And this can be also translated to actual other packing problems, like think of an Amazon deciding what items to pack into a box or what box to use to pack items, but it can be generalized to a lot of other problems that we will see a little bit later, maybe a couple of those. Another famous problem is the traveling salesperson problem. So the idea was, these are like originally were cities that you have to travel to all those cities, and you try to cover all the cities and do it with the shortest distance possible. Like this, in this case, this would be the best solution. And nowadays you can think again about an Amazon related, let's say that an Amazon truck has to deliver all those packages to these different places, and you want to calculate the route that will be the shortest or the fastest or will consume the least energy. This is a problem of arranging the cities in the correct order. What else? You can take floating point functions and optimize them as well, which has a lot of use cases. This is a case where actually you have four different minima points, and sometimes it's enough to find one of them. Sometimes you might want to find all of them, and you can do either one using genetic algorithms. And here is something that people sometimes do for fun, but has some other benefits to it. But here is a problem where you take a painting or an image, and you try to recreate it, reconstruct it using triangles, semi-transparent, colorful triangles. Just stack a bunch of triangles on top of each other and try to recreate this image. So we do have an example for that in the book, and what you see here on the right side are, here we use 100 triangles. So you can see after 500 generations, etc. This is the right column. So you see that over time, it does become more and more like the picture. In the middle, you see a blurred version of the same thing, just to take off a little bit of the edges of the triangles. So we have so that's an interesting way to represent an image with floating point numbers that actually represent those triangles. Now let's go to machine learning. Let's see some ways that it can be applied to basic machine learning operations or tasks. So one thing is a feature selection. When we have a model that we feed, we usually have a list of features that is being fed into the model, that the model works with, and we have the whole feature engineering issue that comes to design those features. We often have a lot of features that are irrelevant or redundant or actually cause more harm than good, and it's very difficult to tell. So we want to basically try to find the best combination and to find the most essential subset of feature. This is actually similar to some degree to the problem that we saw with the knapsack. We need to find the most valuable features that will fit into our model and will give us the best something, the best generalization, the best recall, accuracy, etc. And when you do that, and when you succeed to minimize your subset of features, usually you would see that, well, obviously the training time will be shorter, the model will be simpler, easier to interpret, and the accuracy and generalization are generally better as well. Another very widespread task that you do, whenever you create a model, you want to do hyperparameter tuning or optimization. And this is sort of an abstract way to show a model. It has the features coming in, the features that we talked about before, it has outputs. And when the model does learning, there are actually internal parameters that are changing. In the case of neural networks or a deep learning network, those parameters will be the weights and the biases. And this is learning. Basically, learning is some kind of parameter tuning that is being done. So actually, learning itself is an optimization process. You try to find the best parameters, the best biases, and weights that will give you what you want, to give you the best accuracy, the best recall, etc. So generally speaking, I'm just mentioning it, that regardless of the hyperparameter tuning, generally speaking, learning here is something you can use genetic algorithms for. You could have used genetic algorithms to find those weights and biases instead of backpropagation or the common algorithms. But you usually use backpropagation because it's a lot more efficient, it's a lot more specialized for those cases, while using genetic algorithms here will be very computationally intensive. Possibly depends on the size of the network, of course, but it is definitely possible, and there may be cases where backpropagation will not be able to work for whatever reason, and then genetic algorithms are a possible way to go about it instead. But what I actually want to talk about is not the actual learning of the parameters inside, but about hyperparameters. So hyperparameters are certain things that are being set before you apply learning. So this will be like a learning rate, momentum, maybe choice of local optimizer, things that you choose in a model before it goes through the learning. And if it's perhaps a learning a decision tree or random forest, and maybe it will be the depth of the tree and different ways to split the tree, etc. So all these you decide them first, and then you apply learning, and then you say maybe these were not the best hyperparameters. Let's try another set of hyperparameters. Let's change the learning rate, see if we get a better model. So the process of finding those hyperparameters is called hyperparameter tuning. And usually it means that you have to either try different combinations by random or by a grid, or in this case you can try genetic algorithms instead and apply that to find the best hyperparameters instead of using one of the traditional methods, and basically optimize the entire results of the model based on those hyperparameters, while the actual learning can be done with whatever algorithm that the model would use normally. We can take that idea further and say that we can optimize the architecture, which you can look at architecture as also some kind of a hyperparameter. You can say if it was a multi-layer perceptron, this is a simple neural network, the input layer and the output layer, you can change the size of them because you have a certain amount of features coming in and certain amount of outputs. But what's in the middle, it's up to you. The hidden layers, you need to decide how many hidden layers, what size the hidden layer will be, and you can also decide things like activation functions, etc. So you can use now a genetic algorithm to try to find the best architecture, and architecture can go much beyond that, especially with the newer deep learning networks that we use. The architecture, the internal architecture, can be very complex, and there are many options and ways to arrange it or to count how many heads, etc. Things can come inside, and one way to find the optimal architecture is to apply genetic algorithms as a meta algorithm that goes around the actual learning of each model. There is actually a particular kind of genetic algorithm that's called NEAT, and it was done to evolve a neural network that solved. Usually it was done for reinforcement learning that we will see in a second, but the idea is you give it a task to do, and it grows itself in a certain way, and eventually evolves into some network that does what you want it to do, which is in most cases something like playing a game or other reinforcement learning type of problems, but it can be used for other things as well. I just thought it would be neat to mention. And also in general, you can use genetic algorithms in different ways. In reinforcement learning, which is what you see here is an example of, there is something called the AI gym that was started by OpenAI, and there are all kind of tasks, and you can create an agent that try to handle the task in a reinforcement learning kind of way. So this is a bipedal walker that you try to teach it how to walk. It has those lidars, like laser that you see coming out, and it measures the distance from the ground and maybe from the next hump or rock. And there are all kind of actuators that control the legs. So you try to get it to walk through a certain distance and overcome the hurdles along the way. So the book has some examples that are relevant to that as well. And that's pretty much it. I wanted it to fit in 20 minutes. So I can tell you that the book has a lot more examples, including NLP that I didn't mention today. Maybe I should have, knowing that what was said in the previous presentation. So in the book, for example, there is a word game where we try to guess the next word that is based on something called semantel, where the words are represented by embeddings, and embeddings are pretty much vectors of floating point numbers that we can try to optimize so we can guess the word. But you're welcome to explore that in the links that I showed before from the GitHub and from the videos where I actually cover this. You can look for the NLP chapter in particular if that's particularly interesting for you. And now I just come to the very end, and I have a few links. So this is a link for a free chapter. You can get the first chapter of the book, download it, and you'll get also the beginning of the table of contents and other materials that come before the first chapter. But also, right now, I was told by PAC that there is a $9.99 deal on the ebook. This book is also included in the Humble Bundle, currently. And there is also I wasn't sure that we will have time for Q&A. If we do, we can do that. But beyond that, there is a form. If you follow the third link, there is a form where you can submit questions after the fact. And we will get back to you and communicate with you via that information in the form. So I can show this quickly. This is the actual packed deal. This is the Humble Bundle, and this is the form that we have. It's actually, it says that there are 3 pages, but there's actually 1 page and then one more question in the next page. So it's a lot shorter than what it might seem. This is what I had to say. I hope it wasn't too short. I was basically prepared for a 20-minute presentation.
Mm-hmm. No, I think it's good. Yeah, thank you so much. I think we can use the remaining time to just take questions from the audience, if that's fine. Yeah, thank you so much, EL, for the insightful presentation. It's great to learn a lot about how genetic algorithms can be applied in solving real-world problems. So, super amazing. Do we have any questions from anyone on the call? Do you have any questions?
I see a question here. How does hyperparameter tuning and deep reinforcement learning differ from supervised learning? I'm not sure. Well, from the point of view, if I understand the question is how hyperparameter tuning in deep reinforcement learning differ from hyperparameter tuning in supervised learning. I will take the question this way. It generally does not differ. Maybe other hyperparameters to look at is in reinforcement learning. You look at things like policy. So we don't have exactly the same hyperparameters, but the idea of tuning them is the same. You just have to take the hyperparameters and convert. You have to decide what hyperparameters you want to optimize, what type they are, what ranges you can give them, and then feed them into a genetic algorithm that basically wraps the actual process of the learning. So whether it will be supervised or reinforcement, you wrap them with the genetic algorithm until you get your best results. The reinforcement learning example in the book are actually don't have to do with hyperparameter tuning. They actually solve directly problems in reinforcement learning using genetic algorithms. One of them being trying to find the best sequence of operation where you push a cart back and forth until it climbs a hill and reaches a flag. And the other one has to do with balancing an inverted pendulum, and basically there is a small neural network that controls that pendulum, and you directly find the weights of the neural network that will do the best job balancing it. And also, there are always things that you add as constraint. I didn't really mention there are many problems with constraints. So when you, for example, try to solve a problem and find a neural network or an architecture of a neural network, you may want to add a constraint that says, let me find the smallest one that will give me good results. Or let's give advantage to models that are simpler or smaller, or in the case of finding the best subset of features that you want to feed, you give an advantage to the subset that you look at the generalization of the network, if that's what you want to optimize, but you will also give an advantage to a smaller subset of features because it's generally better for you. And then there is a whole class of problems like that have to do with constraints that I didn't mention, like if you want to do schedule of a conference or scheduling people to shift, so you can say there are constraints. This person cannot be in two places at the same time. We can't have the same person doing like 3 things in a row. And then you try to optimize certain things plus have constraints on top of them, which is very common in real world situations. LinkedIn profile. Okay, the LinkedIn profile was in the first, but it wasn't a QR code. Basically, my name. By the way, my name is very unique. If you Google my name, you will find it. But let me share this again for a second. So going back. So basically, this is what I call myself Ayal-AI on LinkedIn. If you directly want to put it into the profile, but otherwise, search for my name on LinkedIn. Okay.
Right. Thank you so much. Any other question? Do we have any other question? Let's see.
So remember that you can use that form. I have that. We have that form. If you have questions after the fact, if anything comes up to you, you're welcome to send your questions.
Oh, okay. Okay. Cool. Thank you so much, Eyal. I think in the absence of no questions, I'd just like to say thank you so much for the great session. Thanks for taking your time out of your very busy schedule to be with us today. We really appreciate it greatly. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for having me.
You're welcome.
It's my pleasure and honor.
You're welcome, and have a very amazing weekend.
Same to you.
All right, moving on. As a reminder to our amazing audience, I'm going to share my screen. Give me one moment. Can you all see my screen? Yes, so yeah, I think, can you all see my screen? Sorry, let me just confirm before. Okay. Thank you, Emmanuel. Thank you. Yeah. So as a quick reminder to our amazing audience, please keep engaging and participating in the sessions. We have loads of perks from our amazing partners, Packed Books, and also Forbes. This is Packed Book. Give me one moment. Yeah, and then from as well. So please keep continue to engage, continue to participate, and yeah, we have loads of this for you. So yeah, thank you. So next up, let me change my screen. All right, thank you. All right, so next up, we are going to have the brilliant Aaron Gilmet, who will be discussing another very interesting topic with us. I'm super excited for it, and I look forward to his brilliant delivery as well. So, as a quick round of introduction, Aaron is a leading expert in workflow automation and digital transformation. He serves as the Vice President of Technology Services Delivery. Is the author of the plain book, Workflow Automation with Microsoft Power Automate, which is a comprehensive guide to leveraging automation tools to streamline business processes with minimal coding, or like little or no code. So basically in the session, which is titled Achieving Digital Transformation Through Business Automation with Minimal Coding, Workflow Automation with Microsoft Power Automate. So Aaron is going to be sharing his expertise in optimizing workflows and implementing scalable automation solutions. And this session will provide actionable insights into using Microsoft Power Automate to drive efficiency, enhance collaboration, and also unlock new opportunities for organizations. And with his years of experience in technology services and a passion for empowering businesses to achieve transformation through automation, Aaron's practical approach and thought leadership have made him a sought-after advisor in the field, and is such an extraordinary professional in the field. Hi, Aaron. Welcome on board. We look forward to having an amazing session with you. Hi, Aaron.
Good morning.
Hi, good morning. How are you doing?
I'm doing pretty great. I apologize for the shine and the glare here, but that is one of the joys of getting older, I suppose.
Yeah, thank you so much for joining us.
Awesome. Well, I do have a slide deck to present, so I'm going to go ahead and fire that up.
Please feel free. All right, thank you.
All right, can everybody see it okay?
Yeah.
Awesome. So, I appreciate the great introduction. And we're actually going to talk about a couple of books, that I've published on this type of topic. So I think it's pretty exciting. I really get excited about anything automation, and especially when it bridges over into some of the new tooling that's available via AI. So just a quick note, this is all my personal stuff. This is nothing to do with any of my employers, previous or present. So I just wanted that to be clear. So before we kick off, I just want to talk about what we're going to talk about. Really my idea is why should we automate things? What is low-code automation? What's robotic process automation? And then what kinds of things can I use automation for? That's going to talk about maybe some business cases that either you've thought of or maybe some of you haven't thought of. We're going to ask a few questions about machine learning and what it can do for us. And then we're going to talk about some of the latest enhancements and developments in the AI field, especially when it comes to automation, like large language models. So most people are probably familiar with something like ChatGPT or Claude. So we're going to touch on some of the capabilities of those and how they can sync into your automation and workflows. And go. All right. So the first question I was going to ask is, why automation? So the first thing is that automation allows us to scale. Automation is a key technology to help reduce the impact of repetitive, low-skill tasks. So instead of processing at human speed, you can process at machine speed. The next thing I think is important is that automation helps reduce human input error. The average human input error rate in data entry operations alone is around 1%. And then, of course, once you introduce more complex tasks, the average jumps to 5%. And then without verification things like double entry, which essentially cuts the amount of work that somebody is doing in half because they're doubling the work, that can skyrocket to upwards of 8 to 10%. And really the final thing I want to talk about as we go into this presentation is automation helps us focus on the right things. Frequently, people are doing work that they don't need to do. It's important to differentiate between work that doesn't need to be done and work that needs to be done but doesn't need you to do it. And that's really where the key of automation comes in. So I built this pretty little diagram. It kind of describes, what things are really good for automation. So we have the idea of, things that are high value and low skill, things that don't require a whole lot of ingenuity or thinking. Those are really the first things we should think about when going to automation. Requires minimal specialist skill, but it's critical or it produces high value outputs. The next area, there's things that we need to do, but they're not really candidates for automation. So those are things that have high value, but also require high skill. Low value or low skill, those things require minimal specialist skills, but they also produce an output of small value. Those are things that are probably good for automation. And then, of course, low value and high skill. We probably shouldn't be doing those anyway, or at least not putting a high priority on them. They require a high degree of focus or specialization, but the value of the output they provide is very low. So shifting into what is low-code automation. Low-code automation refers to the use of platforms and technologies that enable users to design and implement automation workflows with minimal coding experience, relying instead on intuitive tools and visual tools. So some of the benefits of low code is that it's a user-friendly design. You can use things like drag and drop, pre-configured templates, and like logical rule builders, almost like flowchart and diagram tools to simplify the creation of automated solutions. One of the other advantages of low-code automation is it's really accessible for non-programmers because it's targeted at like the citizen developer. It's really designed to empower business users and non-technical staff to develop and deploy automations, usually specific to their business area, without requiring a whole bunch of programming knowledge. Automations help us focus on workflow optimizations. They streamline business processes by automating repetitive manual tasks. Like I said before, they use a visual tooling. So anybody can use like Word to drag and drop boxes around, or other apps where you're able to, or like Visio, another really great example where you're dragging objects onto a string and connecting them. So these types of platforms utilize those types of concepts really to help the people who don't have experience in professional software development really make some amazing products. So some examples of this include my favorite, Microsoft Power Automate, which is really the focus of things that I've written on. But other ones in the field that are popular, in the marketplace rather, are like UiPath, Zapier, Appian, Zoho Creator. One of the things I love about the Power Platform, Power Automate in specific, is first of all that it comes with every Microsoft 365 subscription, and really that extensibility out of the box. It already has hundreds of connectors to both Microsoft applications that are in the Microsoft Cloud, as well as a lot of common software as a service applications that you're probably familiar with, like Salesforce, Google Workspace, Adobe Acrobat Sign, DocuSign, Amazon, ServiceNow. The list goes on and on. It includes the ability to create custom connectors, or so if you do have the like professional developers, they can also create custom connectors to integrate with any existing tools or software that you already have, even connecting to, in some cases, on-premises applications. A whole lot of ability for both the low-code or no-code developers, as well as the what they're called pro-code developers. That's going to actually take us into the next area. What is robotic process automation, or RPA? So RPA is a technology that uses robots, or bots, it's right there in the name, to automate repetitive rule-based tasks that are usually performed by humans. These tasks involve interacting with systems and applications, like entering data, processing transactions, responding to inquiries, things that require, a lot of times require a mouse for you to click and copy and paste data. You can automate that very similar to even recording a macro in Excel. So if you're familiar with that type of interaction where you just hit the record button and the system records what you were clicking on in the order you're clicking on it, you're a candidate for using robotic process automation to automate some of your apps. So it operates, like I said, at the user interface level. So anything that the user can do, RPA can do. And one of the really great things about it is they can interact with legacy applications. So things that don't have API interfaces, things that aren't modern. You can, whether it's like an old DOS or old Windows-based program that even sits on a desktop, you can use RPA to automate those things and to speed up your processing. So since it is at the user interface level, you don't need to alter any underlying programs or systems. You don't need to convert anything or upgrade anything typically. You just record the macros and off you go. And so by automating those routine tasks, you can reduce errors. Like we said earlier, the average human input error rate is 1% on the low end, upwards of 8 or 10%. So you can automate those clicks and drags and copy and pastes, allowing your human workers to focus on things that are more strategic, require more thinking. So you're probably going to ask, what kinds of things can I use automation for? And I am super glad that you asked. So really common examples, processing email. Low-code platforms excel in automating email management tasks. For example, you can create workflows to automatically sort incoming emails into folders. You can trigger alerts on critical messages, whether it's senders or subjects or content in the body of the message. You can use it to respond to routine inquiries using predefined templates. The world is really your oyster here. Especially in things like customer service mailboxes for large organizations where there might be hundreds or even thousands of messages a day. This can really speed up that response to customers. Another really great area is in file processing, like transferring files. So file transfers are a critical part of many business processes, and low-code automation makes them seamless. For instance, you can design workflows to move files between systems, send them to cloud storage, or even trigger downstream processes once a file is received or uploaded. This eliminates the need for manual intervention, and again, one of those key areas, selling points rather, is reducing error. Low-code automation simplifies can be used to simplify like document approval processes. So let's say you have like a document library for instructions that need approval. You can use automation to route approvals between all the approvers, all the different stakeholders, collect their approvals, log the changes, log the updates, the approvals, the rejections, which can help you maintain compliance with either organizational policies or things like ISO or CMMC. I actually have a lot of examples of this particular business process in my book, Workflow Automation with Microsoft Power Automate, using the platform tooling to collect responses from users and even post them to things like either email or send them in Teams. It's really great to be able to get that real-time interaction from stakeholders on business processes. Another really cool thing that it can do, you can use it to monitor social media feeds for keywords. So let's say you're running a customer service organization, customer outreach programs. You might make a post on something on X, Twitter, Facebook, or Instagram. You can connect to those resources, and then monitor the responses and the replies to your posts. You can even, in some instances, use the API endpoints to look for keywords, hashtags, and so even when somebody else posts something that you're not aware of, you're pulling those things in through a webhook or an API that says, hey, this user that you don't know, that you don't follow, that might not follow you, made a post about a topic that's relevant to your business or your products. So this can help notify your internal teams of trends or customer concerns in real time. Another really great thing that I really want to start touching on next is some of the integrations you can do with AI. So taking automation and combining it with things like any of the OpenAI services like ChatGPT. You have that ability to integrate with those types of solutions as well. You can incorporate AI for things like analyzing customer sentiment in emails, categorizing incoming requests, so not just moving stuff around in folders, but actually assigning them categories based on the content. This really makes automation smarter and more adaptable to your changing business needs. I provide a lot of examples in both my book, Workflow Automation, but also another one that I wrote that really tackles a lot of the AI topics. It's called Power Platform and the AI Revolution. I'll have some links to these at the end. And they, like I said, they address this very task. So being able to leverage an AI model to perform sentiment analysis on customer emails and determine if you have an angry customer, if they're satisfied or not with an interaction, maybe a purchase of your product or a subscription. So then you can even extend those things further by connecting it to e-commerce solutions to provide coupon codes. You can connect it to a marketing platform like MailChimp to send promotional emails, or even invoke CRM tickets and things like Salesforce, if you need to perform some sort of a customer recovery type of situation. Lots and lots of options. It's really anything you can think about doing. And we can also talk about what can you do with like machine learning in connection with automation. Machine learning adds an additional layer of intelligence to low-code automation, making workflows more dynamic, impactful. So we can talk about maybe automated predictions. Machine learning integration allows businesses to automate the prediction process. For example, you can use models to forecast sales trends. So maybe you're querying a database. You have a process that goes out there, queries a database, looks at all the recent sales, and then is able to paint or what does our forecasting look like using various types of regression or decision tree models. These insights are embedded directly into the workflow, enabling real-time decision making. So you can automate if you get a particular response on a forecast, have it do something else, or you see particular sales trends, you can connect it to your ordering system to ship more product to a particular store. You can combine multiple types of AI models as well, such as my previous example of using sentiment analysis to determine a customer's attitude towards your business or product. You can maybe combine with a regression model to determine customer or to predict customer churn. So if you see these types of responses from a customer, that makes them more likely to leave your service or to return your product. Super impactful business application. Data classification. I've got a lot of examples on how to use AI-based classification engines to process images and tag them with metadata. This can be useful in scenarios like cataloging a library of digital assets. Maybe you're a marketing company, you've got all these photos and all these graphics, and they're just sitting on a file share somewhere. You can put them into a SharePoint site, you can put them into some other platform, and then add metadata to them so you can just search for images based on the content, not by having to scroll through and look at each individual image. Another application might be working with a content moderation platform by tagging potentially inappropriate or harmful images. So you can also work on continuous optimization tasks. By combining machine learning with automation, you can ensure that your workflows remain efficient over time. So as the system processes more data, ML models can adapt and improve, helping you identify inefficiencies and refine processes continuously. All of these different types of things keep your operations really ahead of the curve. So large language models and beyond. So everybody has really talked about lately, like ChatGPT or Claude or Google's Gemini. LLMs are advanced artificial intelligence systems that are trained on huge amounts of text and images to help understand and generate human-like language. Kind of scary sometimes, but they are also really powerful and really cool. They use something called deep learning that helps them process the context of your words and then analyze patterns and produce coherent responses and predictions. Large language models are versatile and can be applied to a whole bunch of tasks like text generation, translation, summarization. All of those kind of feed into conversational AI. So if you've used something like ChatGPT in the past, you know exactly what conversational AI is because you're talking to it, you're asking it questions, and it's responding to you in a contextually appropriate way. So some of the things you might think about doing, automatically creating and formatting content. I've got a lot of really great examples on how to use Power Automate and OpenAI to parse through document content. So like Wikipedia articles, so you can create PowerPoint decks from articles, or create a PowerPoint deck from internal materials. You can create marketing slicks from product descriptions, a whole bunch of really neat and creative things that you can then, as a human, take what the AI has generated and then, adapt it and tweak it and really make it relevant to what you need to do. Content summarization is a really powerful aspect of large language models. My background is in consulting, which a lot of times involves writing statements of work. That is tedious and terrible. The statement of work even itself isn't the bad part. The part that I always struggle with, even as a writer, is the executive summary. So I've told you all the things that I'm going to do, and then trying to figure out how to phrase it in business language can sometimes be really challenging. So I actually have some cool examples on this, where I take a sample statement of work that I've generated, and then use an AI model, like a ChatGPT model, to read the entire statement of work and then generate an executive summary and stick it back into the Word document. You can use that to kind of get that first draft of an executive summary that you can tweak. And then content reasoning and chatting with documents. So just like you can chat with ChatGPT, you can also create a chat bot or a conversational AI agent. So in the parlance of the Power Platform, they used to be called Power Virtual Agents. Now they're called copilots. But you can configure one of these chat bots to read documents. So you bring all of your marketing materials or all of your HR documents, all of your whatevers, into the chat bot, and then you essentially provide an interface for the users to ask questions about your documents. What are the holidays that we're observing this year? What is the harassment policy? What is my bereavement policy? Can you find the materials on the widget 2000 that we're making? So it's kind of like having your own personal assistant that's memorized everything in your company, and you can just ask it questions. Because one of the cool things about search is that search by itself is great because it helps you find keywords, it helps you find phrases, it helps you find things in all of your documents. But one of the terrible things about search is that it also just finds the words and phrases that you're looking for, misspellings and all. So if you have not properly formatted, or you've misspelled something, you might not get any hits back. One of the advantages of using a large language model in this context is that it understands what you're saying, and it can adapt that and say, oh, you're looking for, whatever, you're looking for this particular policy. We might not have a policy that matches those exact keywords, but here's a similar concept. Maybe this is what you're looking for. So a whole bunch of really great things that that it can do. Very exciting from the service desk automation perspective, creating FAQs that can be queried. A lot of different options that you can go through there. So with that, I've pretty much come to the end. So these are actually the two books that I mentioned in this particular talk. The Workflow Automation with Microsoft Power Automate. It's really like that primer to getting started with automation, and then Power Platform and the AI Revolution. So taking things that you've learned from Power Automate and putting them into practice with a whole lot of different AI technologies, machine learning, and some of the more modern large language models that are available. And with that, I'm done. And I think we can open it up for questions if anybody has
Thank you. Thank you, Aaron. Thank you so much. Do we have any questions?
I also talk really fast, but I had a lot of stuff.
No worries. I think it was great. I think you did amazing. Thank you so much for the brilliant presentation. Does anyone have questions for Aaron? I have a question. I have a question for you, Aaron. And this is kind of like Power Automate specific. So I'm kind of aware that, there are many inbuilt connectors in Power Automate to, help with workflow automation and stuff. So in a scenario where I maybe cannot find a specific connector to kind of like meet my needs, is it possible to, create a workflow without being kind of like limited by the available inbuilt connectors?
Absolutely. So there is there are a number of ways you can do that. So besides Microsoft providing connectors, and they provide a lot of them, you can also really work with, if you have development experience, you can create what are called custom connectors that allow you to connect to applications that Microsoft might not know about, or maybe another vendor hasn't created a connector for, especially if they have an API endpoint. So a programmable software interface that you can connect to. You can send it a query, it sends you data back. So you can create those. Another really good target for that, if there isn't anything like that and it's a little bit more legacy, is that robotic process automation that I talked about earlier. So being able to use, almost like a macro recording language to automate a process. I think I saw a couple of questions pop up in the chat. Do you have those handy?
Yes. I think Abdullah is asking, what are the key limitations of Power Automate when processing large data sets? Yeah. And then how reliable is Power Automate?
So there aren't like, I wouldn't say so much that there are, a lot of limitations in processing large data sets. So I've processed really large data, worked through really large databases. So because you're relying on, in a lot of cases, interfaces. So if you're going to query like Azure SQL, you're writing a SQL query. So you have, so Power Automate is just really that front end. You can, I have a lot of examples of inserting rows, returning rows from databases. If you are processing large volumes of like text content, I think there are some limitations once you start getting into, I want to say it's like a 50 megabyte document, which is an awful lot of just text. So that's something closer to 20,000 pages of text. You might experience some slowdown. You might get some types of responses that indicate you have to chunk the document a little bit differently. But you can also read those documents in chunks and loop through the documents if you do encounter those types of problems.
Yeah, I think the question is how reliable is Power Automate in handling external API failures or timeouts?
It's the timeouts one is actually super simple. You have a lot of capability to tweak the like the timeout and retry periods and put in code for so in some of the advanced steps and advanced workflows. If you go to the advanced view of a workflow, you can put in error responses that like if I get a 400 error. Bad server request or a 500 server request, you can insert timeouts and things to let it wait, retry, and there are entire error handling routines that you can also implement. So if you get a response to some sort of a data response error, or the website you're trying to query is down, the interface you're trying to query is down, and you get bad data in the format, you can process a lot of those things automatically just by putting in what the error responses are in the advanced workflow steps, and you can also take further responses inside the automation. You can deal with them directly inside the flow as well. So by creating variables, for example, that store the response of a query, just like normal programming. So if there's no response in there or an error type of response in there, you can retry the code.
Makes sense. Thank you so much. Any other question?
And for anybody that wants to connect with yeah.
I drop the link. Can we drop the link in the chat if you can?
Sure, I'm happy to do that. I will stop my sharing.
Okay. Thank you so much.
And I will drop that in the chat for everybody. If I can find the chat window.
Okay, thank you. Cool. Thank you so much, Aaron.
Well, thank you for having me. I had a great time.
Yeah, we sure had a great time as well. Thank you so much. Before Aaron leaves, does anyone have any question? It's going. Okay.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Awesome. I'm excited to see the rest of the presentations.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. And have a beautiful weekend as well. Let me share my screen back again. Give me one moment. Let's see. Okay. So just as a quick reminder to our audience, we'd like to encourage you to, keep participating and, keep posting on your social media and use the hashtag. I think it's in the chat. I can drop it in the chat. Use the hashtag GDAI, hashtag Data Global Hub. Please keep posting, keep reposting and engaging on our social media. Like I said earlier, there are different perks available to you. Have like partnerships with Forbes and also Pact. So please continue to engage and participate. And these are some of the benefits that you get. Thank you so much. Let me see. One moment. All right. So next up. Let me share my screen again. Okay. All right. Sure again. Okay, I hope you guys can see my screen now. So next up, we're going to be having another amazing speaker, Alexis, if I pronounce that correctly. So Alexis is actually a chief data and AI officer, and he's also the founder of chiefdata.ai. He's a leading expert in data management strategies and governance, and he's going to be presenting the topic data management strategies and best practices, where he's going to share his extensive knowledge on effective data management frameworks that drive success. He is also the author of Data Management Strategy at Microsoft, a recently published book offering, which offers practical approaches to managing data in complex environments with a focus on governance and strategic alignment. So he has an impressive background, having served as the EMEA lead for data and AI strategy, governance, and analytics at Microsoft, where he played a key role in shaping data strategies for enterprise clients. And his experience has also it includes significant roles at renowned organizations such as 3M and SAP, which he focused on enhancing data quality and operational efficiency. And he has a degree in computer science from the University of Latvia, and is recognized as a thought leader in the field, engaging with over 12,000 followers on LinkedIn, where he shares valuable insights on data governance and best practices. It is so great to have you here with us, Alexis, and we look forward to your session as well. Thank you so much. Hi, Alexis.
Hi. Good morning, good afternoon, depending where you are.
Yeah, good morning, good afternoon. Good to have you here with us.
Absolutely, so wonderful to join. So I've decided not to go with any slides. I think folks already see quite a bit of and we'll see even more. So instead, I'll give you a short overview. And then if we have questions, we have questions. And of course, everybody can find me on LinkedIn. I have this wonderful benefit of having not very usual name. in the way it's transcribed, and so it's very easy to find me on LinkedIn. It's tested many times, so as soon as you start to type the first name, you will find me in seconds. Yeah, and so Itunu, thank you very much for perfect pronunciation of the name, actually. So from the first time.
You're welcome.
So what's about this whole kind of data, governance and management and whatsoever? So the thing which I just wanted to share is that I've been with Microsoft at a very interesting moment for the company. From a moment where they started to recognize the value of data, but it was a long time before data was appearing aligned with these AI opportunities and was somewhat interesting or even exciting, right? So if I take 15 years back, doing something with data was not very common, it was not very usual, was not deemed valued. And Microsoft was no exception. So when I've joined the company, they had barely, any understanding of what data could do with the business. And what happened through those years is that we were able to create a certain value strategy for what data could do for the company. Often the company is going after the data strategy, and it's perceived as sometimes a bit heavy and artificial document or something very formal. And we didn't went this way. We thought of how do we bring what business needs from a developing of the new opportunities, innovative products in the company, and what kind of data support it needs, and what could we create as a data team for our business to be successful. And that's what kind of was creating this value strategy and this ability to use the data which Microsoft had around, its customers, its product, its licensing agreements. Later on, also the hardware, so Xbox and first-party devices like mobile phones at some point of time, and obviously, Surface business. So all these different, products which Microsoft would, sell and position with the customers, along with the cloud, of course. The cloud strategy of Microsoft is a big, placement and foundational strategic capability. So, connecting that, on the one side, all the data which company collects, one of the other way about its customers, about its products, a variety of those offerings, and at the same time thinking like, okay, how can we evolve this? Yeah, so not only we know what our customers are buying or where next opportunity lies in the marketing or sales space, but also how can we create, for example, some new products for the company based on that knowledge. And this is what we exactly kind of looked as those opportunities. And the book, it has some structure. It has some kind of a time flow, taking initially, 1 years back, how the evolution was happening in the company, how people started to perceive a little bit more interest on data, how data team was responding to this, how we built a trust between, the data and IT side with the business side, and how we gradually were able to unpack those unique opportunities to grow the business, and truly with the eyes on growing the business is the most important element of this. Not the data foundations, not anything about, abstract data practices or abstract data quality or data management. Who cares about this if it doesn't bring the value, for the company? It doesn't bring the growth of the revenue, or it doesn't bring a high customer satisfaction. So nobody cares at the end of this. And so we always wanted to have this non-academic, like very practitioner experience. And so that's what actually, the book is about. So it talks about the journey, which was happening in the company, how the company became more data-driven, how it became more interested in data, how it started to realize that data is something valuable. It could turn into the valuable insights. It could turn into new product development opportunities. And it looked also on those various, stories associated with this. Yeah? So I wanted to get that book very, personal, so that the people can, read some interesting stories. They can, connect on a more personal way with what happened in the company and how it helped and how this could be reused as well. So for anyone who works in this fascinating space of data and AI, a lot of things going on these days. It's a very demanded field of knowledge. It's on an agenda of many, many companies across the world, traditional manufacturers and retail companies, and, almost everybody wants to invest nowadays in data and AI. It's still the foundational question, and this kind of often missed understanding, and like how do you make it happen? What works, what doesn't? And I wanted to create really this set of stories which is easy for people to associate with, to read through. So it's not boring. It's not an academic book. It's not like super technical book. It's a book for everybody almost, where they can find something. And I tested on my friends and even on my wife. Is it readable for non-data professionals? It is. But also for data professionals, of course, there is something which they can basically, use as this type of, direct example. And maybe just to give as well a small glimpse on this, there are a lot of stories in that space. And I really, encourage you, if you have a time, if you have an interest in this, to see this as a collection of stories. And it's stories which talks about a success. So we obviously had a lot of success, and we created some amazing products at Microsoft, which were, driving multi-billion revenue, like really multi-billion revenue were driven by the products which were created based on the data in AI charter. And it's one of those greatest stories. How can you take something which exists, reshape it completely, and then it becomes this type of super powerful revenue generator for the company? But that's the success story. So it's not only about the success stories. So there are stories also of how we struggled and how we learned maybe to approach this topic of data completely from non-technical eyes, but through the eyes of people, and how these people working in such a large organization as Microsoft actually struggling to find what's important, and where they can really deliver the value, and how sometimes this misalignment between the people and inability to prioritize certain investments and certain capabilities, it leads to wasting a lot of effort and money on the products which goes nowhere. When you invest into something, you have a lot of interest and perceptionally it should be something amazing, but this is not happening. And the company takes a step back, and it takes some learnings, and then it launches the second edition of the same approach, and the second time it also fails. And then you feel like, okay, so how many times we can fail? We are learning, we are smart, we are the most talented and smartest people in the world, perhaps, in these type of tech companies. And so you take a third attempt on this, and you think that you now counted for almost everything. You validated the previous learnings, you fought for certain important adjustments in your strategy, and you create a third iteration of the same product, and it still fails. And then it's becoming really interesting because people start to question, question capabilities, question, are we doing the right thing? And they take a fourth attempt. And with this fourth attempt, I will not tell you. So you can read this in the book, but it's an interesting thing. And it is this type of example for me how difficult it is to work in technology nowadays, and how difficult it is to drive that innovation with the companies of size of the Microsoft, or as a footprint as Microsoft. So with this, I just want to wrap it up. So as I say, it's a fun book to read with stories. Everybody tells to me it's well written. It has some interesting elements to catch your attention and your stories. And so if there are any questions, please raise it here. If there are no questions, you can, as I say, find me very easily on LinkedIn, just starting to type my name and it will quickly come up. And feel free to connect or send me a direct message, and I will try to reply as soon as I can. Itana, back to you.
Thank you so much, Alexis. Thank you so much. Do we have any questions for him? Does anyone have any question? You can unmute your mic or, just send the question in the chat. Okay, I think in the absence of question, I would like to say thank you so much, Alexis. I think this was such a very brilliant presentation. Thank you so much. Super insightful. I think, is there a question? Okay, no. No question. So thank you so much. And I mean, we hope that you have an amazing weekend as well. But yeah, we appreciate you taking out the time out of your busy schedule to, be with us today. We really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And thank you also for the Pact as the publisher company who engaged me to write this book and was excellent partner on the whole experience of writing the book and then publishing it through. So I sincerely recommend it as the experience for everybody to go with and try. At least once in a life. So thank you very much, and feel free to connect.
Did you send in your LinkedIn URL?
No, but it's super easy to find. I'm a unique person.
Okay, yeah, very unique.
Very easily.
Okay, that's cool. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Enjoy the marathon.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
I think we'll just take a quick break here. Let's see, I think we'll just take a quick break here, just to stretch, grab a coffee or grab some water, and then we'll just be back here in the next 3 to 5 minutes, if that's fine. We can just take a quick break and we'll be back. Over to you, Anna. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Like she mentioned, we are going to be taking a 5 minutes break, and we will be back to continue the session. So please stand up, stretch, post on social media if you haven't. Also, make sure that you are hydrated, so you're not just sitting and listening. So drink some water, some coffee, some tea, whatever keeps you warm. See you in 4 minutes.
Kuswaya mapenzi nataka kuyaingiza na leo tena waiteni paparazzi nirushie kwa mitandao, siataki mapenzi, nataka jipongeze. Naimwita yo baby, kumbe naye na baby, una kipenzi, ni mshenza kupendi, ama kweli mtihani, mambo mengi dunia na mistresi, siwezi, siwezi. Bora nienjoy, maisha mafupi ni siku, yani nini tesekero, jiunge nami upozeko, jiunge na mimi. Bora nienjoy, maisha mafupi ni siku, yani nini tesekero, jiunge nami upozeko. Kama kupenda, bora nimpende mama yangu. Kama kupendwa mimi, nitajipenda peke yangu. Kilichomponza fala, kujiona simba kumbe swala, kazama kwenye penzi utwara, badala kusaka miamala. Ayo, toka ndetesa, sana pendeza, na tena na enjoy, na wanangu maombo, wakamtinda soma, na kamwili kananona, we mwenyewe si unaona yani, ainasema bora, bora ni enjoy, maisha mafupi ni siku, yani nini tesekero, jiunge nami upozeko, jiunge na mimi. Bora ni enjoy, maisha mafupi ni siku, yani nini tesekero, jiunge nami upozeko, jiunge na mimi. Napenda nikilewa nipande juu ya meza, nichonjo kuna tema Kiingereza, tupande juu ya meza, tupande juu ya meza, tupande juu ya meza, za. Bora ni enjoy, ayo, toka ndeti pesa, sana pendeza, na tena na enjoy, na wanangu maombo, wakamtinda soma, na kamwili kananona, we mwenyewe si unaona yani, ainasema bora, bora ni enjoy, maisha mafupi ni siku, yani nini tesekero, jiunge nami upozeko, jiunge na mimi. Bora ni enjoy, maisha mafupi ni siku, yani nini tesekero, jiunge nami upozeko, jiunge na mimi. Napenda nikilewa nipande juu ya meza, nichonjo kuna tema Kiingereza, tupande juu ya meza, tupande juu ya meza, tupande juu ya meza, za. Bora ni enjoy, maisha mafupi ni siku, yani nini tesekero, jiunge nami upozeko.
You know, most people quit their New Year's resolutions by the
Replaces all of these.
My blessing come now. Favor fall down on me. Goodness and mercy follow me every day. Everything when I touch for this life, anything when I want. She not my oh, she not push you. Now me get out. If they're the dirty, don't mind them. If I don't better come, me you buy them. My time don't come, yo. I oh, abba, baby, oh. Every day, oh, showers of blessing rain on me. She not money where you want, oh. I be your pheromone, oh, yeah. Time it don't come, oh. I oh, abba, baby, oh. Happiness no give, oh, prosperity something, I'm blessing calling, oh. I oh, abba, baby, oh. I should you up, oh, wherever we go. Victory, we know the finish. I need a video. Look
baby.
Ni leo, acha tu niwaweke wazi, mubaki na mishangao kuswa ya mapenzi, nataka kuyaeleza. Na leo tena waiteni paparazi, warushe kwa mitandao, siataki mapenzi, nataka jipongeza. Naimwita yo baby, kumbe nayo na baby, oh ulimuna kipenzi, nishenza kupendi, ama kweli mtihani, mambo mengi dunia na mistresi, siwezi, oh siwezi. Bora ni njoo, maisha mafupi ni simple. Yani nini tesekero, yani nini tesekero, jiunge nami upozeko, jiunge na mimi. Bora ni njoo, maisha mafupi ni simple. Yani nini tesekero, jiunge nami upozeko. Kama kupenda, bora nimpende mama yangu. Kama kupendwa mimi, nitajipenda peke yangu. Oh, kilichomponza fala, kujiona simba kumbe swala, kazama kwenye penzi utwara, badala kusaka miamala. Ayo, toka ndeti pesa, sana pendeza, na tena na enjoy, na wanangu maombo. Wakamtina soma, na kamwili kananona, we mwenyewe si unaona yani, ainasema bora. Bora ni njoo, maisha mafupi ni simple. Yani nini tesekero, yani nini tesekero, jiunge nami upozeko, jiunge na mimi. Bora ni njoo, maisha mafupi ni simple. Yani nini tesekero, jiunge nami upozeko, jiunge na mimi. Napenda nikilewa nipande juu ya meza, nichocho kuna tema Kiingereza. Tupande juu ya meza, tupande juu ya meza, tupande juu ya meza, za. Bora ni enjoy, maisha mafupi ni simple. Yani nini tesekero, jiunge nami upozeko. Come slice.
Thank you so much, Itunu, for that amazing music set. You should consider something in AI. I don't know. All right, we're going to be going into our next session very quickly. Hi, Shikar. Can you confirm that you can hear me?
Hey, Anoma. Hi, Shikar this side. I'm able to hear you properly. I'm sorry, I'm a bit down with fever and cough. Bunny, my co-speaker, will be able to handle most of it.
All right, thank you so much. And no worries. I hope you get well soon. I'm going to be introducing yourself and your co-speaker, Bunny, who is also on the call. Shikar is a partner solutions architect at OpenAI, He is renowned for advancing AI solutions and driving innovation. In this session titled The Evolution of Generative AI, from concept to enterprise applications, we are going to be delving into the transformative journey of generative AI and its practical applications in enterprise environments. He has been recognized as the youngest Indian master inventor and is also a trailblazer in leveraging AI to reshape business processes. He holds a master's degree in electrical engineering with a specialization in embedded systems and IoT. His impressive career includes roles at Amazon Web Services and IBM, where he focused on operationalizing ML models and architecting scalable AI solutions. His expertise and innovative contributions make him a leading voice in the rapidly evolving field of generative AI. Welcome. I hope you have an amazing time with us. All right, just give me a minute. Let me pull. Perfect. Benny. All right. Hi, Bunny. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. Bunny is a solutions architect at AWS. He's passionate about building innovative AI and ML solutions. He helps customers harness the power of the AWS platform. In this session called Building and Scaling Generative AI Applications, Generative AI with Bedrock, he will be sharing his expert insights on implementing and scaling generative AI applications using Amazon Bedrock, offering valuable guidance to organizations exploring this transformative technology. Bunny has over 10 years of experience in ML and cloud computing. He's also been recognized as an expert and thought leader within AWS. He holds a degree from the University of Illinois, Chicago, and has previously worked as an AI and ML cloud support engineer. His extensive expertise spans architecture design, implementation, and optimization of AI solutions, making him a highly sought-after voice in the AI and cloud computing industry. Thank you so much for taking our time to speak to us today, Bunny. And also your co-author, Shikhar. You can take it away from me now.
Thank you, everyone. So let me share my screen and I'll also do some talking. Is my screen visible?
Not yet.
Not yet? Oh, okay.
Perfect. It's visible now.
It's visible?
Yep.
Oh, okay, cool. So, thank you for inviting me to this session. As Anoma actually provided a really good introduction of myself and Shikhar, I'm honored to share this with Shikhar as well here. So both of us bring years of experience in generative AI and are passionate about how this technology is transforming industries. So over the next 20-30 minutes, the time we have, so I will dive into the practical aspects of Gen AI, what it takes to build, customize, and scale the application. And strong focus would be on Amazon Bedrock, which is a book we both actually collaborated, co-authored on. And the later part of the session would be, I'll talk about the real world use cases. So here's a quick introduction. Anoma also provided to us. I'm a solutions architect at AWS and author of Generative AI with Amazon Bedrock. I have over a decade in technology and machine learning experience, and my journey has been about solving real-world problems using AI. And my co-presenter, Shikhar Quatra, has an equally impressive background as partner solutions architect. He has an incredible 500 plus patents to his name, spanning AI, IoT, blockchain, and more. So together we'll share insights from our experience and what industry use cases we have seen. So let me outline first what I will cover today. We will start by understanding the customer journey in adopting generative AI. And then we'll discuss the wide range of models which are available that you can utilize from Bedrock and their customizations. I'll highlight some of the techniques like retrieval augmented generation and agents. And then later half would be exploring the real world use cases across various industries, how various organizations are solving problems through GenAI. So before starting, I wanted to give an idea on the book we have written. So this is GenAI with Amazon Bedrock. Bedrock is essentially a fully managed generative AI service. So basically it provides a range of industry leading foundation models, which you can access it via an API. So it provides the capability of model customization, retrieval augmented generation, and agentic functionality. So I'll give some overview on this if you guys are not familiar on that. So when it comes to building generative AI applications, organizations go through a well-defined journey. Every AI initiative starts with defining a business use case. So the question is, what problem are we solving and why is GenAI the right tool? So this is where success begins, identifying opportunities like summarization or creative content or decision support and aligning them with tangible business goals. And once the use case is clear, the next step is choosing the right model. So GenAI isn't one size fits all. You have large categories of foundation models available from Cohere, from Claude, from Meta Llama, and all of those. There are different evaluation techniques that are there, so that lets you benchmark performance, so you can make the informed choice. Now, as you build, responsible AI also becomes critical. So there are guardrails around data privacy and security. They aren't just best practices, they are essential for trust and scalability. And within Bedrock, you'll see there are safeguards that are available that you can apply. So it ensures compliance with your policies. Next is the customization piece. So pre-trained models are powerful, but tailoring them through techniques like prompt engineering or RAG or fine-tuning bridges the gap between generic and specific. So this is where GenAI transformed into a bespoke solution. And finally, the integration. So AI has to fit seamlessly into workflows. So within Bedrock, you'll see this deployment makes it easier with the pre-built agents and monitoring and scaling tools. So your models aren't just built, but are production ready. Now, when I was talking about the range of models, so businesses need that flexibility and to experiment and adapt quickly. So that's where you'll see all these different models that are available from leading providers like Anthropic, Cohere, Meta. Whether it's for text summarization or maybe coding assistance or maybe multimodal applications, you can utilize the model, that model which fits. And then you can also integrate these models seamlessly with your workflow. So for example, Claude 3.5 excels in reasoning, while Jamba 1.5 is perfect for high quality text generation. So this diversity allows various organizations to choose model tailored to their use case. Now, the other thing is common approaches for the customization. So to get the desired response from the model, you might need to do some customization. So there are numerous approaches to customization, and these approaches vary based on complexity, cost, and time it takes. So first is prompt engineering. So prompt is basically when user is providing an input to a foundation model. And prompt engineering is how you can carefully craft and iterate on the prompts that you're providing into the foundation model. So you get the desired output that you're looking for. And these prompt engineering, there are different methods that are available. This influences the model's behavior directly through the prompt. The other is retrieval augmented generation. So this is where we use external data to improve the quality and accuracy of the response. And when I say external, it could be your organization data, but it's external to the model. So we are retrieving the relevant text from the large corpora, and we are providing useful context to aid with the text generation. So first retrieval happens, we retrieve the text and augment it as input to the model. So this allows model to generate high quality, factually grounding generations as a final result. The last few pieces are the fine tuning and continued pre-training. So this is where we are adapting an already pre-trained foundation model on a task specific data. So basically we are fine tuning that model. So this allows tailoring the model to a particular domain by the model weights on the new data. Basically, you'll see a lot of industry use cases can be solved with prompt engineering and retrieval augmented generation. I've seen almost all the about 90% of the use cases organizations are solving can be done with prompt engineering and retrieval augmented generation. And last, which is not mentioned here, is training from scratch. So this is you're training a large language model on your data set, and from random initialized weights directly within your infrastructure. Now RAG. So RAG combines the power of foundation model with the real-time retrieval capability. So it's particularly effective for application that needs up-to-date context-specific information. So for instance, when you use Bedrock, RAG pipeline can fetch relevant data from knowledge bases and integrate it to the model output. So basically, there's a lot of integrities are there. You provide the data set like kind of a documents or maybe a lot of articles or books, blog posts and all, and put it in your data source. And it's actually does chunking behind the scenes, does vector embeddings behind the scenes. When you ask a question to the LLM, so it's basically retrieving the information from the knowledge bases and along with your question and it's giving it to the model, and then you get a response. So that's what RAG or retrieval augmented generation is. Now this is a high level. I won't go much detail on this. I'm just giving a high level, but I will focus more on how the industries are solving. Next piece is the Bedrock agents or the agents functionality. So models, FMs are great at having conversations and generating content, but how can we get them to take action and do even more, like solving problems or discover timely information and interact with company system to complete tasks like booking travel or filing insurance claims or ordering replacement parts. Now imagine if you have a personal assistant who can understand what you want and get things done for you. So I'll explain it via some of the examples here. So let's say travel booking example. Suppose you want to plan a trip from London to New York. So in traditional way, you'll check multiple websites. You will compare the prices. You can look at flight timings, book hotels separately. But with the agents functionality or using Bedrock agents, you can just tell it, I need to travel from London to New York next weekend with 3-night hotel stay. The agent will understand your requirement, check the flight availability and prices, look for suitable hotels, come back to you with options and book everything once you approve that. So that is one example. The other you can think of is insurance claim example. Let's say you got your car got damaged. Traditional way, you fill multiple forms, upload documents, follow up repeatedly. But with the agent's functionality, you just explain what happened. An agent will guide you through the required documents, fill forms automatically using your inputs, and keep you updated on the claim status. So how exactly, what all things are available within agents and how it works? So you have users interacting with agents, or it can be event-driven agents. And within that, you have like fully managed capabilities where you provide like actions. So these are wrappers on top of existing APIs or databases. Then you have knowledge bases. So it's easy to do semantic search across your document corpus. You have code interpreter and memory capability. So with code interpretation, you can solve complex tasks by using LLMs to create code and having code interpreter executing this code so that you have better accuracy to do your response. You might have heard quite a lot like LLMs are not that good in doing mathematical calculations or analyzing files or creating. So you can do that with code, and you can pass documents and receive documents. Then you have memory capabilities. So instance, so you have short-term memory available. But once the session ends, your agent will forget all the previous interactions. So with memory retention, your agents will have the summary of previous sessions, interactions stored into the prompts. Then you have session handling, integration with guardrails for the responsible AI, ability to deployment, and all the operational logs and tracing that you can get in the platform, the secure platform. One quick example of agents you can also think of, I have mentioned it here, is HR policy assistant. So it has set of instructions, a single knowledge base, and right now, so it has this action as well, like verification action. So users can interact with the assistant to ask a question about vacation policies at the firm, and knowledge base is kept fresh behind the scenes with the chosen vector, and then it responds based on looking at the knowledge base and then executing the action where you say, I'd like to take December 8 to 15, and then it goes and runs the API and does the calculation behind the scenes. Now, moving on towards the use cases part, how we have been seeing in the industries. So this like some kind of an overview of some of the common use cases in each of the different categories. So some of these use cases were already possible, are now improved with GenAI, and some are completely new use cases that would not be possible without GenAI. So some examples like customer experiences being transformed by capabilities like chatbots or virtual assistants or intelligent contact centers. And GenAI is helping companies boost their employees' productivity through powered conversational search, content creation, text summarization, and then also some of the completely new use cases categories like creative and content creation, like product design, music creation that you might have seen. And finally, improving business operations, where you'll see document processing and content moderation that is being also done through generative AI. Now, I'll talk about some of the industry, like for example, what we have seen in financial industry, healthcare industry, some of the examples, the real examples of organizations. So I'll start with DoorDash, if you have heard. So those are like food delivery giants. So basically, you can order food through DoorDash. It's like an Uber Eats, and there's a DoorDash. You can order food, and the dasher or delivery agent will deliver the food to you from the restaurant. So there were some of the challenges that they were facing. So they were getting hundreds of thousands of requests from consumers, merchants, and dashers. They were getting high volume of routine questions like application troubleshooting or payment option or signups. So which was consuming agent bandwidth. So meanwhile, dashers often on the road preferred voice-based support, so which makes quick and accurate response a non-negotiable requirement. And on top of all this, the fear of misinformation or hallucination from AI made the stakes even higher. So what they did was they built a voice-operated self-service AI solution, which was integrated with their existing contact center. So they use foundation models from Bedrock. They implemented retrieval augmented generation using their help center content, which had their own documentations that they had. And then they created automated testing framework for quality assurance. Now, the journey to success was not an overnight miracle. So they took a phased approach. They focused on publicly available help center documentation as well as the documentation that they had, which carefully avoiding the use of any personal data. So this ensured compliance with privacy standards. They also did manual testing of the AI system with that was like slow and inefficient at first. And then later they transitioned to automated testing, so which sped up the process and achieved a response latency of 2.5 seconds. And then they did the phased rollout, launching the system. Instead of launching the system all at once, they began with limited A/B testing. So what happened, the real world impact after this? So it reduced agent transfers by 49%. It improved first contact resolution by 12% and achieved $3 million year-over-year operational costs. Now, this is one example. There are a few more examples, like in financial services, there's a hedge fund, Bridgewater Associates, which is one of the largest hedge funds in the world. So they had a challenge in their hands. Their investment analysts, they were spending way too much time writing code and using software tools just to create charts and tables from all the macroeconomic data that they were analyzing. So they wanted to find a way to really accelerate and streamline that whole process. So they partnered with like AWS using Bedrock and Anthropic Cloud model. They created something called Investment Analyst Assistant to generate complex charts and compute financial indicators and creating summaries based on natural language queries from analysts. So this reduced coding efforts by 75% and democratized data analysis across the organization. Any questions so far? I've been talking a lot on these areas, but
guys, feel free to go off mute, ask any questions if needed.
Yeah, feel free to go off mute.
Hi, everyone. If you have a question, please feel free to go on mute and ask your questions, or you can just send it. I'm checking YouTube to see if we have any questions under. Okay, we don't have any question on YouTube. I don't think we have any here.
Okay, I can share maybe one more example of in automotive. Audi was like the car manufacturing or Audi in automotive. So they were struggling with internal knowledge management systems. So their extensive documentation was scattered across multiple locations and often outdated and difficult to navigate. So this resulted in developers spending hours searching through the documentation to find answers to their queries. So what they did, they improved the enterprise search experience and reduced the time spent by employees searching for the information in their knowledge base using RAG-based technique through generative AI. They used foundation models like Falcon and Llama-based model. And then they built the whole architecture, integrated semantic search capabilities and multi-source integration. So this reduced information search time from hours to seconds and improved accuracy with reduced hallucination with the RAG implementation. I do have like lots of examples from various industries, from healthcare, life sciences. If you have any questions, otherwise I think I can even like talk for like whole day on this. So.
I can tell. I mean, thank you so much. This has been really helpful. I think if there's one question that I have for you is, what advice do you have for beginners that are interested in becoming an expert like yourself?
So Shikhar, do you want to take this first, or then I can also add my thoughts?
Yeah, sure. One way would be to, of course, read our book, go through it. We cover end-to-end scenarios, and it actually goes from all the way to basic prompt engineering to the use cases, the advanced use cases that Bunny was mentioning, right? When we talk about retrieval augmented generation, sometimes we have fine-tuned RAG models as well. We use a combination of these techniques in a very creative fashion. And the second is, I think there are a lot of tutorials on YouTube and Uni, ton of courses. But the best way to really dive deep into it is just get hands-on with the services, right? You have Amazon Bedrock, you have other companies, other models, other scenarios which you can work on. But just start with basic prompt engineering and try to dive deeper into how you can just experiment with all of these models that all the Amazon, Microsoft, Meta Llama, which is like open source, like all of these are actively working on trying to experiment with. So that will be really crucial for everyone to just get your hands on onto those models and try it out.
Yep. And one more thing, I also usually when I actually started my journey in deep learning AI, that is also really good. So that is founded by Andrew Ng. He's like a founding father of machine learning and AI. So they're like courses from Andrew Ng in deep learning AI, and you'll also see like hands-on tutorials that are available. So you can actually, it's best to first like try it out, learn through these YouTube tutorials or tutorials from deep learning AI. There are good short courses in deep learning AI, and try it out, test it out with our different LLMs.
All right, thank you so much, Bunny and Shikhar. Do you mind sharing the LinkedIn link to your profile so we can all connect with you, and also send you questions directly in case maybe anyone is shy on it and they don't want to ask in front of others?
Sure, yeah.
But thank you so much for just today. I hope you have a great rest of your day.
Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're going to take maybe a couple of minutes break, just so we can wait for the next speaker to join us. Thank you, everyone.
You, no go feed by you. Skid up. Skid up. Yes, correct. Shoot, Iban. One, set, skid up. Skid up. Yes, correct. Shoot, Iban. One, set. Yeah, whatever. If you want get whatever, then fuck with no manners. Body language at the no translator. Girl, your body telling me she don't wanna keep no mess. Fuck me till your body speaks to me again. I go respond when you don't feel on for your belly. Under the league, she the wet, my best shitty. Call them tears of joy, she go like celebrity. Oh, make I know to talk. I wanna show you my baby. Talk true talk, fresh party meal. On who's up, let road for my baby. Suppose no coffee by you. I know to talk, I want to show you my baby. Talk true talk, fresh party meal. On who's up, let road for my baby. Suppose no coffee by you. Which one I go choose? Just one in the pop. Come and feel me, they get boss. I said, make you dance to me, make you know good day Jones. I swear you dey pop, you don't know I see they go. Tumba, pass which one I go choose? Just one in the pop. Come and feel me, they get boss. I said, make you dance to me, make you know good day Jones. I swear you dey pop. No, I see they go. Who respects you, brother, we didn't argue, no guesses. Cause I go to full extent, you never experience full wetness. But mind you, our sense, maybe I go need your full consent. Show your ID and you avoid government. I'm a good citizen of this continent. Rise, come back. Small me, turn your back, back, now back to back, each morning back your back, no take my polo mako. Carry am return and back, come take another round. Ask which one I go choose. Just one in the pop, come and feel me the most. I said make you dance to me, make you know good day Jones. I swear you dey pop, you don't know I see they go. Tumbo, baskelebe, I know know if you see you speed, kelele. You too soft like fresh, like a get. You do what you need, baby. Just be like Sanda, Benede. I know if you wear this size, so me, you get only fans, make I check. And my favorite parts, not wet. Animal, man, Americano. A papa now, Komodo. She like when I'm in control. Small money, but they know. Got them not much enough. You know she like money come. But trying to go just in the pool. You shall know I see they go. Are you gonna dance for me, oh baby, we can know. Before I start to drop my money, Tumbo, baskelebe. I know if you see you speed, kelebe. You too soft like fresh, gege. You do what you need, baby. Just be like Sanda, Benede. I know if you wear the size, so me, you get only fans, make I check. And my favorite parts, not wet.
So I just logged in to see, my co-author will probably join at around 9:30 probably. So we need to wait until 9, around maybe around 20 minutes till my co-author joins.
I'm here, Partha.
Oh, hey Joyce. Good morning.
Hello.
All right, Joyce, are you ready for us to have the session up?
We could, yeah. I think so.
Yeah, we
All right. All right, so much. We already introduced Pater earlier during the session, but just to re-communicate, in this session, which is titled Harnessing the Power of XGBoost, Advanced Techniques for Regression and Time Series Forecasting, Pater will be exploring the advanced capabilities of XGBoost for predictive modeling. He's also the co-author of XGBoost for regression predictive modeling and time series analysis, a recently published book offering practical techniques for applying XGBoost in real-world scenarios. He currently serves as a senior staff engineer at Intel, where he leads teams developing advanced analytics solutions that drive significant cost savings and process optimizations. His achievements include, but are not limited to, developing a computer vision system that improved logistics efficiency, which earned his team recognition as a finalist for the CSCMP Innovation Award. Prior to Intel, he also worked at GE, where he filed multiple patents, including innovation in ML for industrial suppliers. He is a senior member of IEEE and an active contributor to the NeuroPL's PS conference. He is a recognized thought leader whose work continues to advance AI and ML in semiconductor manufacturing. Welcome, Pater. We are definitely looking forward to your session. Hi, Joyce. How are you?
I'm good, thanks. Doing well. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. How is your day started?
It's doing very well.
Okay. Thank you so much for joining us today. Joyce is a principal engineer at Intel Corporation, with over 25 years of experience in the tech industry. She specializes in leveraging data to enhance quality and efficiency, particularly in the areas of NLP and generative AI. In a session titled Leveraging Data to Drive Quality and Efficiency, Advanced Applications of XGBoost and NLP, she will be sharing insight into utilizing advanced data science techniques to tackle real-world problems in technology. Drawing from our co-authored book, XGBoost for Regression Predictive Modeling and Time Series Analysis, she will offer practical strategies for predictive modeling and time series analysis. Joyce is a holder of a bachelor's degree in physics and a master's degree in optical sciences. She's also a Lean Six Sigma black belt, showcasing a commitment to process optimization. Knowledge sharing is evident in her writing, including her first book, Why AI/Data Science Projects Fail, How to Avoid Project Pitfalls, which provides essential guidance for ensuring the success of AI and data science initiatives. Thank you so much for joining us today, Joyce and Patar. I am definitely looking forward to your session. You can take it away from me now.
Great, thank you.
Awesome, thank you.
So, Patar, you want to share the slide deck? Yeah, there we go.
Sure, I will share my screen. Let me know if everybody can see your screen.
I can see it, so we're good.
Awesome. All right, good morning, good afternoon, everyone. As we know, both of us, we are here to talk about our book, Harnessing the Power of XGBoost and Advanced Techniques for Regression Time Series Analysis, authored by myself and Joyce. In this session, we would like to give an overview of our book and its motivation and the practical techniques we have included, to help data scientists, machine learning engineers, as well as any newbies in the field of ML to tackle real-world challenges. All right, let's dive in. Joyce, would you like to?
Yeah, so the primary purpose of this book was, both Partha and I are practitioners. We actually use, AI and ML techniques in our day-to-day jobs, and both of us have delivered solutions that are running in production right now and focused in on not AI as a product that our company sells, but using AI inside the company to deliver efficiency and effectiveness, reduce the amount of effort it takes a human to do something by partnering them with some AI tools. And so, some examples of things that, like the work that we've done, this is not our work, but this is across the whole company, that, ways that AI have been used inside Intel Corporation. So these are some of the examples. So if we carry on now with that lens, that's how we approached writing our book, and what we wanted to share with the person who's reading our book is that, practical application. So, right off the bat, we have a bit of an introduction to machine learning, and then the very next bit of the book is get coding, actually put hands on keyboard, get something done. Using a data set you're probably familiar with so that you can understand what's part of the data set versus what's part of XGBoost, and then get you up and running and going. So really taking a practical point of view with presenting the content. And again, a lot of code examples, a lot of step-by-step examples as well. So Partha, if you take us to the next slide, I think we can just get into some of the things that we talk about. And, again, approach was intending to be practical, hands-on, end-to-end. By that, I mean from problem statement all the way through a deployed solution, and talking about how to deploy it in a production environment. A lot of tutorials and things I found on the web use development environments, but the problem with that is that they're not necessarily secure sufficiently for use or scalable. Sometimes they just don't have the overhead, the headspace to take a lot of users simultaneously. That's what you need in a production solution. So we talk about that. And of course, it's all about machine learning, XGBoost. So.
Awesome. Okay. Thank you, Joyce, for putting this nicely. So I'll just add to that, right? So as Joyce said, our book is designed to be very practical and hands-on. We come from decades of industry experience, where we applied ML to solve real business problems at Intel and at other companies. So it's an end-to-end hands-on guide that addresses every stage of ML, starting from data pre-processing, understanding your data, feature engineering, model training, interpretability, and deployment. Our goal was to make advanced concepts like XGBoost and data processing and feature engineering accessible to and actionable for practitioners who needs results quickly and effectively. All right, having said that, we go to the next page. We would like to talk about detailed feature engineering, right? Which is one of the most critical pre-processing stages of any ML project, not just necessarily for XGBoost, but for any models or any end-to-end ML development project, right? So we discuss why performing, train and test split is crucial at the beginning of the data pre-processing stage to avoid data leakage. We dive into details of different numerical encoding techniques like scaling the data, normalizing the data. We covered engineering different temporal features like the time-based features. How can we create interesting features out of time columns or date columns, and then categorical data. Algorithms don't understand categories or characters. We need to interestingly or creatively create numerical variables or encode the categorical variables into different types of numerical variables. We explain different types of encoding techniques, at least 8 encoding techniques.
Let me add on to that part. And the reason for providing all of this type of capability or instruction in the book is because our real life experience is you never just get a data set that's only numeric. It always has timestamps that you'll probably want to get some information out of. There will always be categorical data. It's always a mix. And so presenting the techniques that you need in order to turn that into something that XGBoost can actually consume and then provide you with predictions based on is important.
Correct. Yeah, and then XGBoost itself gives you a lot of freedom to not do feature engineering, right? For example, filling up null values, right? It can take care of its own. But we have seen if we can infuse domain knowledge plus additional feature engineering, the accuracy of your model improves, right? So basically, we have brought in all the practical insights into the book, not just XGBoost, right? Which can not only improve the model, but also how you can efficiently deploy and understand the data, do feature engineering end-to-end. All right, let's go to the time series modeling page. This is interesting. In a real world case, there will be time series data where we need to deal with, right? You wanted to guide the users how to handle time series data, right? You might have to build lagged features. An essential step for predictive models is to understand, what you have done in the previous timestamps, right? Or the 10th previous timestamp or 5th previous timestamps. How can you bring into the current timestamp, right? We have discussed how to create time-based features, right? And then we also discuss how to capture seasonality patterns, right? Even with tree-based models like XGBoost, right? How to capture cyclical encodings such as sine and cosine transformations, right? We address how to model complex non-linear relationships in a data set that exhibit seasonality but lack linear trends. There is sometimes you have very spiky trends going on, like the availability of a machine, right? Which necessarily doesn't have a trend, but it's very spiky, very non-linear. XGBoost fits well for those scenarios. And then we need to engineer the data, the seasonality nature of the data, and then the time-based, when I say time-based, lag features or rolling average features, these kind of, we have discussed all these creative ways of interestingly building your features to be capable for a previous models like XGBoost.
Yeah, and like Partha was saying, it's important to have this domain knowledge. So we get you started with it, but of course, as you're looking at a particular problem, you may bring other types of lagged features. You may want to do exponentially weighted moving average or something like that. But you have then the framework that you can add on and tailor the solution to your specific needs and with that domain knowledge incorporated.
Of course, awesome. Let's go to the next page.
Yeah, so one of the things that's really important, and in fact the use case that I have the most experience with for machine learning is coming out of feature selection. And having these tools that allow us to interpret the model is really very, very nice. So we have an entire chapter focusing just on model interpretation and using various different packages within Python that are now available. So and then interpreting the results. So not just, hey, do this and this and you get the package and then you get the thing, but what is the result actually telling you? So we use the same data set throughout, and then you have the various different packages. You can see how they output different things and focus on different areas. So some will focus on more like local parameter importance versus like global to a prediction or to a local to a single prediction, like what's more important to this one prediction versus like overall. So you can see that distinction and difference. And then we have, things like explain like I'm 5. So like pretend I'm a 5-year-old. Please tell me what this model output is telling me. It's a very helpful package. But saying that, this is something, again, that I've used for years and years because oftentimes you'll have a situation where there's a lot of parameters and you're just trying to sort through as you're designing the model. Because the more parameters that you need in order to do inference, the more expensive the model is to run on the day-to-day basis. And again, the goal of the book is, to get you to have models that get deployed and have them run in production. So thinking about, how expensive or not it is to run the model and do inference is an important thing, or how hard it can, if there's a lot of parameters that you need in order to get a prediction, that makes it hard to run the model. So using feature selection to trim things down is really, really key.
Awesome. I'll just add on to that, right? So understanding how the model has predicted your particular data point or a bunch of data points, why the model is behaving in this way when the features are in this pattern versus that pattern. It's not just important, it's key actually in real industrial applications. We got to explain to our stakeholders, not only stakeholders, to impact business, we got to explain why and how we can control the input to a model, right? So hence model interpretability is vital, it's key to a real applied application, right? When I get out of theory and then apply ML to solve a real world problem, it's vital. It's very, very important. Hence, we brought in, as Joyce mentioned, we brought in some of the state-of-the-art open source techniques like SAP, right, which is based on game theory. Imagine you're playing football match and different players are using their different skills to get to the goal point, and then the goal is and the goal happened. How the goal happened? Which players did the defense? Which player did the forward? These kind of things. Just to give you an analogy, and when we talk about Lime, it's locally interpretable, right? SAP gives you a global interpretation where 10 players are playing versus 1 player goal, and then SAP will Lime will give you a local interpretation to the model. Which player finally put the goal to the goalkeeper and what conditions? Just to give you an analogy. Global versus local. And then, as Joyce mentioned, can we explain the model in a very simple way? Think like, I'm just 5 years old. Can I explain the result of this model to a 5-year-old? Then partial dependence plots. Imagine you have 10 features, right? Would like to know the effect of feature 1 when the other features are turned off on the model output. Would like to know the effect of feature 10 when the other features are turned off on the output of the model. It's like, all right, let's go to the next page. Joyce would like to take a stab at it.
Yeah, so again, this is the biggest piece and one of the gaps I frequently see with like online tutorials, and that is that they really miss out on the end-to-end and the deployment piece. So you have this great model, but it runs in the development environment, and maybe you've put a Django wrapper, but Django is all like just the development local run on your computer kind of thing. So this chapter really talks about how do you make sure that your model is going to be run in a secure way that's scalable. So we talk about, fast path to that using Streamlit so that you can get your model into a cloud environment quickly. But we also talk about, if you're in a large enterprise like we are, we have container as a service as an option. So how do you containerize your model so that you can take advantage of those container as a service tools? And that includes, working with Flask and Green Unicorn and Nginx. So that everything can fit into a Docker container. And then you have a portable version of your model that you can just take around and put from cloud to cloud as you see fit. So again, we wanted to have that whole comprehensive look at making models with XGBoost, talking from the very beginning, getting into the XGBoost paper and looking at what is actually happening, what the tool's capabilities are, what XGBoost can do beyond what some of the other Python packages can do, why you'd want to use it, and then all the way through to landing your solution in an environment that is secure and can handle multiple simultaneous users, scale up, scale down as needed.
Sure, that's where tools like Nginx and Unicorn comes into play, where how we can scale your model predictions to hundreds of endpoints with a secured environment. I'll just add on to what Joyce has said. Deployment is not just necessary; is actually very key to see whether our ML project is delivering value or not. At the end of the day, to make a business impact or to deliver tangible ROI, our model has to be deployed scalably, securely in a production environment, not just playing with your model in a Jupyter notebook or in a development environment. This is good, well and good. We can showcase the analysis to our stakeholders, but really, if you want to have long-term impact on the business, ROI, quarter-over-quarter impact, we need to really deploy the model into production, right? Again, how we deal with the production situations, right? Creating a Docker container and the challenges like security and scalability, we discussed end-to-end in our book, right? We address all these concerns, guide the users through scalable applications using tools like not only creating a scalable API or handling it programmatically. We also talked about Streamlit, how we can quickly build a user interface to understand and then showcase your models, model results, or give the capability of the model to your end user with drag and drop capabilities, right? Yeah, so our goal is not to ensure that your models are not only accurately, but also not only just accurate, but also production ready. So as Joyce also mentioned, our goal or our motivation for this book to give a flavor to the users, to our audience, an end-to-end experience of ML lifecycle, not just XGBoost, right? Right from beginning with data exploration, understanding your data, feature engineering, time series modeling, a lot of regression modeling, understanding your features, then interpreting your model results, and end-to-end model deployment. So let's go to the next phase, Q&A. Would like to open this session for question and answers. If our audience, feel free to ask any questions.
And as you're thinking of what to ask, our publishers arranged a survey, so I put the link into the chat to collect questions. If you prefer not to ask now, you can certainly ask later. And we have some plans for some Reddit connections to you all, so please fill up the survey.
Yeah, thank you for the wonderful session. So my question is as regards to the model interpretability that you showed us just now, that we have sharp and all that. So given that from the book, we realized that you made use of XGBoost. I would like to know if any of these models or if any of this interpretability function could be used with advanced deep learning models. Is it possible, or it only works with simple machine learning models?
Maybe I can take that. It's a very good question. You see, from in a tree-based model, it's compared to a deep learning model. It's not hard to understand or interpret the model predictions because it's very logical, right? Tree splits here in this node and go to the other node, you get the result, right? You can go through that, walk through that, or walk down that logical tree. But in deep learning model, it's pretty complex to understand the interpretability. I would not use these techniques in a deep learning model, right? Maybe we can use SAP, which is can give you a global interpretation versus a local interpretation. So I would resort to use this model to a non-deep learning based or non-neural network based architecture. But I have seen SAP has given us interesting explanations on a deep learning model like LSTM, from a real world scenario. So I should like to add anything onto that.
Yeah, I think that what part is that is exactly right? The tools for working with classification regression trees are going to be different from the tools used for neural nets. So these are predominantly focused on that. There's that extra wrinkle if you're using ensemble methods like gradient boosted trees that we're using, that XGBoost is doing, or random forest, because you have multiple trees that you would have to like figure out like which tree is taking predominance and so on. So the fact that we have these capabilities now, where prior to 10, 20 years ago we really didn't, this is helpful. You would have the built-in, XGBoost has built-in feature, importance. Talk about that. Well, tools that help you drill down a little bit more into what is actually happening inside the model. And like Partha said, and this is a problem with deep learning, or a problem with deep learning. Often that's one of the requirements from the customers. They know why did what it predicted.
Thank you.
If you want to flip to the very last slide, Partha, we do want one last thing before we go, and that is our book is available now, and we have a special pricing for this conference. So we've got a QR code there for $9.99 USD pricing, and then additionally, it is part of something called the Humble Bundle. And we have a QR code for that. So that's the ability to purchase multiple books for a reduced rate. And this particular bundle is all AI and ML based. So please take advantage.
Please take advantage. So it's a promotion going on with Packet. I think until the end of this month, you can bundle up multiple books along with her book. And please take advantage. Any other question, please feel free. We want to make this session interactive. If not, we have also shared the survey link. Feel free to fill up your question, and then we can definitely get back to you offline. I would like if you can share these links in the chat. See if I can.
Yeah, thank you. That would be so helpful. And somebody else will share for participants on YouTube. I'm checking YouTube now to see if we have any questions. We currently don't have one.
I would like if you can share these links in the chat.
I guess my question to either of you will be, what advice do you have for beginners that might be looking at becoming experts like yourself, or even co-authoring a book like you just did? We currently don't
I can start with advice for beginners,
share
and
these
that
links
is
in the chat.
I guess my question.
A project with data that you're familiar with, and then build some models and just try some things.
Yes, yeah. We need to get ready to learn, right? There are a lot of open source data available with Kaggle or university like UC Irvine, Iris Data, for example. Download the data, play with the tools. Learning a programming knowledge in the age of Gen AI is never a challenge now, right? There is GitHub Copilot. You can quickly get up to speed in learning all the different tools like Pandas or NumPy to mine your data, understand your data, and then apply models, like start with a simple model like linear regression, then go to tree-based models or gradient boosted trees, things like that. APIs are so handy these days, right?
Yes. scikit-learn is a great package if you're getting started with machine learning in Python. So, and of course, XGBoost is easy to use. It has a interface. It has a scikit-learn API as well as more what do I want to call it? Specifically designed for XGBoost AI. The key differences between those is if you have a very large data set, don't use the scikit-learn API. You need to have the data in the special format that XGBoost can then manipulate and get you the speed that you'll need to handle large data.
Thank you so much, Joyce and Pata. That was incredibly helpful. I've definitely learned from your session. For everyone else that might be interested in connecting with either of you, where can they find you? Do you mind sharing your LinkedIn URL to the chat box?
Sure.
Sure.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Joyce and Pata. I hope you have a good rest of your day.
Thank you very much for this opportunity.
You're welcome. All right. Thank you, everyone else that have been at the session. I know that, especially for some of us that have been here from the beginning, I know you must be tired. But this is the part where it gets sweeter. So please do not tire out yet. We are getting there. We're almost there. Just give me a minute while we introduce the next speaker.